He's got the course to himself here as he makes his way into the closing stages.
You think about his path from the start to the finish here, right? So he went in the first 500 metres, and now he's had the toughest lane in this entire course to row down over there on the far side with the wind sweeping across it. This has not been an easy row for Si Shun Lau. But one thing he's done throughout is he's kept that boat moving, and now he's only 200 metres away from the finishing line from a second place finish. Come on everyone, get around here, Si Shun Lau. What a wonderful race this is. Perseverance and resilience to get back in this boat and to get over the finishing line. Simon Aubrey, he missed a family wedding to win gold in this event a short time ago, and now Si Shun Lau is going to finish in second place. What a performance from him. After going in earlier, he got back in the boat and he finishes in the PR2 men's single scull. And look how much it means to him. Getting some air back in the lungs as well. Congratulations to Si Shun Lau from Team Hong Kong. Second place in the PR2 men's single scull.
Presentation of medals for the PR2 women's single scull. Medals will be presented by retired Brigadier Alison Cray, AMCSC, board member of Rowing Australia and Paralympics Australia, and our gold medalist and Australian champion for 2023 from Team Hong Kong is Ka Yi Ip. Please congratulate our 2023 Australian champion in the PR2 women's single scull. The presentation of medals for the PR2 men's single scull. Medals will be presented by Gordon Marks, member of the Para Commission of World Rowing. A gold medalist and Australian champion for 2023 from the Torrens Rowing Club, Simon Aubrey. Please congratulate our 2023 Australian champion in the PR2 men's single scull. Let's conclude all of our presentations and racing on the course for the time being, but we are due to resume very shortly with the final of the under-17 women's coxed quad scull. Just a word also coming through from the Rowing Australia indoor rowing competition. Matt Nielsen from Seymour College has just taken the lead with a maximum watts of 1,216, just ahead of Tom Schramko with 11.89. So please head along to join in. In fact, that is the end of the competition, we believe. So Matt Nielsen of Seymour College, a late charge to win ahead of Tom Schramko. Great work from him. And they're lining up at the start, in fact, so there is no lunch break, no rest for the wicket here. We are very soon to be underway in the final of the under-17 women's coxed quad scull. We're awaiting some paperwork here to tell you who's in the boat, but in fact, they're up on screen. We can. Sydney Rowing Club racing in lane 2, Canberra Grammar School in 3, Brisbane and GPS in 4, the Queenwood School in 5, Fremantle Bunbury in lane 6, and Melbourne Girls Grammar School racing in lane 7. That is the field in our next medal race here at the 2023 Australian Rowing Championships. And it is a big day, a bigger day than we expected due to the wind delay yesterday. But under very good skies here now at Champion Lakes, we are not too far away from a start in this next event. officials have done a remarkably quick changeover to the afternoon shift. The yellow boat there of Sydney Rowing Club sits closest to the camera, which probably explains why Chris McCarthy has suddenly run back in and taken a seat.
Well, Richard, it seems like everyone else has just abandoned us in pursuit of lunch.
Priorities.
I've had to abandon watching the Formula One and jump right in here.
And these quad sculls, so they rode in the opening race of the day. I think way back at was it 8 a.m. this morning when we began. It was the first two races of the day with the semi-finals of the under-17 women's quad sculls. So they've only had about 5 hours between races, and they're off again.
Yeah, and it does seem like possibly some of the calmest conditions we've had in quite some time at this stage. So
I think this is, close to the best of the week, possibly with the exception of those late conditions on the first couple of days. But this is very, very good conditions for rowing.
So we've got in lane 2, Sydney Rowing Club, lane 3, Canberra Grammar, lane 4, Brisbane and GPS, lane 5, Queenwood, lane 6, Mantle and Bunbury Composite, and in lane 7, Melbourne Girls Grammar School, and all crews getting away to particularly neat and tidy start. All 6 boats across here for the first race after our imaginary lunch break.
Yes, it was a very tasty imaginary lunch, wasn't it?
Yeah. See your sandwich sitting there, just still wrapped up in the packaging.
We'll get to that eventually, but there's too much happening today. As it turned out, of course, about over 100 races it'll be today's program, which I think, along with Thursday, does make it pretty close to the biggest day of the regatta. We should congratulate the officials from Rowing Australia too, Chris Grummett and Alice Evans in particular, to work very late into last night to put together the new draw and include still as many of the events as possible. Unfortunately, the sprint regatta won't be held later on this afternoon, but all of the other events will be rowed through to their conclusion. It will require us being here very early tomorrow for the first race at 7 a.m. There is a schedule up for tomorrow. No lane draws, of course, as yet, but the schedule for tomorrow begins at 7 a.m. and goes right through till 3:20. So heading through the first 500 metres of this race, and it is the combination from Melbourne Girls Grammar School who have gone out to a lead from possibly Sydney Rowing Club in second place. I think our timers are still at lunch as well, Chris. I think it's just you and me at the moment, possibly talking to ourselves. But
in that case, the sprint regatta is reinstated.
Never happened before, but yes, exactly. But, we'll see what's happening. So because of the lack of paperwork, the crews are a bit hard to find. But Melbourne Girls Grammar School, I think the combination there will have come through the semi-finals today. It is indeed the crew of Melbourne Girls Grammar School, we think, who won the third semi-final. Maddie Clifford, Adelaide Banks, Samantha O'Keefe and Emily Anthony, daughter of Olympic gold medalist Peter Anthony, in that combination. Coxboy, Lily Machini, they were in the inside lane of their semi, and they are in the inside lane of the final as well. Fremantle Bunbury alongside them came through as the winner of semi-final number 2, and Queenwood won semi-final number 1. So they are our 3 crews on the inside lanes of the course. And Brisbane and GPS doing fairly well in the middle stages of this race as well.
Without the timing, but it did look at the 500, like that's a crew in the provisional silver medal position, might have been that Sydney Rowing Club crew in the Empacher Shell. Closest to the camera side of the course, Georgia Stevenson, Isabel Yardley, Amelia de Villiers, Grace Bennett, the coxswain Matilda Marconis, and that crew coached by Felix Dew and Lachlan Carter, and they're sitting back, possibly back in the bronze medal position now with the combination second from the furthest side of the course, which is from
Fremantle Bunbury. Yes, that's the crew of J. Kelly, C. Hansen Carnoy, S. Cross, S. Metzger and H. Herworth in the cock seat of that boat. And normal service has been resumed. We have the official draw in front of us now and can stop bluffing a little bit in any case. But certainly Melbourne Girls Grammar School looking to be in a strong position here in this final as it is. So they're racing for the medals in the under-17 women's at Cox Quad Scull.
Crew in the centre of the course from Queenwood already with 2 races under their legs this morning. Eva Thompson, Zara Taylor, Gemma McLaren, Addison Rolls, Alice Yardley, the Cox, coached by Ella Davidson, Ocean Nolan and Ashley Fitch. That combination we saw race the semi-finals for this event and then the heats of the under-17, or the repecharges maybe rather, of the under-17 schoolgirl Cox State to a commanding win earlier this morning, and they're back out there in the quadruple scull here.
Approaching the final quarter of this race now. Still does look to be certainly Melbourne Girls Grammar School on our side of the course here in the finish tower. Alongside them, Fremantle Bunbury combination well placed, and Sydney Rowing Club certainly having a very good race on the other side of the course. They placed in second in their semi-final, so in some ways the strange anomaly of 3 semi-finals can lead you to having a crew that finished in second place in the outside lane, as it turns out, in the final in the least favoured lane, and a long way away from our race leaders on the far side of the course. But it will be Melbourne Girls Grammar School who go through with a narrow margin, probably about 2/3 of a length from Fremantle Bunbury. Beside them, their lane 6 in second place. And then very interesting race for the bronze medal unfolding behind them. And Sydney Rowing Club, I think, who will just on the side closest to the camera go through in 3rd place. And then Queenwood, as Chris mentioned, possibly a pretty tight crew there from Queenwood after their today's racing and a couple of previous days as well. And then very tight Brisbane GPS and Canberra Grammar School. They're battling out for 5th and 6th. Ray mentioned that Brisbane GPS crew during their semi-final, but they were of course coached by Joe Patterson at the beginning of this season, who unfortunately died only a couple of weeks ago. But Joe was a very popular coach of both Brisbane GPS and the All Hallows School in Brisbane as well for many, many years. And his crew are doing their best here in this race, but probably sitting back in 5th or 6th position.
It is still Queenwood, as it has been throughout the duration of this final of the under-17 women's Cox Quadruple Scull, leading from the Fremantle and Bunbury composite in 2nd. Sydney Rowing Club in 3rd place on the far side of the course, and that Empacker Shell will do their best to try and make up some ground late on in the race from those 2 leading crews. But the Fremantle Bunbury composite coming home strong now. They've timed their run well and are making some serious moves on the Queenwood crew, who have led from the start of the race. Queenwood have done a lot early on. They've gone into the last 200 metres with a lead, and they'll hold it there, but not without a fight from Fremantle and Bunbury, who are coming home closer and closer with every stroke. There is only about 12 strokes remaining in the race here in the under-17 women's Cox Quad.
Melbourne Girls Grammar School, it is there, the crew in front with Emily Anthony, the daughter of Peter, in the stroke seat, who are about to come across and take the win here, about 2/3 of a length ahead of the crew from Fremantle Bunbury. So a very strong finish from both crews. Melbourne Girls Grammar School just hold on. Fremantle Bunbury finish in 2nd place, and 3rd will be Queenwood there, just coming over the top of the Sydney Rowing Club crew, who will finish 4th. 5th will go to that Brisbane GPS crew mentioned earlier, and 6th place to the crew from Canberra Grammar. So unofficially they're in race 514, the under-17 women's Cox Quad Scull. We don't have any times to bring you at this stage, but we can confirm Melbourne Girls Grammar School, lane 7, the winning crew. Fremantle Bunbury in 2nd place, and Queenwood in 3rd. They will shortly receive their medals as the action continues here on day 6 of the 2023 Australian Rowing Championships. We go to the final now of the under-17 men's Cox Quad Scull, with Brisbane Boys College racing in lane 2. St Joseph's of New South Wales, that would be in lane 3. Wendouree Ballarat Rowing Club lane 4. Hunter Valley Grammar Composite along with Essendon and Bundaberg in lane 5. 3 states in that crew. Kinross Walleroy in 6, and St Patrick's of Ballarat in lane 7. And I think it may have been Kinross Walleroy the race leaders. Still in the opening 500 metres here, so plenty of the course remains. The bright pink caps there of St Joseph's of Sydney, but they're not the race leaders. It is that light blue boat of Kinross Walleroy off to a flyer of a start, Chris.
So the St Joseph's crew there, just on the close-up rowing, the boat named after Spencer Turren and Jack Hargraves, gold medalists in the coxless at the Tokyo Olympics, but no match for the Kinross Walleroy crew who have really taken a good chunk out of the field in the first 500 metres. They're leading by about 5 seconds over the Hunter Valley Grammar Composite crew with Essendon and Bundaberg. So real mix of geographies there. In that second place crew, St Patrick's College from Victoria sitting in the provisional bronze, but only narrowly, as we saw on that close-up, 0.64 of a second ahead of St Joseph's College from New South Wales at the 500 metre mark. Wendouree Ballarat in 5th and Brisbane Boys in 6th place.
Certainly a bold start by the crew from Kinross Walleroy, going out to a couple of boat length lead as our drone is lifting off live there and moving up above the boats as they make their way down the second 500 metres of this race. And it certainly is the Kinross Walleroy crew. It'll be really interesting to see as they head into the second half of the race if that early pressure is going to take its toll, but they're out to, it's not quite 2 lengths, but at least probably a length and 2/3 over the crew alongside them in second place, which is that Hunter Valley Grammar Composite crew.
Real battle unfolding for the bronze medal though, between St Joseph's on our far side of the course, Wendouree Ballarat behind them, just aiming to get their bow ball into the medal, and then St Patrick's College from Victoria closest to the grandstand of the side of the course, who at the last timing point were in that bronze medal position, but only narrowly, so 3 crews right in the fight, and then the crew at the rear of the field, which was Brisbane Boys, and still not too far out of it in all reality, about a boat length behind the rest of the field.
I mentioned at Brisbane Boys College reminds me as I'm meaning to do a week to say hello to Jurek Hasselgrove, who was a student of that school several years ago, who usually is with us when in commentary at these regattas, but Jurek and his wife Maddie have recently had twin girls, so much to Jurek's protests, he is not here at Champion Lakes, and in fact he's flying around the world as a Qantas pilot now as well, but he is helping to look after his twin girls along with Maddie.
But then he was sending us emails from a pub in London, so...
Exactly right. But yes, the next generations of Edmonds and Hasselgroves are on their way, and I think a great rowing career potentially awaits those 2 young girls as well in a few years' time. But hello to Jurek if you're listening to us. But it is Kinross Walleroy who continue to lead here, and I'm not sure, Chris, if they're going to be caught.
I think they do look to be under a little bit of threat by that Hunter Valley Grammar Composite in the centre of the course. They've done a lot of work early on. I think it'll be a tall ask. They've got clear water there, but that battle for bronze is certainly not decided. It at the moment looks to still be St Patrick's College from Victoria or St Patrick's College from Victoria moving up into the bronze medal position ahead of St Joseph's, who had it at the 1500 metre mark, but St Joseph's won't be taking that lying down as they battle to get up into the minor medals. And let's not discount Wendouree Ballarat, who are there in the centre of the course fighting every stroke for it as well. Kinross Walleroy, they'll be your national champions in the under-17 men's coxed quad scull. The Hunter Valley Grammar Composite will come across for the silver medal, and it is bow ball between St Patrick's College and St Joseph's for the bronze. I think St Joseph's may have just had it, but then we'll go to a photo surely. Wendouree Ballarat will come across in 5th place, and Brisbane Boys College in 6th place. Now the timing does have St Joseph's College for the bronze medal there. We'll wait for the official results, but that is how I saw it cross the line.
I think they just hung on. It's saying 0.67. I think it was closer.
It was much closer than that.
But it did look like St Joseph's just managed to hold on there. The late charge from St Patrick's Ballarat. Kinross Walleroy have taken the win on lane 6. Second place to the 3-state composite crew, Hunter Valley Grammar, Essendon and Bundaberg, and we'll await confirmation on 3rd place, but it looked like St Joseph's of Sydney have snatched the bronze medal just ahead of St Patrick's from Ballarat.
They are coming at us thick and fast here for the junior quadruple scull division. So on the race now, of course, race 516, the final of the under-19 women's quadruple scull. Lane 2, a composite of North Esk and Mersey rowing clubs. Lane 3, commercial rowing club. In lane 4, a composite of Yarra Yarra and Sydney rowing clubs. In lane 5, a combination of Loreto Kirribilli, Fremantle, Swan River and Adelaide University boat clubs. It's like a late substitution to bring Loreto Kirribilli into the mix on that one. Pymble Ladies College in lane 6 and a composite of Centenary, the University of Queensland Boat Club and Sydney Rowing Club, supported by the Queensland Academy of Sport in the pole position in lane 7. And they are your early race leaders by just 0.39 of a second from the Loreto Kirribilli composite in lane 5, who are sitting in second place, just narrowly again, 0.42 of a second in front of the Pymble Ladies College crew in third. Yarra Yarra Sydney composite 2.5 seconds back in fourth place. And then the North Esk Mersey composite in fifth, and the Queenslanders represented by Commercial in sixth place at that first timing point. And the crew's just starting to spread out a little bit, and that Centenary composite on the near side of the course, consisting of Liesl Page and Lucy Searle from Sydney Rowing Club, Eliza Bridgefoot from the University of Queensland Boat Club, and Sophie Malcolm of Centenary Rowing Club, who have a commanding lead on the field at the moment, breaking out to Clearwater well in advance of the 1,000-metre mark from the Loreto Kirribilli, Swan River, Fremantle and Adelaide University composite, the Licorice All Sorts composite in the provisional silver medal position, and Pymble Ladies College moving up into the provisional bronze medal position ahead of Yarra Yarra and Sydney at the halfway point.
One of many. It's like these crews have taken as a challenge to find the most obscure and far-flung composites they can in some of these races. Wait till we get to
we're egging them on, really. I think they're just...
We are encouraging it, yes.
And they're going, you know what, let's just get to the commentators. Now, it does look like possibly a late medical substitution has brought someone in from another club to add to the complexity for that one.
Composite? Yes.
Yep. But there is no doubt about our race leaders. They are a composite crew of Centenary, University of Queensland and Sydney rowing clubs, who are leading the race from lane 7 there and leading it quite comfortably. Margin 4.34 seconds at the halfway point, and that crew looking to still be moving on their competition now as they encroach on 1,500 metres road and encroaching on a building crowd here at the 2023 Australian Rowing Championships here in Champion Lakes.
Certainly packed around the presentation area. We'll be underway shortly with our next of our presentations, I believe, for the under-17 women's quad scull. But the under-19s are making their way down the course now and heading for the final third or so of this 2,000-metre race, but still a handy lead, certainly, to that two-state combination, at least. Liesl Page, Lucy Searle, Eliza Bridgefoot and Sophie Malcolm, who have a fair collection of medals between them already from not just this year, but the previous years at the National Championships as well, and certainly stretching out to a substantial Clearwater lead now after 1,500 metres of the race. It is the Centenary composite crew who leads through from Loreto Kirribilli composite, just holding on to second place, 8.8 seconds but between our top two crews, and Pymble Ladies still there narrowly in third place, bit of a gap back to Yarra Yarra Sydney in fourth, with the two Yarra Yarra girls there in the bow pair and the Sydney Rowing Club in the stern pair. North Esk Mersey, the Tasmanians, were fifth, and Commercial Rowing Club in sixth place.
So that leading crew doubling their lead in the third 500 metres. So certainly not letting their feet off the gas as they enjoy the, dare I say, glassy conditions in lane 7 in the second 1,000 metres.
It's empty fate here, Chris.
I'm a glutton for some carnage, that's what I am. But conditions certainly improving here in the latter stages of racing of the weekend as we head into a run of finals, especially in our junior categories.
As was always forecast too, there were some concerns about winds for a couple of days yesterday and even this morning, but the forecast did suggest that by now it would be like this, and it would hopefully stay this way all the way through tomorrow's racing as well. Well, racing's just about set here, it seems. Centenary composite well clear. There was Loreto composite and Pymble Ladies.
There was a bit of a battle for the minor medals, for the battle for the silver medal, in fact, between the Loretto Kirribilli composite in the centre of the course, and the Pymble Ladies College crew in lane 6. Does look like the Kirribilli composite has gotten the better of that battle and will slot nicely into the silver medal position, but it is the Sydney Rowing Club, Centenary and University of Queensland crew who will be national champions in the under-19 women's quadruple sculls. They'll win it easily by close to 10 seconds from the Loretto Kirribilli composite crew with Fremantle, Swan River and Adelaide University. A neat length clear of Pymble Ladies College for the bronze medal. They'll be followed across the line in 4th place by the Yarra Yarra and Sydney Rowing Club composite crew. And then will come the crew on the far side of the course from
North-West Mersey in 5th.
Mersey.
And then Commercial will finish in 6th place. Unofficially there, 7:01.30 the winning time and 11.14 seconds, a very handy margin of victory to the Centenary, University of Queensland and Sydney composite crew over the Loretto Kirribilli combination, and Pymble Ladies College in 3rd in the under-19 women's quad scull. The presentation of medals for the under-17 women's Cox Quad Scull Championship of Australia. Medals will be presented by Tobias Weckler, Rowing Australia Councillor for the Australian Capital Territory. Third place and bronze medalists, the Queenwood School. Eva Thompson, Zara Taylor, Gemma McLaren, Addison Rolls and Alice Yardley. Coached by Ella Davidson, Oisha Nolan and Ashley Finch. Second place and silver medalists, the composite crew from the Fremantle and Bunbury rowing clubs of Juliet Kelly, Charlotte Hansen-Nahoy, Sophia Cross and Sina Metzger, coxed by Helena Herworth. Crew is coached by Keely Atchison and Cameron Fowler. Gold medalists and Australian champions for 2023, representing Melbourne Girls Grammar School, Maddie Clifford, Adelaide Banks, Samantha O'Keefe, Emily Anthony, and Lily Massini. Congratulate our 2023 Australian champions and medalists in the under-17 women's coxed quad scull.
As we wrap up that presentation, we do have some racing well underway on the course now in the final of the under-19 men's quadruple scull. Radford College in lane 2, Nudgee, Southport School, Griffith University Surfers Paradise and Bundaberg rowing clubs in lane 3. A composite from Sydney and Christian Brothers College in lane 4. Kinross Walleroy in lane 5 have scratched. A composite of Corio Bay, Hawthorn, Unley and Lake Macquarie rowing clubs in lane 6. And then a composite of the Marist College in Canberra and Mossman rowing clubs in lane 7. So a true race full of licorice, all sorts crews, just designed to make our lives as difficult as possible, but getting on with it with some fantastic racing thus far. At the 500 and the 1,000 metre mark, it was the Sydney Christian Brothers College composite. That's Cooper Hoskin of Christian Brothers College, joined by William Rogers of Sydney Rowing Club, Jackson Gersoy of Sydney Rowing Club, and Maxim Maloney, also of Sydney, to complete that crew. They were leading. They've led pretty much from the start of the race from the Marist College composite, which is a composite of Mossman Rowing Club and Marist College from the ACT. And those are two boys from Mossman, also rowing for Northern Beaches Secondary School. And they won a national title in the under-19 double scull.
Two successful double sculls, I think, combining there from Mossman and Marist College.
Yep.
Sitting in second place behind the Sydney composite double, predominantly a Sydney Rowing Club crew, with one row there from Christian Brothers. And then third at the 1,000 metre mark was the Corio Bay composite crew, Corio Bay, Hawthorn, Unley and Lake Macquarie. Sydney and Christian Brothers extending here, and they look to have more than 2 lengths now.
Good read on the field, so I'd say actually almost 2 lengths of clear water there. 6.64 seconds the margin back to Marist College and Mossman in second. Corio Bay composite in third place, about a length and a half ahead of the Nudgee composite and Radford College in fifth place.
We're reliably informed here that Cooper Hoskin from Christian Brothers College, well, we know that, but we're reliably informed that if they can stay in the leader in the top 3 spots, it'll be the first ever national medal for that school. It was once attended by Jamie Fernandez, who's currently the Deputy Performance Director of Rowing Australia, and I think they are pretty well placed here, Chris, with only about 150 metres to go.
The only thing they'll have to worry about is the battle for the silver medal encroaching on their lead. I don't think it'll move up quite that much. The Sydney composite, the best chance for the national title here in the under-19 men's quad scull, but it is the combination, the Corio Bay composite, who have just rode over the top of the Mossman and Marist College crew in lane 7, who have led all through the race. But so Sydney Rowing Club will come across to win the national title, the first ever for Christian Brothers College. The Corio Bay composite with Hawthorn, Unley High and Lake Macquarie Rowing Clubs will by half a boat length will take the silver medal. The Marist College and Mossman Rowing Clubs will come across for the bronze medal. Nudgee composite in 4th place, just outside the medals, followed across the line by Radford College in 5th place.
And no appearance there from Kinross Waller. It appears to fill the 5 in that particular race. Sydney Christian Brothers take the win there in 6:18.97, ahead of Corio Bay composite by 6.09 seconds. And 3rd place does go to Marist College and Mossman lane 7 in the under-19 men's quad scull final. The presentation of medals for the under-17 men's quad scull championship of Australia. Medals will be presented by Tobias Fair-Candler, Rowing Australia Councillor for the Australian Capital Territory. Third place and bronze medalists, St Joseph's College. Thomas Maloney, Matthias Maloney, McKinley Dooley, Gus Kisolka and Benjamin Clark. Crew is coached by William Raven, Michael Lane and Tom Morgan. Second place and silver medalists, composite crew from the Hunter Valley Grammar, Essendon and Bundaberg Rowing Clubs, of Logan Cavill, Reese Davey, Vaughan Henderson, Luke Purdy, and Moira Geraghty. Crew is coached by Odin McIntosh, Grant Williamson, and Rodney Dick. The gold medalists and Australian champions for 2023, Kinross Walleroy, Harry Dimmock, Nicholas Tancred, Oscar Cleary, Oliver Smith, and Angus Peterson. Who is coached by Benjamin Watt. Please congratulate our 2023 Australian champions and medalists in the under-17 men's Cox Quad Scull. Great race here, Chris, on the course, and the under-19 women's Coxed 8 with 6 crews on their way in the final here of this event. Seymour College composite with Adelaide University in lane 2. The Wilderness School also from South Australia in lane 3. St Catherine's of New South Wales in lane 4. It's an all Queensland, no it's not, it's a Queensland, Tasmanian, Victorian composite crew in lane 5. St Catherine's School of Melbourne are in lane 6, and Sydney Unique and Queenwood in lane 7. This was the event where the semis yesterday had the top 4 crews separated by about a second, so we promised a great final, and it is certainly delivering.
Yeah, even in the heats, this has been a real standout event throughout the week. The under-19 women's Coxed 8, and at the moment it does look like we've got 3 crews really battling it out for the national title. There is no one has gotten away clearly from the rest of the field yet. I'd say the crew doing the best job of it would be the St Catherine's New South Wales crew in lane number 4. They're on the leading crew out of that top 3 on the left-hand side of your picture if you're watching with us on the live stream. They're leading just narrowly from St Catherine's School in Victoria in lane 6, and the University of Queensland, Buckingham, St Patrick's College and Canned Composite in the centre of the course, is trailing in them. They've moved up into the second position now, and the St Catherine's Victoria School in 3rd place. So that St Catherine's School from New South Wales, they were the champions at the Schoolgirl Head of the River in New South Wales just 2 weeks ago. And the crew that you can see on your screen there of Madeline Mannins, Bianca Rupnick-Williams, Sienna Morgan, Chelsea Baker, Erin Cara, Leela Gaston, Madeline Swain, Jade Bliss, their Cox, Sophie Castellas, that crew coached by Jared Watson, Richard Coakley and Georgia Shearer. That's the crew doing the best job of it out at the head of the field here in the under-19 women's Coxed 8. But as for the minor medals, it is still anyone's picking between the crew sitting in 2nd, the University of Queensland composite, the St Catherine's Victoria crew in 3rd place, Wilderness School in 4th, Seymour and Adelaide Uni in 5th, and the Sydney University Queenwood crew in 6th place. Great racing unfolding here, 6 8s across. The University of Queensland composite, who are just not letting go quite yet from the crew from St Catherine's, who are our early race leaders and our current race leaders, but only leading by about a seat from the crew that is made up of Lillian Slatter and Molly Salisbury of Canned Rowing Club, Sarah Burke and Lily Bragg of St Patrick's College in Townsville, Georgia Montague of University of Queensland Boat Club, Hannah Riches of Buckingham, Isabella Allen and Manea Bishop, also at the University of Queensland, and Bo Palmer, their coxswain. That crew coached by Harrison Parks, Mitch Salisbury and Philip Bergenon, and they are trailing just, I'd say, by about 2 seats now, so maybe a little bit of margin opening up. That St Catherine's crew seeing the challenge on their bow side. Their coxswain, Sophie Costellas, undoubtedly urging her crew on to respond to the challenge as they move out to about a 3-seat lead over the University of Queensland composite in second. They in turn are a length clear of the St Catherine's Victorian School, who are just now being challenged by all 3 of the remaining crews in the race: Wilderness School, the Seymour Adelaide Uni composite and the Sydney University composite in lane 7. It looked to me that the Seymour College composite with Adelaide University, which was originally just the Seymour College crew, Victoria Binns substituted out of that crew for Deanna Macalino of Adelaide University. They look to have the momentum, actually, with about maybe just under a quarter of a length of overlap on the 3rd placed crew from St Catherine's in Victoria. It'll be a bit of an upset for that St Catherine's Victoria school, who we saw perform really strongly in both the heats and the semi-finals. So I would be very surprised if they don't respond to the challenge there, as our leading 2 crews still going stroke for stroke. St Catherine's in New South Wales, they pegged back a little bit more of a lead that University of Queensland took out of them, but University of Queensland saying, nope, we're not going to leave it at that, we'll go again. That crew just starting to move again now in the last 200 metres of the course. The race is certainly not decided yet. It's been St Catherine's School from Victoria rowing on Iron Cove, the school from the St Catherine's School from Sydney, school from Waverley in the eastern suburbs, who have led for the vast majority of the race. They've responded to everything that the University of Queensland have thrown at them. They're responding again as the University of Queensland come home strongly, but St Catherine's are moving away. St Catherine's from New South Wales will be your national champions in the under-19 women's cox state. The University of Queensland composite, a brave race, a fighting race, will take the silver medal, and it's going to be really tight between St Catherine's and Victoria for the bronze medal with the Wilderness School. The Wilderness School coming home with a wet sail to challenge for the bronze medal. That'll go to a photo finish. Seymour and Adelaide University in 5th place, just narrowly ahead of the Sydney University Queenwood School crew in 6th place. Richard, you said it was going to be a tight race, and you said it was going to be we were going to deliver an exciting one for the crowd, and we did indeed.
Did indeed. That was a great race. Brilliant finish from the Wilderness School, who may have snuck into a bronze medal spot. I'm not sure we can call that one from here, but that was very tight, and a great effort from St Catherine's of Sydney, who in the end led all the way, but never by more than a couple of seats to get across to take the win in the under-19 women's cox state. We'll confirm the photo finish results shortly for 3rd, but St Catherine's beat the University of Queensland composite crew in the under-19 women's cox 8. The presentation of medals for the under-19 women's quad scull championship of Australia. The medals will be presented by Brian Weir, board member of Rowing Australia. Third place and bronze medalists, Pymble Ladies College. Tilly Morgan, Megan Wood, Jessica Colbrand, and Mia Booth, who is coached by Ali Williams. Second place and silver medalists, composite crew from the Loretta Kirribilli, Fremantle, Swan River and Adelaide University clubs. Represented here by Greta Spencer and Lila Five. Not present, Victoria Binns and Elizabeth Carey, who is coached by Stefano Belosso, Alex Thompson and Mark Beer. The gold medalists and Australian champions for 2023, composite crew from the Centenary, University of Queensland and Sydney rowing clubs. Crew is Liesl Page, Lucy Searle, Eliza Bridgefoot, and Sophie Malcolm. Please congratulate our 2023 Australian champions and medalists in the under-19 women's quad scull. Back on the water now, racing in the final of the under-19 men's cox date. It'll be a tough act to follow that previous race, but we are racing on the course and we can bring you those official results, and it was just 0.11 of a second to St Catherine's of Melbourne, who will take the bronze medal despite a late surge from the Wilderness School. So St Catherine's of Sydney, the winners, 6:48.74, 3/4 of a second to the University of Queensland, and St Catherine's of Victoria, 6.78 seconds further back, but importantly for them, 0.11 of a second ahead of the Wilderness School. A great finish there in the under-19 women's 8, and we're racing now in the men's event.
Yeah, so we have full field here and hoping to back up that fantastic racing that we just saw, and it is the St Augustine's and Wesley College composite crew in the centre of the course that is leading this race to start with. That's the combination of Tane Potts and Oscar St Pierre of St Augustine's, Nicholas Bryant, Lachlan Idle, Charlie Johnston and Amos Kirk of Wesley College, Joe Lynch and Dougal McKenzie of St Augustine's, and then Josh Feverkrans, their coxswain from Wesley. That crew coached by Tom Manifi and Judith Ungerbach. They're making the best of things at the 500 metre mark, 1.23 seconds ahead of the St Peter's composite crew, 1.8 seconds ahead now at the 1,000 metre mark as they go across the 1,000 in time, 3 minutes, 0.75. Shaw School sitting in third place, the University of Queensland crew in fourth, and St Peter's College in fifth at that 1,000 metre timing point. Caulfield Grammar in sixth place, but the margin's still pretty slim between our leading three crews. St Augustine's 1.8 seconds up on the St Peter's composite crew with West Australian and Swan River Rowing Club. So as we learnt yesterday, that is the top four boys from their first date, along with some West Australian friends, and then the bottom four boys from their first date, as well as the top four from their second eight, competing in the crew in lane 2 that's coached there by Nathan Bowden.
The great thing about these improving conditions too, Chris, is we are seeing crews coming from all over the course. The women's 8 was won by the two crews who'd beaten in their semi-final. So both the second place finishers there came out first and second in the final, and they were still seated from the side closest to the camera there. So you still expect the leaders to come from lane 7 and 6, but in improving conditions, far greater chances for the crews in the rest of the course as well. And this race sees lane 6 leading lane 5 ahead of the crew in lane 7, who were semi-final winners.
Yeah, and Shaw did win their semi-final, and quite convincingly, which I think was a good race for them, considering a string of races that they probably weren't particularly happy with. And now just being bested by the St Augustine's and St Peter's College composite crews, two separate composite crews, those being the titles, with St Augustine's and Wesley still leading 4:34 to the 1,500 metre mark, 2.3 seconds up on the St Peter's composite. So a reasonable margin there, and St Augustine's still extending that lead in the third 500, but just half a boat length not insurmountable for the St Peter's West Australian and Swan River Rowing Club composite, sitting in the provisional silver medal position at the moment. I would say that they might just be moving a little bit, getting their bow balls a little bit closer to that of the Wesley and St Augustine's crew, maybe just getting a little bit more length per stroke, which is a statistic that we can get a pretty good insight on thanks to our fantastic drone footage. But Wesley appear to just be responding now, or the St Augustine's Wesley crew, they've lifted their rate of striking quite considerably in the last 10 strokes, and just edged out, or plucked back a seat or two as they come storming down towards the line, and we hear the roar of that ever-building crowd here, who are absolutely loving our junior racing that we're having on in the early stages of this afternoon. And it will be the St Augustine's and Wesley College composite crew who have led all the way through the race, despite the best efforts of the St Peters and West Australian composite crew. It will be St Augustine's and Wesley College who will be national champions in the under-19 men's Cox State. St Peters, West Australian and Swan River Rowing Clubs will come across for the silver medal. The Shaw School from North Sydney will cross the line for the bronze medal. A good 2 lengths clear from the University of Queensland composite with the Southport School and St Joseph's Nudgee College, who will finish ahead of the second St Peters College crew. Turn about half a length clear of Caulfield Grammar.
St Augustine's and Wesley take that one out. The final of the under-19 men's Cox State. St Peters composite really charged home on lane 5, and they got within probably almost half a length on the finish line, but not quite close enough. Third place, the bronze medal goes to the Shaw School. 6:06.04, the unofficial winning time there for our crew on lane 6, and they won it by 1.94 seconds in the final of the under-19 men's Cox 8. Presentation of medals for the under-19 men's quad scull championship of Australia. The medals will be presented by Brian Weir, Rowing Australia Board Director. The third place and bronze medalists, a composite crew from Marist College, Canberra and the Mossman Rowing Club of Oscar Shield Gamble, Dion Hansen, Darcy James and Jesse Rosen. Crew is coached by Thomas Kreber and Kieran Kabelke. Second place and silver medalists, composite crew from the Corio Bay, Hawthorn, Unley High and Lake Macquarie Rowing Clubs of Caelan Routley, Jasper Boyce, Max Curry and Charles Rardon. Gold medalists and Australian champions for 2023. Composite crew from Sydney and Christian Brothers College of Cooper Hoskin, William Rogers, Jackson Gersoy and Maxim Maloney. Who was coached by Donovan Seck and Alex Meeks. Please congratulate our 2023 Australian champions and medalists in the under-19 men's quad scull. From that presentation, we go back out on the water where the final of the under-21 women's quad scull is just underway. Our drone already on its way back up to the start, currently parked over the boat park area, giving a unique perspective of the many boats packed into that area here on the island at Champion Lake. So there were fewer boats than it was earlier in the week. A couple of trailers already packed up and preparing for the drive back. But we're racing here in the final of the under-21 women's quad scull. A field of 6 in this race. Melbourne University racing in lane 1. Pine Rivers Composite Crew in lane 2. Sydney University in lane 4. West Australian and Fremantle Composite Crew in lane 5. Centenary Composite Crew lane 6. And Sydney and UTS Haverfield in lane 7. And looks like, Chris, the composites have done it again here.
Yeah, since the change in the rules of allowing under-21 composites into the national championships, we have seen quite a few clubs making good use of that and putting together some pretty handy crews in these under-21 events. And it does look like the crew in the centre of the course, or the lane 6 rather, the Centenary Composite, that's Jessica Malcolm of Centenary, Meg Cartwright of Melbourne University Boat Club, Lindsay Culvert of Griffith University Surfers Paradise, and Gabrielle Geldard of Toowong, who had made the most of their Telstra phone bill and got themselves into a handy little 0.7 of a second lead at the 500 metre mark. That was from the Sydney composite, mostly Sydney Rowing Club crew of Laura Cypher, Talisa Noak Driver of Sydney, Sarah Fard from UTS, and Megan Hadfield of Sydney Rowing Club, who sat in the silver medal position. They were the winners of the first heat, although not without drama. Megan Hadfield feeling a little bit unwell and needing to be taken out of the boat at the finish line, but nothing serious, and back to racing almost straight away. Raced yesterday as well in the heats of the Cox 4, or the final of the Cox 4 rather, and doing a good job of it in the coxless quadruple scull. See Laura Cypher there in the stroke seat, who has had an enormously successful week already. See the West Australian Rowing Club crew on the screen there. That's the combination with West Australian Rowing Club and the Fremantle, or it is see a very late substitution. It's not even on our updated draw that that is now a composite crew between West Australian Rowing Club and Fremantle Rowing Clubs, and they were sitting back in 4th place at that first timing point. We'll see how that is progressing at the 1,000 metre mark as those crews just come through that timing point now. You can see that the Centenary composite crew is still well and truly in the lead by about a bit over half a boat length now from the Sydney composite crew in lane 7. The Pine Rivers composite slipping their way up into 3rd place. That's the crew consisting of Amelia Cooper from UTS, Georgia Tager of Adelaide Rowing Club, Olivia Cook from Griffith University Surfers Paradise, and Ella Smith from Pine Rivers Rowing Club. That crew just slipping their way into 3rd place and starting to knock on the door of the Sydney Rowing Club crew, who have been sitting in the silver medal position the majority of the way through the race. West Australian Rowing Club crew still sitting back in 4th. Melbourne University in 5th place, and the Sydney University crew of Lily Gavin, Stephanie Preller, Sophia Whiteman, and Zoe Bond sitting back in 6th place.
Again, we are seeing a crew on the other side of the course being quite competitive here. Is that Pine Rivers composite crew from all over the country, but yes, sitting back into probably 3rd place now, and may well be the West Australians who can move through to challenge them late for the bronze medal as they head through the 3rd 500 of the race. So I assume, Chris, you're keeping a close eye on the club point score here at this regatta once again. I note the official regatta webpage now shows a medal tally by club, which I think at last count may have had Sydney University ahead of Sydney Rowing Club, but they were certainly
very, very well in the first few days of racing. It is the actual tally for the point score is a little bit more complicated. It just take people smarter than me to figure it out, especially on a running basis. I think it just gets counted once. Most of the time just gets counted once at the end of the regatta.
They hand you the trophy at the end of it.
Yeah. And then sometimes gets counted another time a few weeks later.
Yeah. Yes, it's great to see the competition in all of the clubs here at this regatta, and what a race here as we go through 1,500. We thought this was looking like a substantial lead, but it's closed into about 0.41 of a second now. The Centenary composite crew leading it from the Sydney UTS Haberfield combination. So lane 6 from lane 7. It is the semi-final winners once again, but chances still across the course. And Pine Rivers composite do sit what looks to be comfortably there in 3rd place still, 3.12 seconds ahead, in fact 1 seconds behind, and 2.75 seconds ahead of West Australian Rowing Club and Fremantle in 4th. And then it was Sydney University lane 4 and Melbourne University lane 2, rounding out the field of 6 here as they race through the final 500 metres of this race. And it is that Sydney UTS Haberfield composite combination who does look now to have got their boat in front from 0.41 of a second behind. They've come through strongly in the last couple of 100 metres and look probably to have taken a lead of a 1/3 to maybe even half a length now as they stretch out in the concluding stages of this race. So they've certainly saved their best for last year, it would appear. Megan Hadfield, Sarah Farr, Talisa Noak Driver, and Laura Cypher in that combination for Sydney Rowing Club. And also UTS Haberfield, but not giving up the chase is that Centenary composite crew alongside them in 6. Meg Cartwright, Gabrielle Geldard, Lindsay Calvert and Jessica Malcolm. So Centenary, Griffith Uni, Toowong and Melbourne University, a predominantly Queensland crew with one Victorian there in the boat as they try and come back late. And also the Pine Rivers crew is finishing well on the far side of the course to ensure their hold on the bronze medal here. But it's Sydney Rowing Club, UTS Haberfield just holding on here by around about half length. They took the lead just after 1,500 metres and will do enough here to stay in front as they do push away. And in the end, they'll go across about 3/4 of a length in front. So the Sydney UTS Haberfield composite crew takes out the under-21 women's quad scull just ahead of that centenary composite crew on lane 6. Across the other side, Pine Rivers, Griffith University, Adelaide and UTS will take the bronze medal. 4th will go to West Australian and Fremantle clubs on lane 5. 5th place will be Sydney University on 4, and 6th place will go to lane 2, the Melbourne University Boat Club in the under-21 women's quad scull. 7:04.77 the unofficial time there, and the margin 2.01 seconds for the Sydney composite crew. Presentation of medals for the Under-19 Women's Coxed 8 Championship of Australia. Medals will be presented by Georgie Rowe, Olympian, world medalist in the women's 8 and 3-time world record holder in indoor rowing, accompanied by Stephen Donnelly, President of Rowing New South Wales. In 3rd place and bronze medalists, St Catherine School from Melbourne. Freya Cantwell, Zara Peel, Scarlett Shelton, Zoe Hall, Lucy Green, Chloe Nevins, Sienna Darcy, Jemima Wilcox, and Scarlett Pringle, who is coached by John Saunders and Bridget Carlisle. Second place and silver medalists, composite crew from the University of Queensland, Buckingham, St Patrick's Townsville and Cairns Rowing Clubs of Lillian Slatter, Molly Salisbury, Georgia Montague, Hannah Riches, Isabel Allen and Manea Bishop. Of President Sarah Burke and Lily Bragg, who is coached by Bo Palmer and coached by Harrison Parks, Mitch Salisbury and Phil Bourguignon. The gold medalists and Australian champions for 2023, St Catherine School from Sydney. Madeline Mannins, Bianca Rupnik-Williams, Sienna Morgan, Chelsea Baker, Erin Cara, Layla Gaston, Madeline Swain, Jade Bliss, and Sophie Castellas, who was coached by Jared Watson, Richard Coakley, and Georgia Shearer. Please congratulate our 2023 Australian champions and medalists in the Under-19 Women's 8.
So last of our finals for a little while before we'll go back to some schools quarterfinal racing and then a few more finals in just a little bit. But the men's under 21 quadruple scull well and truly racing now. 6 boats out on the course and they're through the 500 metre mark. It was the Sydney University Boat Club who were leading that one, supported by the New South Wales Institute of Sport. Edward Nutt, Sam Bristow, Hugo Hobbs and Hamish Danks, coached by Don McLaughlin. They had a 0.49 second lead over Sydney Rowing Club, Nicholas Whalen, Charlie Hine, Alec Hoskin and Gordon Applecran, who were the second place crew at the 500 metre mark. 1.2 seconds then back to the West Australian Rowing Club crew of Araya Almasi, Kieran Redding, Lachlan Moroney and Charlie Stevenson, coached by Stefano Beloso. That rounds out our top 3 at the 500 metre mark, but it was then really tight to the University of Queensland composite. Samuel Mounter from Griffith University Surfers Paradise, Patrick Murphy from UQ, Angus Painter from Tasmanian University Boat Club and Drew Waitman of University of Queensland Boat Club. They were sitting in 4th, but only narrowly outside of the medals there at that first timing point. So for those of you at the course, if you've got a bit of racing to do today, maybe recovering for another race, the Bannister Downs Dairy is now giving out free cartons of milk from just in front of the Row Union Bar. Their truck is there with the graphics on the side of it. First in, best dressed, so get in quick for your free Bannister Downs Dairy milk.
On towards the halfway mark, in fact through the halfway mark, on towards the 1500 now of this race with Sydney University lane 6 and the University of Queensland composite there in lane 7 continuing to be our leading 2 crews, although the West Australian Rowing Club is there in lane 5, look to have moved up a spot or so over the last few hundred metres of the race, albeit looking at a shot of just the 3 crews on that side of the course, so there could be other activity going on just outside our field of view. These 5 crews in the under 21 men's quad scull.
That Sydney crew is up in there, but it did look like they didn't quite have the momentum compared to that West Australian Rowing Club crew last time we saw them. So we're going to update as they come through the 1500 metre mark now. It's obviously still Sydney University Boat Club sculling really nicely out the front there. They're leading from the second place crew on the far side of the course, the the University of Queensland composite crew on this side of the course. West Australian Rowing Club in 3rd and 0.9 of a second back to Sydney Rowing Club in 4th place. UTS Haberfield composite with Mercantile and Sydney University and Tasmanian University Boat Club in 5th place at that timing point. So things still relatively close, but generally what we're seeing is that conditions slow but even in the first K, and then those inside crews still getting a little bit of an advantage, which they do deserve as they've qualified in those spots, but getting a bit of an advantage as they come storming down towards the finish line. So it's still the Sydney University Boat Club, but in the lead. Challenges coming at them from both sides, from the University of Queensland composite with Tasmanian University Boat Club and the Griffith University Surfers Paradise on their bow side, and the crew from the West Australian Rowing Club on their stroke side, who are both seeking to challenge the race leaders who have led from the start. It's still the Sydney University Boat Club. It looks like they've responded and might just have enough to hold off the late charges from the crews either side of them, but the race will be on for the silver medal. The University of Queensland have sat there for the last K or so. West Australian Rowing Club are pushing up on the field. Sydney Rowing Club finished strongly, but it won't be enough to get into the medals. They'll be 4th. Sydney University Boat Club take the final few strokes across the line. They'll come home as national champions in the under 21 men's quad scull. It'll be the University of Queensland composite just narrowly about 2 foot ahead of the West Australian Rowing Club crew. Sydney Rowing Club about 2 lengths back in 4th place. And then the UTS Haberfield composite on the far side of the course, rolling across in 5th place to round out the field.
It's a great vision for those watching on the live stream too of that shot from above. The drone showing the last couple of hundred metres as the ratings wound up and the crews charged toward the line. That was brilliant to see from high up above. And it was the Sydney University combination who will just hang on and take out the gold medal. University of Queensland finished in 2nd place. Third goes to the West Australian Rowing Club, 6:22.90, the unofficial winning time, and 1.30 seconds was the margin of victory there in the end to the crew from Sydney University. The presentation of medals for the Under-19 Men's Coxed 8 Championship of Australia. Medals will be presented by David Rose, President of Rowing Western Australia. Third place and bronze medalists, the Shore School. Lawson Banks, Oscar Muhlbauer, Tom Galligan, Thomas Waite, Remy Cameron, Corey Sloan, Will Clubb, Hugo Patrick, and Mackenzie Fox. Crew is coached by David Jennings. Second place and silver medalists, composite crew from St Peter's College and the West Australian and Swan River Rowing Clubs. Albert Howard, Xavier Van Ugen, James Young, Hamish Scott Young, Tom Edwards, boxed by Philippe Scalzi. Not present for the presentation are Harry Salfinger, Harper Davies and Joshua Hankey, and the crew is coached by James McRae, Mark Beer and Tom Gaddy. The gold medalists and Australian champions for 2023, St Augustine's College and Wesley College. Crew of Sane Potts, Oscar St Pierre, Nicholas Bryant, Lachlan Idle, Charlie Johnston, Amos Kirk, Joe Lynch, Dougal McKenzie, and Josh Pfefferkrantz. Who was coached by Tom Manifi and Judith Ungemach. Please congratulate our 2023 Australian champions and medalists in the Under-19 Men's 8. So we move from the presentations and those finals just completed. A couple of presentations that's still to come as we also move on to the quarterfinals of the Schoolgirls single scull. A huge day for these Schoolgirls single scullers who've been through some repêchages already today and have semi-finals waiting for them for those who can go through in the top 3 spots in these next 4 races. And we will have a change of commentary so I can have my lunch, and I'll hand you over to Ray Ebbett and Stuart John.
Afternoon tea, I think, Richard. It's quarterfinal number 1. Progression is first, second and third through to the semi-final. In lane 1, Indooroopilly State High School, Lucy McFarlane. Lane 2, Sunshine Coast Grammar School, Alana Scott. Lane 3, Perth College, Laura Stokes. Lane 4, Toorak College, Sophia Miller. Scratch lane 5. Lane 6, Brisbane Girls Grammar School, Astrid Thomas. And lane 7 is Cedar College. That's Zara Kafuri.
Well,
Cedar College, Richard, I'm not familiar with it.
yeah, it's a school in Melbourne, but Zara Kafuri, better known, of course, for her work at the Yarra Yarra Rowing Club. She is the under-19 single sculling champion of Victoria, and her mother, from memory, was the captain of boats at Lauriston Girls, if I remember correctly. But so a proud rowing family and a very successful rower in Victoria. She's the head of the Schoolgirls champion for 2023.
So do we know what the SEDA, is that an acronym?
That I can't tell you, no, unfortunately, but
Something District Academy? Southeast District Academy, how does that sound?
we'll Google hard and see what we can find.
All right, so it is Zara Kafuri who's leading over Astrid Thomas and leading handsomely with the first 3 to go through to the semi-finals. Sophia Miller is in 3rd place in turn, 10.36 in front of Lucy McFarlane. Then follows Laura Stokes and Alana Scott from Sunshine Coast Grammar School, where she rows for Marucci River Rowing Club. She's coached by the president there, Christy Stoddart. But certainly the Cedar College sculler, Zara Kafuri, coached by David Orchard. David has 2 scullers in this particular event. Sophia Miller of Toorak College in lane 4 is also coached by David at Yarra Yarra Rowing Club. No, David was very happy with Zara's performance in the under-17 single, I think it was, and so she's very, very promising. And the boat's called the Popper Hall. So thank you to the BMA boys for getting a camera shot in that close that I could see what the name of the boat was as the boat goes up and down. Welcome, Stuart John, and congratulations on your gold medal today.
Thanks, Razor. It's full credit to the boys. They gave 110%.
So Cedar College across the line first. Zara Kafuri, very good win there. She's very comfortable. Second will be Brisbane Girls Grammar School, Astrid Thomas. Third then, we're waiting for third, which is all important because it will get you into the final. Looks like one of our number here has lost his car keys by the look of it. And it will be Sophia Miller of Toorak College. So the 2 David Orchard coach scullers have made it through to the semi-finals. In 4th place is Lucy McFarlane of Indooroopilly State High School, coached by Michael Abstelton and Peter Wadsworth. Then follows Laura Stokes of Perth College. In 5th place, Sunshine Coast Grammar's Alana Scott will be in 6th place, 8:39.88, 8:39.88.
Confirmation of the results. Quarterfinal number 1 of the Schoolgirls single sculls. Zara Kafuri with the win. She goes through to the first semi-final along with Astrid Thomas from Brisbane Girls Grammar and Toorak College's Sophia Miller.
And they're underway, and well and truly underway in Schoolgirls single scull quarterfinal number 2. The first 3 through to the semi-finals. St Luke.
Ladies and gentlemen, the presentation of medals for the under-21 women's quad sculls. The medals will be presented by Jane Robertson, triple Olympian and 3-time world champion, including the women's quad sculls in 2003. Third place and bronze medalists representing Pine Rivers, Griffith University Surfers Paradise, Adelaide and UTS Haberfield. Amelia Cooper, Georgina Tager, Olivia Cook, Ella Smith. Coached by Glenn Smith, Christopher Holliday and Katie Healy. second place, and silver medalists representing Centenary, Griffith University Surfers Paradise, Toowong and Melbourne University. Meg Cartwright, Gabrielle Geldard, Lindsay Calvert, and Jessica Malcolm. They're coached by Christopher Holliday, Leo Karademetris, and Benjamin Southwell. And the gold medalists and Australian champions for 2023, representing Sydney and UTS Haberfields, Meg Hadfield, Sarah Fard, Talisa Noak Driver, and Laura Seifer. They're coached by Lachlan Carter and Katie Healy. Please congratulate our 2023 Australian champions and medalists in the Under-21 Women's Quad Sculls.
And obviously one of the bronze medalists had to go off for another race, and while that was on, the Schoolgirls single scull quarterfinal number 2 was raced. First was lane 7 St Pat's Townsville, second lane 4 Loretto Kirribilli, third was lane 6 Brendan Shaw from Tasmania, fourth St Pat's Townsville, fifth Seymour College, sixth Loretto Kirribilli, and seventh was St Luke's Anglican of Bundaberg. Quarterfinal 3 is on the course. In lane 1 is Fintona, Francesca Spano. In lane 2, OLSH, Amber Tulloch. Lane 3, Loretto Marriotteville, Emily Lang. Lane 4, Rockhampton Girls Grammar School, Georgia Brennan. Lane 5, St Luke's Anglican, Asia Heaps. Lane 6 is Seymour College, Victoria Binns, and lane 7, Kinross Wallaroy, who is our leader, and that's Lucy Searle, and she's got 6.64 seconds lead at the halfway mark.
Yeah, very talented sculler Lucy Searle from Kinross Wallaroy. Unsurprising to see her out in the lead, leading Victoria Binns, Asia Heaps, Emily Lang, Georgia Brennan, Amber Tulloch, and then through to Francesca Spano. So conditions just easing up a little bit, Ray. We're seeing a little bit less wind coming through than what we have for a large part of the regatta. It is still a little bit easier over on lanes 7 and 6 than it is for some of...
What lane did you come down in your race, Stuart?
It was lane 2.
Lane 2, so you're on the tough side of the course, obviously.
Well, you know, we were racing ourselves, so that was the toughest opponent.
But in a pair-oared boat in difficult conditions. Yeah.
With no foot steering.
With no foot steering?
No foot steering. We had to do it the old-fashioned way.
Okay. Yes, go a bit harder, and I'll ease off a bit. Yes. Communication skills are important, but it's certainly Kinross Wallaroy, Lucy Searle, Andrew Gannon, the coach. I ran into Adam Harrison downstairs, and still doing a great job at Kinross Wallaroy. They've had a number of very good head coaches there over the years, and enjoying his time, there's no doubt about that. Seymour College's Victoria Binns, she's done some laps of the course, there's no doubt about that. And she's coached by Tom Dornbos. And those two look pretty comfortable to me. And St Luke's Anglican, Asia Heaps, coached by Rod Dick, St Luke's Anglican at Bundaberg, and rowing out of Bundaberg Rowing Club.
Yeah, we've seen a few guys from Bundaberg Rowing Club here at the regatta. Number of people coming down from central Queensland.
They row on the Burnett River during the week, but on the weekends I think they go out to the Buckawea, where the Australian rowing team trained before the Sydney Olympics. And last year the Queensland Schools Championship Regatta was there over 3 days. I don't know how many races there were over 3 days, a lot, I know that. And it's going to be held there again this year. And one of our great mates, Lynn McCarthy, who usually coordinates the presentation of medals, was instrumental in the coverage of that race, and is a great servant, as is her husband Bruce, of Bundaberg Rowing Club. But on the course, at the 1500 metre mark, Lucy Searle 12.4 seconds clear of Asia Heaps in second place, 7.29. Victoria Binns in second place, Asia Heaps a further 7.29 back, and she's under a little bit of pressure now from Emily Lang of Loretto Marriotteville. Emily Lang, coached by Dario Sportelli. It's an all-the-way win coming up here for Kinross Wallaroi in the traditional blue boat. Oh, she's turned it off a long time ago. That's a very low rating.
I think what's going to be interesting here, Ray, is the battle for third place. So we've seen Asia Heaps, who was out in front at the 1,000 metres, and then it's been a big push here from Emily Lang from Loretto Marriotteville down in South Australia. And I suspect she's actually out in front at the moment and pushing a little bit towards second place.
And our leader rating 18 strokes to the minute. That suggests that she's doing it reasonably comfortably. And a very impressive win for Lucy Searle. Victoria Binns of Seymour College in South Australia, holding down second place in that all-important fight for third. Certainly Loretto Marriotteville charging over the far side. St Luke's Anglican needing to lift on this side to respond, and she's doing exactly that. Kinross Wallaroi across first, Seymour College second, stroke for stroke, St Luke's Anglican and Loretto Marriotteville. I think St Luke's Anglican.
That was very close. Emily Lang looked like she was just past Asia Heaps, and then a big push from Asia Heaps right at the end there to go through. So we'll wait on confirmation.
Unsurprisingly, the judges call for a photo.
I would definitely be calling for a photo, because that is between semi-final going, the 1 and 2 semi-final going through to the 3 and 4 semi-final. It's confirmation there of the win for Lucy Searle from Kinross Wallaroi. Victoria Binns from Seymour College definitely finishing in second. It's between third and fourth between Asia Heaps of St Luke's Anglican School and Emily Lang of Loretto College, Loretto Marriotteville. And then back a little bit further to Georgia Brennan from Rockhampton Girls Grammar School, Amber Tulloch from OLSH, and then back to Francesca Spano from Fintona to make up our field.
And quarterfinal number 4.
Ladies and gentlemen, the presentation of medals for the Under-21 Men's Quad Scull. The medals will be presented by John Boltby AM, Life Member of Rowing Australia and Chief Executive Officer of the National Sports Tribunal and Vice President of the Sydney University Boat Club. Third place and bronze medalists representing the West Australian Rowing Club. Here at the presentation, Kieran Redding, and unable to attend, Aria Almasi, Lachlan Moroney and Charlie Stevenson. They're coached by Stefano Beloso. Second place and silver medalists representing the University of Queensland, Tasmania University and Griffith University Surfers Paradise. Samuel Mounter, Patrick Murphy, Angus Pater and Drew Waitman. They're coached by Randall Martin and Christopher Holliday. The gold medalists and Australian champions for 2023, Sydney University, supported by the New South Wales Institute of Sport. Edward Nunn, Sam Bristow, Hugo Hobbs, and Hamish Danks. They're coached by Don McLaughlin. Please congratulate our 2023 Australian champions and medalists in the under-21 men's quad sculls.
And on the course is quarter-final 4 of the Schoolgirls single scull. Perth College, Alessia Sirocco in 1. Rockhampton Girls Grammar, Callie McRae in 2. Lane 3, Loretto Kirribilli, Alyssa Fickers, and she's right in the mix at the moment. Lane 4, Perth College, Elise Morrow Barrett. Lane 5, Norwood International High, Bianca Kohlberg. Lane 6, Newcastle Grammar, Alice McCready. And in lane 7 and leading the race, the local hope, St Hilda's from Perth, Emma O'Neill.
Yeah, Emma O'Neill.
Previous official result, first Lucy Searle, second Victoria Binns, third Asia Heaps, as we called it, fourth Emily Lang, then followed Georgia Brennan, Amber Tulloch, Francesco Spano, 8:52.63. The margin between third and fourth, getting into the next round or not, 0.32.
Absolutely nothing in it.
Absolutely. As we see Emma O'Neill, coached by Keely Atchison, St Hilda's Perth leading this fourth quarter-final.
Yeah, she's sitting ahead of Alice McReady, who's been challenged there by Alyssa Fickers from Loretto Kirribilli over in lane number 3. So they're our 1, 2, 3 at the moment. Elise Moreau Barrett from Perth College sitting just in 4th, ahead of Callie McRae from Rockhampton Girls Grammar, and then back to Bianca Kohlberg from Norwood International and Alessia Sirocco from Perth College, making up our field. As we just see now, Emma O'Neill from St Hilda's Perth, gone from start to finish, and very comfortable winner here in quarterfinal number 4 of the Schoolgirls single scull. So she'll go through to the final. In the battle for the minor placings, it will be Alice McReady from Newcastle Grammar who'll go through and finish in second place, just ahead of Alyssa Fickers from Loretto Kirribilli. So those scullers going through quite comfortably there, and then they'll finish ahead of Elise Morrow Barrett coming through in 4th place, just ahead of Bianca Kohlberg from Norwood International in 5th, and Callie McRae in 6th. Alessia Sirocco from Perth College in 7th place.
To advance, it'll be Emma O'Neill, Alice McCready and Alyssa Fickers. They'll go through to semis races 5:54, 56 and 57. On the course now is another final, Stu, under 23 women's quadruple scull. In lane 3, Swan River Waste. In lane 4, Griffith Uni, Surfers Paradise, Brisbane and GPS and Melbourne Rowing Club. Lane 5, Sydney University. Lane 7, Mercantile Rowing Club. And lane 8, New Norfolk West Australian Rowing Club and Adelaide University Boat Club. And it looks to me like the Mercantile VIS crew of Louisa Bongray and Louise Carr, Sophie Reiner and Paige Barr, coached by Annabelle Eaton, in the lead.
Yeah, really moving through quite nicely there through that first 1,000 metres, and then not a lot to separate our next 3 crews there. So we've got the New Norfolk West Australian Adelaide University composite over in lane number 7, probably just being headed by the Griffith University, Brisbane and GPS and Melbourne composite, and then Sydney University sitting just in the middle of those. So an exciting finish coming up. We've got Mercantile out in the leads, a couple of boat lengths ahead of that Griffith University Surfers Paradise composite in 2nd place, and then 3/4 of a boat length back to Sydney University, and then to the New Norfolk composites in lane 7, and then the Swan River Rowing Club making up our field through that 1,500 metres.
3.37 the margin between the leaders, Mercantile, and the composite crew. Olivia Georgiolopoulos of Griffith Uni Surfers Paradise, Livia Rosea of Melbourne University Boat Club, Hannah Kenway of Brisbane and GPS, Danica Free of Griffith University, Duncan Free, Chris Holliday and Peter Howard coaching that composite crew. Pushing them now, the Sydney University Boat Club crew, India Hobbs, Grace Turner, Emily Shepherd and Zoe McKellar, and Alfie Young coaching that crew. They're in the bronze medal, if not silver medal position at this juncture. In 4th place is the crew from New Norfolk, and at the rear is the Swan River crew, Claire Netherway, Lola Davies, Lola Quinn, Georgia Hughes, Mark Beer coaching And the composite crew on this side, Sophie Tickner, Cleo Wilson, Jolie Patterson, Molly McCausland, Tom Dornbos, Stefano Peloso and Kelly Graham coaching that crew.
So Mercantile out in front at the moment. They've got a boat length between them and the Griffith University Surfers Paradise Composite in lane number 4. Sydney University only about half a boat length behind them in third at the moment, but pushing hard into the last 150
second
metres.
place there, Sydney University. They've got their bow in front of Griffith, I think, Stuart.
Yeah, Mercantile still out in front though, looking confident, looking comfortable for the win. Sydney University, as you say, Ray, have moved their bow balls out in front and really starting to pull through with some massive strokes. It's a first place to Mercantile. Second place will go to Sydney University, with third going to the Griffith University Surfers Paradise Composite. Fourth place will go to the New Norfolk West Australian Adelaide University Composite, with fifth going through to Swan River Rowing Club. But a very strong win there for Mercantile. The battle was on for the minor placings, and Sydney University had the speed, had the tickets left in the tank.
And well done, Mercantile. They were very excited to get the win, that's for sure. 6:55.88. Margin 4.86 by 1.62. And a 10-minute break, allegedly, but it's about a minute to start time, and they're in the starters' hands. This is the under-23 men's cox day for the Australian Federation of Old Oarsman Trophy. The Australian Federation of Old Oarsman Trophy. Adelaide Uni Composite, Adelaide Uni Adelaide in lane 2. Fremantle University of Western Australia, West Australian Rowing Club in Swan River in lane 3. Mercantile, a straight club crew in lane 4. Melbourne University, another straight club crew in lane 5. UTS Haberfield, another straight crew in lane 6. And a composite canned Swan River, Adelaide University, UTS Haberfield, Western Australian Rowing Club crew. That is a licorice all sorts in lane 7. So it's very calm conditions at the start at the moment. Just about as good as we've seen in these 6 days of racing. Clouds reasonably ominous, one would suggest. The great shot from behind. Someone on the start pontoon, looking down the course, looking over the crews. It's a little bit of touching on the stroke side to keep the bows slightly into the wind. And our drone shot flying over the top of the start line now. You see more cars still coming into the venue, and away they go in the under-23 Men's Cox Day Championship of Australia final for the Australian Federation of Old Oarsman Trophy. And a great start it is. They've all got away well. The starter and the aligner would be very happy with that one. And the rates are up, that's for sure. And over in Station 7, that canned composite crew have got their beat right well and truly up. They're on 44 strokes to the minute, even 250 metres in. Haven't started to settle yet. Right beside them are the crew from UTS Haberfields. That's Harry Curtin, Ryan Gibson, Mackenzie Thompson, Oliver St. Pierre, Torben Ungemark, Alexander Wood, Joshua Wilson, Nicholas Pender, Bronte Blackmore Cram, the coxswain, and Matthias Ungemark is the coach of that crew. They have got their bow in front now of the canned composite crew. Alex Rossi of Western Australian Rowing Club, Brandon Smith of UTS, Nick Blackman of Adelaide Uni, Johnson Daubney of Swan, Riley Reese-Turner of Swan, Dylan Rhodes of Cairn, Jared Lord of Cairn, Mitch Salisbury of Cairn, John O'Cook, the coxswain, coaches Scott Rowe and Mark Beer. And Melbourne University right there, Massimo Maro, Felix Oliver, Matt Porter, Ryan Cornelius, Nick Smith, Winston Hooper, Fraser Miss Campbell, Harry Fox, Lucy Burnell coxing, and Matt Ryan is a coach of that crew. They're the 3 crews in the lead. The others still in the mix at the moment, headed by Mercantile, Benjamin Vandenberg, Lachlan Wilmot, Edward Finlay, George Burney, Ben Edmondson, Oliver Scalzo, Jake Polkinghorn, Dom Frederico and Jesse Rowley as the coxswain coaches, Al Matthews and David Chips Colvin then back to Adelaide Uni Comp in 5th place, and Fremantle Uni Comp, Fremantle Uni of WA Comp in 6th place. But the crews in 6 and 7 are having a real battle. UTS Haberfield, a straight crew, coached by Matthias Ungermark, and Cairns Licorice All Sorts, coached by Scott Rowe and Mark Beer.
Yeah, and a number of these crews, Ray, have rowers that'll be competing in the Youth 8s tomorrow. So that UTS Haberfield's N-Swiss crew, Mackenzie Thompson, Oliver St. Pierre, Joshua Wilson, Nicholas Pender and Bronte Blackmore Cram, all competing for New South Wales tomorrow. So that's the under-21 8s. They're competing up in age group in the under-28s.
Yep, and they are starting to move away now. They've got the best part of half a length over the crew from Cairns and Adelaide Uni, UTS Haberfield, Western Australian and Swan River. And not far back is the Melbourne University Boat Club crew, the crew coached by Matty Ryan. So it's 1.34 between first and second, 0.4 between second and third, then 4.28 back to Merckx in 4th place. They're a length and a half off the pace, clear of Adelaide Uni and Fremantle Composites.
And just talking of the interstate crews, that Fremantle Composite is very much the WA Youth 8s crew. So a chance to get some racing in and warm up a little bit for tomorrow's race. And then the Melbourne University and Mercantile crews, both containing a number of the Victorian Youth 8s as well. So a lot of interstate racing going on early doors at the moment. It is New South Wales, a UTS Haberfield N-Swiss crew, half a bout length ahead of Melbourne University in lane 5 and the Canned Composite in lane number 7. So there are 1, 2, 3 at the moment. And I suggest, Ray, we're in for an exciting finish as these three crews all battle it out. UTS Haberfield just with their half a boat length in front, but the other two crews, you can see from this magnificent drone footage, will not let them go.
It's only about a half a length covering all three crews, Stuart, that's for sure. I would suggest that Merckx of Melbourne Uni have got into 2nd place. The composite crew nearest the spectator side of the course is still hanging in there. They're in the bronze medal position now. It's what they can do to try and peg back those leaders, UTS. 2.06 is the margin between UTS Haberfield and Melbourne University Boat Club, a further 0.69 back to Cairns in 3rd place. So 2 straight club crews, and it's great to see the strength in some of these clubs. And UTS Haberfield, Matthias Ungermark's only been there the last 12 months or so, with Tim McLaren, Judith Ungermark, all coaching at UTS. Matty Ryan been in Melbourne for a number of years now, and at Wesley College and Melbourne University Boat Club. Himself an Olympic silver medalist in the men's 4 in 2008 in Beijing. And the crew in the bronze medal position are trying to lift to come out after the crew from Melbourne University Boat Club. And UTS Haberfield hanging on to that lead. It's very close for the silver medal position now as the composite crew nearest the judge gets some encouragement from the crowd, and they're trying to peg back not just Melbourne University but the tiring UTS crew. UTS have led almost from the outset. They've probably got a big enough lead to get home. A great charge coming either side of them. Melbourne Uni in station 6, Cairns Composite in station 7. Cairns coming at UTS. UTS will hang on though and get across in 1st place. Cairns Composite will get the silver. Melbourne University will be 3rd. 4th will be Mercantile. 5th will be Adelaide Uni Composite, and 6th will be Fremantle Composite.
What a tight race that was. There was absolutely nothing in that. All three crews side by side the entire length of the course. UTS Haberfield with the win from start to finish ahead of the Cairns Swan River Adelaide University. UTS Haberfield, West Australian Composite in 2nd and Melbourne University in 3rd place. The winning time...
Let's cheer. We've broken 6 minutes at last. That's how good the conditions have got. 5:53.46. Obviously the best conditions of 6 days of rowing. We've finally got through the 6-minute barrier for an 8.
The Ladies and gentlemen, the presentation of medals for the Under-23 Women's Quadruple Scull Championship of Australia. The medals will be presented by Jane Robertson, triple Olympian and three-time world medalist, including the women's squad 20 years ago. In third place, and bronze medalists, representing Griffith University Surfers Paradise, Brisbane and GPS, and Melbourne University. Olivia Georgopoulos, Livia Rosea, Hannah Kenway, and Danica Free. They're coached by Duncan Free, Christopher Holliday, and Peter Howard. Second place, and silver medalists, representing Sydney University, supported by the New South Wales Institute of Sport. India Hobbs, Grace Turner, Emily Shepherd, and Zoe McKellar. And they're coached by Alfie Young. And the gold medalists and Australian champions for 2023, representing Mercantile Rowing Club, supported by the Victorian Institute of Sport. Louisa Bongrain, Louise Carr, Sophie Reiner, and Paige Barr. And they're coached by Annabelle Eaton. Please congratulate our 2023 Australian champions and medalists in the Under-23 Women's Quad Sculls.
Thanks, Stuart. So we've got race 528 on the course, the quarterfinal number 1 of the Schoolboys single scull. We've had the quarterfinals of the Schoolgirls single, now onto the Schoolboys. So important to know here that the first 3 going through to the semi-final, and that is the A semi-final. The rest go to semis 3 and 4. So Tom McGee from St Augustine's in lane 1, coached by Judith Ungermark. Perth Modern School in lane 2, Jonathan Foster, coached by Kevin Neville. Lewin Harridge, coached by Minnie Cade in 3 from Albert Park College. Oliver Evans Wood in 4 from Norwood International High, coached by Brenton Terrell. Phoenix Graham in 5 from St Ignatius College, coached by Daniel Noonan. In 6, Aquinas College's Harry Salfinger, and then Nudgie's Chad Willett in lane 7.
And through the 1,000 metres, we did have Chad Willett out in the lead ahead of Harry Selfinger, Oliver Evans Wood, Lewin Harridge, Phoenix Graham, Jonathan Foster and Tom McGee, as we just see our leading sculler, Chad Willett, out in front at the moment in this first quarterfinal, looking good to go through to the 1 and 2 semi-finals. Harry Selfinger sitting in second place, Oliver Evan Woods in third, Lewin Harridge only just under 3 seconds behind in fourth, so not entirely out of the picture, as isn't Phoenix Graham from St Ignatius College. Jonathan Foster a bit further behind him, and then back to Tom McGee to make up our field into the last 500.
Lewin Harridge trying to pull back to 8. And he has to pull back 2.78 seconds, Lewin Harridge from Albert Park College in lane 3. So if he's to make it into those semis 1 and 2, which put you on course for the A final, which is on tomorrow. So you can see interview Chad Willett from Nudgee in front from Harry Salfinger from Aquinas College in WA. And then the battle for third is really heating up, and it's heating up between Lewin Harridge from Albert Park College and Oliver Evans-Wood from Norwood International High in South Australia. This is going to be a really intriguing finish with about 300 metres remaining in this quarterfinal number one. Remembering top three to the semi-finals 1 and 2, the rest to semis 3 and 4. 1 and 2 putting you on course for the A final. Nudgie's Chad Willett leading the way with 100 metres to go. Still Harry Sulfinger from Aquinas College, the WA local. He has got himself in second spot, but third is right up for grabs. Oliver Evans-Wood, Lewin Harridge also involved there. Phoenix Graham from St Ignatius. He is making a late charge, but it's definitely going to be between the Victorian and the South Australian for the third spot. Out in front, Chad Willett. He's going to go through in first to the semi-final. Harry Sulfinger from Aquinas is going to go through in second. A great late push here from Oliver Evans-Wood. It was really tight with about 100 metres to travel, but it is the South Australian from Norwood International High. He's going to go through to semis 1 and 2. Lewin Harridge just misses out, as does Phoenix Graham, Jonathan Foster and Tom McGee. The last two scullers to cross. Tom McGee, he's going to cross in 6th place, and Jonathan Foster in 7th from Perth Modern School.
Confirmation of the results from quarterfinal number one of the Schoolboys single scull. First place in qualifying for the final, Chad Willett from St Joseph's Nudgee College. Second place from Aquinas College, Harry Selfinger. And third place, Oliver Evans-Wood from Norwood International High. Our next course coming down is quarterfinal number 2 of the Schoolboys single scull. Lane 1 from Canberra Grammar, Cash Kazakov. Lane 2 from Trinity College, Benjamin Sutherland, coached by Joseph Dawson. Lane 3 from Gibson Grammar, Anthony Smith, coached by Danny Crofton. Lane 4 from St Augustine's, Cody Kearney, coached by Judith Ungamak. Lane 5 from St Luke's Anglican School, Corey Stevens, coached by Rodney Dick. In lane 6 from Unley High, Jasper Boyce, coached by Daniel Ralph and Asher Doherty Garside. And lane 7 from Kew High School in Victoria, Archie Critchell, coached by Tristan Kravetsky. Ladies and gentlemen, the presentation of medals and the Australian Federation of Old Oarsmen's Trophy for the Under-23 Men's Cox State. The medals and trophy will be presented by Mel Batten, OAM, board member of Rowing Australia, Olympian, World and Commonwealth Games champion. In third place and bronze medalists representing Melbourne University and the Victorian Institute of Sport, Massimo Maro, Felix Oliver, Matt Porter, Ryan Cornelius, Nick Smith, Winston Hooper, Fraser Miss Campbell, Harry Fox and Lucy Burnell. And they're coached by Matthew Ryan. Second place and silver medalists representing Cairns, Swan River Adelaide University, UTS Haberfield, and West Australian Rowing Club, supported by the Queensland Academy of Sport, West Australian Institute of Sport, and the South Australian Sports Institute. Alex Rossi, Brandon Smith, Nick Blackman, Johnson Daubney, Riley Rees-Turner, Dylan Rhodes, Jared Lord, Mitch Salisbury, and John O'Cook. And their coaches are Scott Rowe and Mark Beer. And the gold medalists and Australian champions for 2023, representing UTS Haberfield Rowing Club, supported by the New South Wales Institute of Sport. Harry Curtin, Ryan Gibson, Mackenzie Thompson, Oliver St. Pierre, Torben Ungemak, Alexander Wood, Joshua Wilson, Nicholas Pender, and Bronte Blackmore Cram. They're coached by Matthias Ungemak. The Australian Federation of Old Oarsmen's Trophy will now be presented by Mal Batten OAM. Please congratulate our 2023 Australian champions and medalists in the under-23 men's eights.
Thanks, Stuart. Now, we just had quarterfinal 2 of the Schoolboys single scull, and this was a field of Cash Kashikov from Canberra Grammar, Ben Sutherland from Trinity College, Anthony Smith from Gippsland Grammar, Cody Kearney from St Augustine's, Corey Stevens from St Luke's Anglican, Jasper Boyce from Unley High, and Archie Critchwell from Kew High School. I feel like I should do a phantom call of the finish, but basically what happened was Archie Critchwell and Jasper Boyce, they went through in first and second, and right on the line, Cash Kashikov and Anthony Smith, so Cash Kashikov from Canberra Grammar and Anthony Smith went toe-to-toe over the last 50 metres, and the unofficial result is that Anthony Smith beat Kashikov by .06, but we're waiting to find out the official results because it needed a photo, and it was, if we were calling that race, we wouldn't have been able to give a winner. It was that tight. So we're going to wait for those official results and we'll bring them to you, but Stuart's going to take you through the field for this third quarterfinal.
Yeah, quarterfinal 3 of the Schoolboys single sculls. Lane 1 from Scotch College Adelaide, Harry Dangerfield, coached by Tim Belcher and Thomas Merrigan. Lane 2 from Gin State High School in Queensland, Lachlan Simpson, coached by Ashland Chapman. Lane 3 from St Joseph's College in New South Wales, Finlay Mitchell, coached by Will Raven, Michael Lane and Tom Morgan. Lane 4 from Adelaide High, Finn Redmond, coached by Joanne Malcolm and Harrison Linder. In Lane 5 from Norwood International High, Igor Zarubin, coached by Brenton Terrell. Lane 6 from Churchlands Senior High in WA, Remy Payne, coached by Kevin Neville. And in Lane 7 from the King's School, Sydney, William Rogers, coached by Julian Huxley. Through the 1500 metres, it is William Rogers leading Remy Payne and Igor Zarubin. Less than 2 seconds between Igor Zarubin in third and Finn Redmond from Adelaide High in fourth place. Again, that is the final qualification position for the 1-2 semi-final. Finlay Mitchell in fifth place and Harry Dangerfield in sixth, and then it looks to be back a little bit further to Lachlan Simpson from Gin State High School. Just getting confirmation up on the screen there.
Well, we're going to get a great finish here, Stuart. This is going to be another race here, and we love this. Quarterfinal racing here in the Schoolboys single scull. Quarterfinal number 3. So as has been the case throughout these, the top three going through to semi-finals 1 and 2, putting you on course for the A final. So William Rogers, coached by Julian Huxley, he's just in front. Doesn't it look beautiful? The conditions right now, as good as we've had all week for these single scullers. William Rogers from the King's School in first. In second place, Remy Payne from Churchland Senior High in WA, coached by Kevin Neville. Those two are in a great position to go through. Then this is where it gets tight. Igor Zarubin from Norwood International High is going up against Finn Redmond for the final spot. And at the 1500 metre mark, Finn Redmond was behind by around 2 seconds. And right now, it is that tight. Igor Zarubin versus Finn Redmond here for the final spot. William Rogers confirms first. He's through to the semi-finals. So too is Remy Payne. So both through to semis 1 and 2. Igor Zarubin just increasing his advantage here over Finn Redmond. Finn Redmond challenged him over these last 500 metres, but Igor Zarubin extends the advantage on the line, and he goes through from Norwood International High. Adelaide High's Finn Redmond misses out. The two South Australians going head-to-head there. So Finn Redmond to semis 3 and 4. St Joseph's Finley Mitchell will come through in 5th. Harry Dangerfield from Scotch College, Adelaide in 6th, and Lockie Simpson from Gin Gin State High School is going to finish in 7th place.
You could see there, Ben, the Igor Zarubin from Norwood International High. You could see the boat bouncing as he came over the line, really putting in those big strokes towards the end to make sure he qualified. There was nothing left in the tank for either Igor or Finn Redmond from Adelaide High in that battle for 3rd place. By confirmation, a win for William Rogers from the King's School, 2nd place to Remy Payne from Churchland Senior High, with 3rd going to Igor Zarubin from Norwood International High. Moving on to quarterfinal number 4 of the Schoolboys single scull. In lane 1 from John the 23rd College, Liam Davis, coached by Kevin Neville. Lane 2 from the Friends School in Tasmania, Alex Rackham, coached by Ian Jordan. Lane 3 from St Patrick's College in Victoria, Angus Murfitt, coached by Paul Blanchfield. Lane 4 from Unley High in South Australia, Thomas Osborne, coached by Daniel Ralph and Jude Shermer. Lane 5 from Bundaberg State High School, Logan Cavill. Lane 6 from the Hutchins School in Tasmania, Henry Pitt, coached by Andrew Palmer. And in Lane 7 from Christian Brothers College in South Australia, Cooper Hoskin.
Really spread out field, isn't it? It's about 3 seconds, 4 seconds behind every boat. So that was at the 1,000 metre mark. Cooper Hoskin from Christian Brothers out in front. Henry Pitt in 2nd from Hutchins. Angus Murfitt from St Patrick's in 3rd. Now, we've just got an official result here from that quarterfinal number 2, which went down to the wire. Cash Kasakov, he misses out on semis 1 and 2 by 0.06.
So some really close finishes there, Ben, in that 3rd and 4th spot. All important to go through the 1-2 semi-finals. And a couple of people, unfortunately, missing out by the barest of bare margins.
Yeah, that's tough. That is tough. Anthony Smith and Cash Kasakov, what a finish. We love a tight finish up here in the commentary box. We know down on ground level, if you're supporting one of those two boys, it's either euphoria or just devastation. You've put everything into it over 2,000 metres and it comes down to 0.06. Great racing from those two boys.
We're just seeing the scullers come past the 1,500 metre mark, and it is Cooper Hoskin from Christian Brothers College out in front at the moment and looking very comfortable. A nice little even battle now going on here for 2nd place. Angus Murfitt from St Patrick's College in Victoria moving ahead of Henry Pitt from Hutchins School down in Tassie. So there are 1, 2, 3 at the moment. 8 seconds back to Liam Davis from John the 23rd College here in WA, and then Logan Cavill from Bundaberg State High ahead of Thomas Osborne from Unley High, and then back to Alex Rackham from the Friends School making up our field. So the 3 first place getters looking quite comfortable at the moment. That's Cooper Hoskin, Angus Murfitt and Henry Pitt. 8 seconds between 3rd and 4th. So we may not see quite as exciting, although, Ben, we almost saw 10 seconds run down the other day.
Well, I know we're using that as the high watermark, aren't we? About 10 seconds. I don't think it resulted in a change of place, but 10 seconds was pulled back. I think 1 second was the difference in the end between the pairs. So, and the man who can do that is Liam Davis over from John the 23rd College in WA. So he could pull off, he would definitely go into the report as comeback of the day if he can pull this off, and he is certainly going for it. You can see him going for it. Liam Davis over on the far side. On this near side though, it is Cooper Hosking, and look at him go. He's out in front and he's still putting it in here at the back end. He's going through in first. It doesn't matter. He's just doing a little practice run here for the semi-final. What he's going to need at the back end maybe to go through to the A final. But Cooper Hosking laying down a marker here from Christian Brothers in South Australia. And you can see Angus Murford in second place. That was impressive sculling from Cooper Hosking. So the South Australian, he goes through in first place. Angus Murford, who is back in third at the 1K, rose up to second at the 1500. He is going through now in second place, and it's pretty clear cut for third. Henry Pitt from Hutchins, coached by Andrew Palmer, the Tasmanian, is the third through. Liam Davis, he's putting it in here to get fourth place over on the far side of the course, and he gets there for fourth. Fifth is going to go the way of Unley High, and that's a tight run thing, and we're going to see Alex Rackham from Friends in Tasmania, who is going to finish this one in seventh place.
It's a confirmation there for the win for Cooper Hoskin from Christian Brothers College. He'll be joined in the 1-2 semi-finals by Angus Murford from St Patrick's College, Victoria, and Henry Pitt from the Hutchins School in Tasmania. Winning time there of 7 minutes 49.87. Moving on now to the final of the under-23 lightweight women's quad sculls. Lane 3 is a UTS Haberfield Sydney composite. Lane 4, Brisbane and GPS, Toowong, Griffith University Surface Paradise. In Lane 5, Sydney Rowing Club. Lane 6, Tasmania University, Huon and Sydney University composite. And Lane 7, it's a Banks, Ballarat City and Yarra Yarra composite.
So lots of good racing on the way. Under 23 lightweight women's quadruple scull on the water, and then we've got the open lightweight men's coxless for the Lucerne Cup. So much to look forward to over the next little while here at Champion Lakes on day 6 of the Australian Rowing Championships. And you can see how this field is spread over the first 1,000 or past the 1,000 metre mark. 3:31.21, that Sydney N-Swiss crew in lane 5 went through the first time check. 4.3 seconds further back, Tasmanian University composite and Brisbane and GPS composite in third position. Just see some of the wildlife here on show at Champion Lakes.
That's Brisbane and GPS composite. Olivia Cook, Imogen Walker, Jemima Powell, Mackenzie Durbridge are the Queensland Victoria Cup crew coming up tomorrow in the interstate for the lightweight quads. I think from the Sydney Rowing Club crew of Liesl Page, Isabel Watson, Grace Cypher and Laura Cypher. Grace Cypher in that crew tomorrow for New South Wales.
So we may just get a little bit of a look at what we can expect tomorrow in the Interstate Regatta to finish off this 2023 Australian Rowing Championships. Big gap, isn't it, between first and second, almost 6 seconds between Sydney and Tasmania University composite crew. They come into view here. The battle for bronze, though, is certainly on because Brisbane and GPS, they were there. They were in a good position, but UTS Haberfield composite are certainly pushing up. You'd probably say the Banks composite crew on this near side of the course are going to struggle to get themselves involved in the medals. But out in front, Sydney N-Swiss, Liesl Page, Isabel Watson, Grace Cypher, Laura Cypher. Also supported by N-Swiss, this crew coached by Lachlan Carter, Felix Diu and Donovan Check. And then in second place, the Tasmania University composite, but they may be challenged here for silver by Brisbane and GPS, who looked as though they may be caught by the UTS Haberfield composite. Well, that is not going to happen now. They are putting the pressure on the Tasmania University, Huon and Sydney Uni crew of Robinson, Teal, King and Oliver, coached by Paul Newman. Brisbane and GPS coming for a silver medal, but Tasmania University Composite trying to hold them off, and it looks as though they may have done it. But Sydney Yen Swiss, they are going to be the Australian champions in the under-23 lightweight women's quadruple scull. Tasmania University, Huon and Sydney Uni grab silver, and Brisbane GPS, Toowong and Griffith Uni Surfers Paradise. That composite crew will claim bronze, edging out UTS Haberfield and Sydney Composite, and the Banks, Ballarat City and Yarra Yarra Composite will cross in 5th.
Confirmation of the win in the under-23 lightweight women's quad sculls. A win for Sydney Rowing Club. Second place going to the Tasmania University Composite, and third to the Brisbane and GPS Composite. Our next race down the course is the open lightweight men's coxless fours for the Lucerne Cup. In lane 3 is a Mercantile Barwon Composite. Lane 4 is an Adelaide University crew. Lane 5 is a UTS Haberfield, Nepean and Canberra Rowing Club Composite. Lane 6, Swan River Fremantle Composite. And Lane 7, North Esk Rowing Club, as we see them just coming up towards the start line now. And again, Ben, we're seeing a number of these crews will be representing their states tomorrow in the interstate regatta.
So we're underway here in the open lightweight men's coxless 4 for the Lucerne Cup, and this is going to be some kind of an entree for the Penrith Cup, which is going to take place tomorrow in the interstate regatta. This is going to be an absolute ripper of a race here. 533, the open lightweight men's coxless 4, Stuart.
Yeah, that's right, Ben. There are a number of crews. There's 2 crews here that are entirely their interstate crew. We'll go through those in a minute, and all the others have at least half their crew members. So from lane 3, it's a Mercantile Barwon Composite of Stephen O'Sullivan, Tom Hastings, Jordan Roberts and Benjamin Whitney, coached by Alistair Matthews, Thomas Hastings and Jordan Roberts in the Victorian crew. In lane 4 from Adelaide University, Kyle Miller, Hugo Worm, Mitchell and Charlie Moore, coached by Sam Morton. So Kyle, Mitchell and Charlie, all part of the South Australian crew. Lane 5, the UTS Haberfield, Nepean and Canberra Composite. That's James Waldersey from Canberra Rowing Club, Jack Henderson from UTS, Jason Waddell from Nepean and Sean Murphy from UTS. That is the New South Wales crew in its entirety. Lane 6, the Swan River Fremantle Composite of Patrick Bohr, Mario Lepresti, Perry Ward and Rowan James, coached by Neville Kempton. Patrick, Perry and Rowan, the WA representatives in the Penrith Cup. And then from North Esk in Tasmania. The Tasmanian Penrith Cup crew of Dion Birtwistle, Laurie Dean, Connor Ryan, Oscar Birtwistle, coached by Trevor Barrett. This is as close to interstate racing as we get before tomorrow afternoon.
And you can see we're getting through those split times for the 500. Adelaide University leading the way from North-Est. The Tasmanians doing well in lane 7. Mercantile and Barwon Composite, Victorians in 3. WA in 4th position and New South Wales in 5th, but it is tight. It is tight, so that is fair to say.
It's probably only at about 3 seconds between all 5 boats, so there is not a lot that we're expecting out of this race. But as we say, it really is a great opportunity for all these crews to sort of get in, row together. Even the obviously the North-Est crew from Tasmania, a little bit of an advantage so far as they're at the same club. Certainly for the New South Wales crew, even though James Waldersea, currently representing Canberra Rowing Club, is originally from UTS Haberfields and certainly very familiar with rowing with Jack Henderson and Sean Murphy. But out in front, that North-Est crew, there's something about Tasmania and lightweight rowers at the moment. We've seen their Victoria Cup crew winning 3 times, 3 years in 3 different venues: Sydney, Barrington, Ngambie. Can they add Champion Lakes onto that list? Back here in the men's race, and you can see there the Adelaide University crew, front of screen, the New South Wales, the UTS Haberfield, Nepean and Canberra crew just behind them, and then over behind them again is the Swan River Fremantle Composite. So coming up towards the 1,000-metre mark, it is the Adelaide University crew that have hit the front now. Adelaide University leading North-Est, then back to Mercantile Barwon, Swan River Fremantle in 4th, and then UTS Haberfield Composite in 5th place. And again, we've only got about 3.5 seconds between 1st and 5th. There is still nothing in it. This is anyone's race to win coming up into the second half of it.
And just having a look at the winners last year, so Barwon Banks Composite won this one at Ngambie last year. Oostendorp, Cathcart, Tomchak and Hastings, they were the crew that got the job done. Thomas Hastings is in this boat here for the Mercantile Composite crew. They're in lane 3 over on the far side if you're in the crowd here. And this is going to be some quality racing into the last 500 metres here. We're going to get the final time check, and then they are going to go for it in that last quarter of the race. So Adelaide University leading the way in lane 4, but it's basically throwing a blanket over the field time. From the far side to the near side, Mercantile in 3, Adelaide Uni in 4, UTS Haberfield Composite in lane 5, Swan River Composite in lane 6, North-Est in lane 7. Stuart, what are the splits here?
Just waiting for the splits as we just see the drone come up now as they're approaching that 1,500 metre mark. And this is going to give us an absolutely fantastic view of the racing as they come into that last 500 metres or so. So coming up towards the 1,500 metre mark, it is Adelaide University that are out in front at the moment as we just wait on those timings. So Adelaide University leading North-Est by 1.5 seconds, 3 seconds back to Mercantile, less than a second back to Swan River Fremantle, and then UTS Haberfield Composite in 5th place, but only a boat length between 1st and 5th. There is nothing in it as we're coming into the last 500 metres of the open lightweight men's coxless 4. This is for the Lucerne Cup and an early chance of interstate glory.
Well, this would be quite incredible because it's so tight. UTS, they could come from 5th to snatch a medal here, potentially win it. They are sitting back the furthest crew at the moment. Adelaide University have led for the majority of this race. They're in lane 4, but the strength is coming from North-Est in Tasmania. They're going towards the edge of that lane. They're going to try and straighten it up here. On the inside of them, the Swan River Composite crew, but Adelaide University, they may be still in front, just ahead of North-Est. Mercantile also involved. Back in 4th, the Swan River Composite. The local crew here from Western Australia, can they pull something out? Swan River are going for it here. Maybe they're a late smoky with 200 metres to go. It's still North-Est and Adelaide University, but the WA crew, they are coming home with a wet sail with 100 metres to travel. Adelaide University leading North-Est, Swan River coming as well, Mercantile Composite, UTS Haberfield out of it at this point, but it's Adelaide University and North-Est for the line. North-Est are coming for them late, but just Adelaide University get north there. Swan River Composite get bronze. And Mercantile fourth, UTS Haberfield fifth. Adelaide University holding on with all their might at the back end to stop North Esk coming through and winning gold. What a race that was for the Lucerne Cup.
That may be my favourite race of the regatta so far. That was absolutely nothing at a boat length between all our crews, the entire length of the course. Unbelievable there. Adelaide University with the win ahead of North Esk Rowing Club with the Swan River Fremantle Composite coming through in third. There was about 5 seconds between first and fifth. That's if we can beat that at any point for the rest of the regatta, I think we'll all be very, very happy to have witnessed it.
Well, doesn't that just set up the Penrith Cup tomorrow?
Cannot wait.
The Interstate Regatta is going to be something special tomorrow. Cannot wait to watch that. I'll be putting the feet up, and Ray Ebbett and Lizzie Chapman will be taking you through. We'll get to watch the Masters at work. Call through the Interstate Regatta. It's going to be absolutely superb. And we're going to get the under-17 Schoolgirls Cox State underway now. This is repechage number 1. There's only one repechage, first 3 going through to the semi-finals.
Yeah, lane 2, the Wilderness School. Lane 3, PLC Perth. Lane 4, MLC Perth. Lane 5, Pernos from WA. Lane 6, Melbourne Girls Grammar. And Lane 7, Guildford Grammar. So just through that first 500 metres of the repechage for the under-17 Schoolgirl 8s, the Wilderness School leading Melbourne Girls Grammar in second, then back to Guildford Grammar, MLC Perth, PLC Perth and Penrose making up our field there. As we just see them coming down the course, so about a second and a half between first and second, so the Wilderness School looking quite comfortable out in front of Melbourne Girls Grammar. That Wilderness School crew of Emily Powers, Portia Newton, Bella Carrick, Alexandra Sando, Millie Entwistle, Ella Meyer, Marjorie Tucker, Lucy Beaumont and Hannah Yo. They're leading the Melbourne Girls Grammar crew of Rose Keys-Tilley, Rose Anderson, Lucy Munro, Adelaide Banks, Samantha O'Keefe, Annabelle Guthrie, Maddie Clifford, Emily Antoine and coxed by Lily Moseni. Third place is the Guildford Grammar crew of Poppy Zado, Ellie Matakis, Ella McCrim, Karis Lloyd, Sarah Locke, Emma Eaton, Lucy Gillespie, Elizabeth Moss and Addison Smith as the coxswain. And then MLC Perth, Annabella Davies, Luella Klepek, Hannah Ellison, Aubrey Walker, Izzy Tivy, Mia Dale, Izzy Reid, Olivia Butler and Charlie McLernan is the coxswain there.
So we're getting the 1,000 metre timing checked very, very soon. Remembering top 3 going through to the semi-final, the rest to the C final. So that puts you on track for the A final. And as you can see from the drone shot, it's tight between 3rd and 4th. At the 500, it was less than a second between Guildford Grammar and MLC Perth in 4th. So Melbourne Girls Grammar going through in 1st. And they were in 2nd place after the first 500, so they move up into 1st. Wilderness School back to 2nd. Guildford Grammar in 3rd. MLC Perth, they've slipped back. It's almost 4 seconds now. And PLC Perth in 5th.
So that PLC Perth crew, Sophia McIntosh, Sophie Miller-McKinley, Jessica Wright, Megan Parker, Zara Mail, Kiara Stoffberg, Ginger Fairweather, Josephine Raston and Josie Ferraris. And then the Penrose crew of Sian Kelly, Tessa Seckham, Anastasia Radeski, Isabel Sadar, Caitlin Harwood, Broncie McCall, Josie McCarthy, Sarah Hunt and Erin Kirklady.
And thanks to Penrose, who have provided the boat holders and the tray carriers all day today. So thank you very much to the West Australians from Penrose College for helping out today.
There was a Penrose coach that was doing the boat holding when I was down as well, so definitely contributing to the success of the 2023 Australian Rowing Championships, as are all our volunteers. It takes an absolute army of volunteers to make the event work, and our thanks to everyone that has chipped in, rolled up the sleeves and come along to help out throughout the week.
So out in front here, Melbourne Girls Grammar. They have pushed into first place after overcoming the Wilderness School, who's just on the far right of screen there. And in third place, this is where it could get a bit tight. Guildford Grammar in lane 7. You can see PLC Perth. They look just to be moving up here to try and sneak their way through to the semi-final. Top 3 going through to that semi and put you on track for the A final. The rest, so the bottom 3 that finish this race going to the C final. So still in front here at the 1500 metre mark. No change from the 1K. Melbourne Girls Grammar going through there in 5:43.27. Pretty tight here though for second and third. Wilderness School going through in second. Guildford Grammar in third place. This is the all-important fourth time checked. MLC Perth in fourth, 4 seconds behind. And then in fifth place, PLC Perth.
Yeah, great drone footage again. You can see there the crew from Melbourne Girls Grammar well out in front. The Wilderness School from South Australia sitting there on the left-hand side of the screen. So they're in lane number 2. And then Guildford Grammar from WA. But there's a big move that's been made here from MLC Perth. They're coming up and coming up fast on that Guildford Grammar crew over in lane number 7. Only the first 3 to go directly through to the semi-final, with the rest going through to the C final. Out in front, Melbourne Girls Grammar. Second place, the Wilderness School, and then a boat length back to Guildford Grammar. MLC Perth again moving up, back a little bit further then to PLC Perth, and then Penrose making up our field as they enter into the last 150 metres, Ben.
Oh, hasn't this tightened up big time? The Wilderness School have all of a sudden just really slowed up, and MLC Perth are surging. Guildford Grammar were in third. They look to have moved somewhat safely into second place, but the Wilderness School are really slowing, and MLC Perth are gaining ground on them. So this is going to be a nervy last 300 metres. MLC Perth, the locals, they know this stretch of water very, very well. They are coming the last 200 metres. Melbourne Girls Grammar out in front in first. They have found their legs now, Wilderness School, and they're just starting to maybe edge clear of MLC Perth. Guildford Grammar are also coming home. They look to be clear, and now they look to be safe. The Wilderness School, after there were some initial concerns with about 300 to go. Guildford Grammar are going to get there just in second. The Wilderness School in third. MLC Perth, they tried to fight back. They couldn't get there in the end. They finished fourth. PLC Perth in fifth. And Penrose College are going to come home in sixth place.
Confirmation of the results in the repechage of the under-17 Schoolgirls Cox State. A win for Melbourne Girls Grammar, second to Guildford Grammar, and third going to the Wilderness School. Those crews going through to the semi-final, with the rest going through to the C finals. Ladies and gentlemen, the presentation of medals for the under-23 lightweight women's quad sculls. The medals will be presented by Alison Davies, dual Olympian. Third place and bronze medalists representing Brisbane and GPS, Toowong and Griffith University Surfers Paradise. Olivia Cook, Imogen Walker, Jemima Powell and Mackenzie Durbridge. They're coached by James Doring, Peter Howard and Duncan Free. Second place and silver medalists representing Tasmania University, Huon, and Sydney University. Sophie Robertson, Phoebe Teal, Katie King and Kate Oliver. And they're coached by Paul Newbon. The gold medalists and Australian champions for 2023, representing Sydney Rowing Club, supported by the New South Wales Institute of Sport. Liesl Page, Isabel Watson, Grace Seifer and Laura Seifer. And they're coached by Lachlan Carter, Felix Dew and Donovan Seck. Please congratulate our 2023 Australian champions and medalists in the under-23 lightweight women's quads.
So on the water right now, coming into view is semi-final number 1 of the Schoolgirls Coxed Quadruple Scull. Now, the top 3 going to the A final, the rest to the B final. Across the course, in lane 2, Gippsland Grammar, lane 3, Lourdes Hill, lane 4, Queenwood, lane 5, Kinross Wallaroi, lane 6, Wrighton Girls, and lane 7, Melbourne Girls College. And through the 1500 metre, it was Wrighton Girls leading the way. That's Kafarsis, Haben, Crozier and Gowans, coxed by Gunasekara. They were in first at the 1500 metre mark, followed by Kinross Wallaroi. That's Ruby Lego, Millie Lane, Ayla Ryan, Lucy Searle, coxed by Jade Caro. And then in lane 3, Lourdes Hill. That's Sienna Becker, Paris Reed, Bethany Harvest, Milena Wilcox, coxed by Sienna Slennett Roberts and coached by Ben Bright. Gippsland Grammar, they were in 4th place. That's Zara Rose Beattie, Ella Gerand, Zoe Hornleen and Hannah Roberts, coxed by Kayla Young. And then Melbourne Girls College in 5th, Queenwood in 6th. So that was at the 1500 metre timing point, remembering it's the top 3 that are going through. And right now it's Wrighton Girls leading the way from Kinross Wallaroi. Then back in 3rd it's Lourdes Hill. In 5th place Gippsland Grammar. And then rounding out the rest of this field, Queenwood Rowing Club and also Melbourne Girls College. But out in front, Wrighton Girls out of Victoria. This crew coached by Matt Wilson, leading the way from Kinross Wallaroi. And then Lourdes Hill and Queensland in 3rd. So those 3 making up those top 3 positions to go through to the A final here in the Schoolgirls Cox Quadruple Scull. Back in 4th, Gippsland Grammar. They're trying to fight back, but it's going to be a bridge too far for them. Wrighton Girls, they win it. Kinross Wallaroi 2nd. Lourdes Hill in 3rd place. Gippsland Grammar miss out. Good finish here from Melbourne Girls College. They are going to fight back here and maybe claim 5th place. It's going to be really tight on the line. It probably will require a photo and will definitely require a photo to determine who was 5th and 6th between themselves and Queenwood.
Confirmation of the results. Win there for Wrighton Girls, 2nd to Kinross Wallaroi and 3rd to Lourdes Hill in the first semi-final of the Schoolgirl Coxed Quads. Ladies and gentlemen, the presentation of medals and the Lucerne Cup for the Open Lightweight Men's Coxless 4. The medals and cup will be presented by Georgia Beattie, board member of Rowing Australia. Third place and bronze medalists representing Swan River and Fremantle, Patrick Bohr, Mario Lepresti, Perry Ward and Rowan James. They're coached by Neville Kempton. second place, and silver medalists representing North Esk Rowing Club, Dion Birtwhistle, Laurie Dean, Connor Ryan, and Oscar Birtwhistle. And they're coached by Trevor Barrett. The gold medalists and Australian champions for 2023, representing us Adelaide University, Kyle Miller, Hugo Worm, Mitchell Moore, and Charlie Moore. They're coached by Sam Morton. The Lucerne Cup will now be presented by Georgia Beatty. Please congratulate our 2023 Australian champions and medalists in the Open Lightweight Men's Coxless Fours.
All right, out on the course, semi-final two of the Schoolgirls Coxed Quad and Queenwood Rowing Club. They're going to go through in first place. Canberra Girls Grammar in second. It was a battle between Wrighton Girls and Melbourne Girls College for the third spot, but that looked to now be in safekeeping for the Victorian Wrighton Girls School, holding out their Victorian colleagues, Melbourne Girls College, who finished fourth, Albert Park College in fifth, and Radford College in sixth place. So it's Queenwood from New South Wales, Canberra Girls Grammar in second, Wrighton Girls in third. Those three are all through to the A final.
Coming down the course now is semi-final number one of the Schoolboy Coxed Quads. Lane 2, the Cranbrook School. Lane 3, Hunter Valley Grammar. Lane 4, Kinross Wallaroy. Lane 5, Kinross Wallaroy. Lane 6, Trinity Grammar. And Lane 7, Northern Beaches Secondary College. So that Lane 2 crew from Cranbrook School, Felipe Marcel, Edward Hartright, Jasper Dawson Damer, William Wright, coxed by Tom Gloucester and coached by Adrian Henning. Lane 3 from Hunter Valley Grammar, Luke Purdy, Vaughan Henderson, Max Blatchley, Hayden Williamson, Moira Geraghty is the coxswain and they're coached by Odin McIntosh and Rowan Hislop. The Lane 4 Kinross crew is Henry Malloy, Zachary Annett, Campbell Miller, Willow Carter, Henry Baker is the coxswain, coached by Benjamin Watt. Lane 5 also from Kinross, George Wakeham, Magnus Cleary, Ethan Shaw, Fletcher Smith, Angus Peterson is the coxswain, coached by Benjamin Watt. Lane 6 from Trinity Grammar in Victoria, Hugo Osmond, Nicholas Whiteoak, William Ball, Charlie White. George Karagianis is the coxswain and they're coached by Jackson Harrison and Lachlan Goller. And then Lane 7 from Northern Beaches Secondary College, Zane McGregor, Sam Merry, Oscar Skill Gamborg, Dion Hansen, and they're coxed by Hamish Reid.
So Northern Beaches Secondary were leading at the 1500 metre mark. Kinross in second, the other Kinross crew in third place, Trinity Grammar in fourth. It was 3.36, the crew in lane 6. That looks to have dropped back even further. Trinity Grammar, Hunter Valley Grammar in fifth place, Cranbrook in sixth place. So it almost looks as though it's pretty clear cut heading into the last 250 metres for these three spots in the semi-final. And this is the Schoolboys Cox Quadruple Scull. So the bottom three crews in this race will go through to the B final. and they look to be all pulling away from the rest of the field. Trinity Grammar from Victoria are trying to put in a late surge here, but we know Kinross Walleroy, how good they are over the latter half of the race, and they're even pushing up here on Northern Beaches Secondary. But it will be Northern Beaches Secondary who are going to win this first semi-final in the Schoolboys Cox Quad. So Northern Beaches Secondary get first, Kinross Walleroy get second, and they will get third as well. So both of those crews through to the semi-final. Trinity Grammar out of Victoria, they finish in fourth. Hunter Valley Grammar are going to try and hold on here for fifth place. They'll be going through to the B final, and then in sixth place is Cranbrook.
Confirmation of the results in semi-final number 1 of the Schoolboys Cox Quad Sculls. A win for Northern Beaches Secondary, and they'll be joined by both Kinross Walleroy crews in the A final, with the remainder going through to the B final. The second semi-final is underway of the Schoolboys Cox Quad Sculls. Lane 2 from St Patrick's College in Victoria. Lane 3 Trinity Grammar from Victoria. Lane 4 Radford College from the ACT. Lane 5 Newington College from New South Wales. Lane 6 Ballarat Grammar from Victoria. And Lane 7 Radford College from the ACT. The St Patrick's crew are Lockie Belleville, Harrison Grant, Hugh Jackson, Henry Reiner, Harry Lester is the coxswain, coached by Craig Murfitt and Tom Nash. Lane 3 from Trinity Grammar, Matthew Rigby, Patrick McKierney, David Morris, Carter Beamish, Sam McDonald is the cox, and they're coached by Jackson Harrison and Lachlan Goller. Lane 4 from Radford College, Hunter Jolly, Jake Sherman Rogers, Hamish Roberts, Oliver Fox, Izzy Farris is the coxswain, and they're coached by Will Hatcher, Max Mayer and Gordon Marks. Lane 5 from Newington College, Alexander Tetley, Leo Grippy, Anders Koskela, Finn Grove, Elvis Johnson is the coxswain, and they're coached by Will Anders. Lane 6 from Ballarat Grammar, Lockie Heath, Charlie Savage, Jonty Fall, Oliver Harris. Shalia Ryan is the coxswain, coached by Paul Commons. And then lane 7 from Radford College, Noah Vosen, Angus Scott, Connor Maloof, Hamish McKee. Pippa Humphreys is the coxswain, and they're coached by Will Hatcher, Max Mayer and Gordon Marks. And then through the 1,000 metres, it is Newington out in the lead. They've got less than a second ahead of Ballarat Grammar in second. The Radford College crew in lane 4, sitting in third place at the moment, ahead of the Radford College crew in lane number 7. Trinity Grammar in fifth place, and St Patrick's College in sixth. Now that may be a little bit of a surprise, but with a little bit of inside knowledge, I can tell you that Radford College crew in lane 4 are actually their first crew. So even though they're in lane 4, they are leading the second crew by about 7 seconds in that battle for the final spot in the A final. And I know that Will and Max in particular will be cheering them vehemently from the bank.
Well, isn't that great? You've got the first and second quads here from Radford College fighting it out for the third spot. When you know that first quad, they do not want to let the second quad upstage them here.
I think they'll be hurting the fact that they're not in lane 7 in the second quad are.
This is going to be a really good finish to see who gets that final spot through to the semi-finals. Through to the A final, I should say, in this semi-final number 2. So Trinity Grammar out of Victoria rounding out the field in 5th, with St Patrick's College in 6th.
So just coming up to
time check.
Yeah, just coming up to that 500 metres, and I suspect we're going to see that Ballarat Grammar have really made up some ground through that third 500 metres into the championship quarter. And it does look as though Ballarat Grammar have got a boat length ahead of Newington, and then the first Radford College crew are now within half a boat length of that Newington crew. So that's our 1, 2, 3 at the moment, and it's pretty even Stevens between the three of them. Coming through in 5th place is the second Radford College crew over in lane number 7, and they're ahead of the Trinity Grammar crew in lane number 3, and then St Patrick's College from Victoria to make up our field as we head into the last 500 metres. And Ben, we're in for another exciting finish. Ballarat Grammar, lane 6, Newington, lane 5, Radford College, lane 4. They look like they're all going to qualify, but in what order? Who's getting the good lane?
Yeah, and it could prove important. It could prove very vital. You don't know what's going to happen with the weather conditions. And almost in that shot at the 1,500 metre mark, it looked as though Radford College had flown up past Newington, who were next to them. And you can see how well they're rowing, this Radford College crew. They're in third place at the 1,500 metre mark. They are surging up. Ballarat Grammar have certainly taken the advantage, and they're in first place. Radford College in second, Newington in third, then Radford College in lane 7. They are back in fourth place. Trinity Grammar, St Patrick's College rounding out the field in this second semi-final of the Schoolboys Cox Quad. It's a real race for lanes, really. These top 3 in the A final already, provided they get to the line. But who is going to get the best lanes for that final, which is going to take place tomorrow? Ballarat Grammar leading the way with 50 metres to go. Radford College has moved up into second. Newington in third place. But it's Ballarat Grammar first in semi-final 2 of the Schoolboys Cox Quad. Second place goes to Radford College. Newington in third place, and Radford College are going to finish in fourth as well. Over in that battle for 5th and 6th, Trinity Grammar just doing enough to hold off St Pat's College from Victoria. And that rounds out our Schoolboys Cox Quad Scull.
Confirmation of the results in the second semi-final of the Schoolboys Cox Quad Sculls. First place, Ballarat Grammar. Second, Radford College in lane number 4, with third going through to Newington. Those 3 crews going through to the A final, with the remainder going through to the B final. Race on screen now is race 539. It's the under-23 men's quad sculls. In lane 3, UTS Haberfield and Swiss crew. Lane 4, it's a Fremantle, West Australian and University of Western Australia composite. Lane 5, Tamar, North Esk and Tasmania University composite. Lane 6, Adelaide University, Adelaide and Commercial composite. And lane 7, Melbourne University and Mercantile composite. So the UTS Haberfield crew of Patrick Burke, Henry Blackwell, Mitchell Caponis, Harry Curtin, coached by Elliot Shackcloth Bertonetti. Lane 4, the Fremantle West Australian University of WA crew of Aaron Den Oden, Alex Chikili, Blake Wyatt, Liam Davis, coached by Alex Thompson and Stefano Belosso. Lane 5 from Tamar, North Esk and Tasmania University, Angus Painter, Carl Breer, Rue Colley, William Birchmore, coached by Sean Finlayson and Trevor Barrett. Lane 6 from Adelaide University, Adelaide and Commercial, Sam Green, Adam Holland, Jude Shermer, Jeremy Beale, coached by Nicholas Mitchell and Sam Morton. And lane 7 from Melbourne University and Mercantile, Felix Oliver, Harry Fox, Dom Frederico and Nick Smith.
And Harry Curtin, part of this UTS Haberfield crew, also supported by Enswiss, who also won it last year. He was part of the Corio Bay UTS Haberfield Enswiss crew that won the title in this under-23 men's quadruple scull. And we're just about to get that 1,500 metre time check. UTS Haberfield were leading at the 1K, Adelaide Uni in second, Melbourne Uni in third place.
UTS Haberfield leading through the first 500 metres of the first 1,500 metres of the under-23 men's quad sculls. The Adelaide University composite 5 seconds behind in second, and then Melbourne University and Mercantile composite in third, 3 seconds behind them. Another 5 seconds back to the Tamar composite crew, and then the Fremantle composite making up our field. So we're just seeing now here, Ben, a little bit of a push coming in from our 2 crews over on the right-hand side of screen. That is the crews from Melbourne University and Adelaide University battling it out for that second place. They've got about a bit over a boat length between them and the UTS Haberfield crew, who you'd suggest would be looking quite comfortable for that gold. Coming down now, UTS Haberfield still out in the lead, and then it's Adelaide University composite and the Melbourne University composite. So it's South Australia v Victoria who's going to come away with the bickies into the last 250 metres. Still UTS Haberfield increasing their lead now. They're looking strong. They're looking good for the under-23 men's quad scull gold medal. In second place, it does look to be the Adelaide University composite. Look looking like they're trying to push away just ahead of the Melbourne University composite. There's absolutely nothing in it for the battle for second place. Adelaide University, maybe just with their bow balls out in front of Melbourne University into the last 100 metres. UTS Haberfield, they're going to go through. They're going to take the win in the under-23 men's quad sculls. And then for second, Adelaide University, Melbourne University composite. It's on the line. It's a photo. It's going to be a photo between Adelaide and Melbourne University for the second and third places. There was absolutely nothing in that. They both surged around the same time. They both crossed over, and we are going to have to wait for the call on that one, Ben.
Gee, that was really, really tight. And I'm not even going to say what I thought because we'll wait for the photo for confirmation. We don't want any false celebrations. So UTS Haberfield in an unofficial time of 6:15.06. So Harry Curtin with another win in this race. And we're going to find out Adelaide Uni Composite, Melbourne Uni Mercantile in second and third, and we're just going to get confirmation from the photo. What is for sure is that Tamar finished in fourth and Fremantle Composite in fifth place. We need a bit of music, don't we? A bit of third umpire music here, just to find out who is it.
Well, what about
confirmation? Who's getting second? Who's getting third?
That's 8 out of 10 Catsters countdown. You know, the 30-second timer. So as we wait on final confirmation of placings there, you can see on the screen they're under starters orders for race number 540. It's the under-23 women's coxed 8s. Lane 2 is the Melbourne University, Sydney University composite. Lane 3, University of Queensland. Lane 4, Adelaide University, Pine Rivers, UTS Haberfield, New Norfolk and Brisbane and GPS composite. Lane 5 is an Adelaide University, Mersey and North-Est composite. Lane 6, Mercantile Rowing Club, and Lane 7, Swan River, Fremantle and West Australian Rowing Club composite crew. As Ben Horner makes way, goes for a bit of a break, rest the old vocal cords, and joining me in the commentary box is Richard Dorstein. Good afternoon, Richard.
Good afternoon, Stuart. And yes, congratulations on becoming the first national champion amongst the commentary team for this year. Ben will do his best to replicate that tomorrow, but he's got a tough journey through the semi-finals and the final, I think about 3 hours later tomorrow morning. So
I think our path was a little bit easier than Ben's path.
Stuart, if I'd won a national gold medal, I wouldn't be arguing about how I got there. Well, we'll take it. It's certainly one more than me. You're on the water again tomorrow too, I think, in the interstate regatta. Is that
in the interstate regatta? Yeah. If you're expecting a medal out of me, then don't. There's certainly some very talented parascullers that'll be out there. Harrison Nichols from New South Wales, Jed Olschwager if he's back and firing for South Australia, Aaron Skinner from Victoria, and also Mac Russell from Queensland. All a lot quicker than I am. I'm just very happy to be there, pulling the ACT Zudi.
Absolutely. No, it's an achievement just to make the team. There's no doubt about that, and you'll be in the very first race of the interstate regatta with the PR3 men's singles preceding the women's, as is the pattern of racing this year. And we do have a result.
We have a result in the under-23 men's quad sculls. The winner was UTS Haberfield. Second place by 0.04 of a second, the Adelaide University Adelaide Composite, with third going to Melbourne University Mercantile Composite, 0.04 of a second.
400ths between the silver and bronze medals in that race. So that is almost as close as it gets, and judges have appropriately taken a long time to have a look at that photo and make sure the medals go to the correct crews. That presentation will be on after the conclusion of this race. We are now racing in the final of the women's under-23A, and just a word of warning looking your race ahead. The next two races on the program, race 541 and 542, have been moved to the end of the day's program. There was an insufficient gap between those semi-finals, I think, and the repechage in the redrawn program. So as a result, in the in fairness to all athletes, they've been moved to the end of the day. So race 541 will take place at 6:15. race 542 at 6:20, which means we'll almost certainly be finishing in near darkness here at Champion Lakes on day 6 of this regatta for the third day in a row, I think, too.
Well, it's a good thing WA's got some pretty sunsets.
It is indeed. We could suggest, of course, if they had daylight saving time here, then we'd have an extra hour to play with, but let's not go there.
Not going to touch that with a 10-foot pole. Out rowing at the moment, the under-23 women's Cox State. The leading crew are the crew from Melbourne University and the New South Sydney University. So Romy Cantwell, Zara Lavery, India Hobbs, Grace Turner, Emily Shepherd, Zoe McKellar, Sarah Dure, Sarah Marriott and Elizabeth Bolster. The crew next to them are from the University of Queensland, Georgia Montague, Carly Furman, Tyler Hutton, Nancy Duncan Bakes, Izzy Drew, Ellie Reddy, Phoebe Robertson, Lucy Hope and Chelsea Ashby.
At 500 metres, it was the Melbourne University, Sydney University composite crew that did lead that lane 2 combination ahead of Mercantile lane 6. So once again, as we've said throughout the day, as conditions improve, we're seeing leading crews right across the 6 or 7 lanes of the course here at Champion Lakes, which is great to see. We are still having the preferred crews seated to the left of screen there, the eastern side of the course, but as has been the case in a lot of races, they are coming hard from the far side too, and that is the case with Melbourne Uni and Sydney Uni here in lane 2, leading Mercantile in lane 6.
Yeah, that Mercantile crew of Louisa Bongrain, Bronte Cullen, Louise Carr, Jess Hawker, Anna Morrison, Sophie Reiner, Remy McKay, Paige Barr, Hayley Verbunt is the coxswain. So they're sitting in second place at the moment, just ahead of the Swan River Fremantle West Australian composite of Lola Davies, Jolie Patterson, Genevieve Hart, Lola Quinn, Georgia Hughes, Claire Netherway, Jackie Swick, Rebecca Pretorius and Emily Jowett Blindman as the coxswain there. And then the 2 Adelaide University composites. In lane 4, we have Sophie Tickner, Lilla Anderton, Hannah Kenway, Molly McCausland, Jemima Richter, Kayla Taylor Kerpenotis, Ella Smith, Cleo Wilson, Amy Caridas is the coxswain. And then lane 5, Amy Florence, Grace Appelt, Morgan Brown, Catherine Greenhill, Ella Spalding, Lydia Tippett, Claire Romaniuk, Deanna Macalino and Sarah Ellis is the coxswain.
Improving their versatility. 4 of the ladies in that Mercantile 8 who was sitting in second spot just took up the gold medal in the under-23 women's quad scull only an hour and a bit ago. So going from the sculling boat into the sweepboard combination and looking a very good chance of the medal too in the 8. So they could win a couple of nationals medals in the space of 90 minutes here.
Yeah, look, this is where your conditioning throughout the season really comes in handy. You know, we've got a number of races that have been compressed due to the poor weather yesterday. So it's really maintaining that technique, maintaining your fitness and being able to hit those high rates and high pressures in your 3rd race of the day or something like that.
At least, yeah, exactly right. And with such quick succession too, there's not a lot of time between. And the fact they came in, had their medal presentation, would have rowed around to the island, had a few minutes off the water, I suspect, to possibly refuel and recover, and then back out to do it again in the 8. So that's the Mercantile combination on lane 2, who are making up some ground in our race leaders. Only 2 seconds now behind Melbourne Uni, Sydney Uni, who are our race leaders, still over on lane 2. So lanes 2 and lane 6, the top 2 crews. And then another couple of seconds, almost linked back to the Swan River Composite West Australian crew. Swan River Fremantle and the West Australian Rowing Clubs racing in lane 7.
Yeah, so not much between our 3 leaders. The Melbourne University, Sydney University composite in lane number 2. They've led from start to finish, but they are now starting to get under a bit of pressure from that Mercantile crew in lane number 7, and then the Swan River Fremantle West Australian crew in lane 7, also pushing up.
Combination from the 2 university clubs, University of Melbourne, University of Sydney, who have put together the crew that does lead this race. Looks like it is 4 athletes from each of the 2 clubs, so potentially 2 force crews combining here into the composite 8 that is racing on lane 2. And they still do maintain the race lead here. It's down to 1.94 seconds, so it still sits around 2 seconds where it's been for most of the race. From Mercantile, they're in second place, and then Swan River Composite 3rd. That's a very close battle for 5th and 6th between the 2 predominantly Adelaide University composite crews there in the centre of the course, which are at lane 5, Adelaide Uni, Pine Rivers, UTS, New Norfolk, Brisbane and GPS, and lane 6, Adelaide Uni, Mersey and North Esk. So I think practically every state of the country is in those two composite crews, with the exception, I should point out, of Western Australia, who've got their own composite crew racing in lane 7, Swan River, Fremantle and the West Australian Rowing Club. But they are into the final strokes of this race now, about 2:50 to go, and it still continues to be the crew over on the far side, the composite combination, Melbourne University and Sydney University over in lane 2. So defying the lane that hasn't been very popular over the course of the week. They lead the race from lane 2 with a fair peloton of cyclists following down, but Mercantile, in fact, are now certainly coming at them late in this race, back over in lane 6, several lanes across the course between these two who lead. And then in third place, it would be the West Australian crew, Swan River, Fremantle and the West Australian Rowing Club. But it's Melbourne Uni, Sydney Uni on the far side there in front of the cyclists. Mercantile on this side trying to make up some ground. They've still got about a third of a length to catch up. They need 2 or 3 strokes to go. It's Melbourne Uni, Sydney Uni trying to hold on. Mercantile driving on the line. They'll get close, but not quite get there. Melbourne University and Sydney University will take out the win on lane 2, just ahead of a great finish from the Mercantile crew in lane 6. They are your gold and silver medalists in the under-23 women's Cox State. Third place will go to the All-West Australian Swan River composite crew. Fourth place then, the University of Queensland on lane 3. Fifth and sixth is still very tight between these two Adelaide Uni composite crews. It'll go to lane 5 in the end. He'll take out 5th place, and lane 4, Adelaide Uni composite, will finish in 6th. But Melbourne University and Sydney University combined to take out the gold medal in the under-23 women's Cox 8.
Confirmation of the results in the under-23 women's Cox 8s. Melbourne University, Sydney University composite with the win. Second going to Mercantile, and third to the Swan River Fremantle West Australian composite. Ladies and gentlemen, the presentation of medals for the under-23 men's quadruple sculls. The medals will be presented by Ian Jekyll, Chief Executive Officer of Rowing Victoria. Third place and bronze medalists representing Melbourne University and Mercantile: Felix Oliver, Harry Fox, Dom Frederico and Nick Smith. Second place and silver medalists representing Adelaide University, Adelaide and Commercial: Sam Green, Adam Holland, Jude Shermer and Jeremy Beale. And our gold medalists and Australian champions for 2023, UTS Haberfield Rowing Club. Winning crew of Patrick Burke, Henry Blackwell, Mitchell Caponis and Harry Curtin. And they're coached by Elliot Shackcloth Bertinetti. Please congratulate our 2023 Australian champions and medalists in the under-23 men's quad sculls.
Thank you, Stuart. So that presentation complete for the quad scull. We'll have the presentation shortly for the under-23 women's coxed 8 as well. But just repeating, as I said earlier, that there is a slight tweak to the already tweaked program, a retweak, if you will, and it does mean that the next couple of races have been moved to the end of the day. So we will next commence at 4:15 Western time with the repechage of the under-17 schoolboys at coxed 8, which is only about 4 minutes away, in fact, so it won't be long at all. And in the meantime, we will have the presentation, hopefully, if they can get off the water fast enough, of the under-23 women's coxed 8. And what is programmed as races 5:41 and 5:42, that we're to be on right now, will instead be held at 6:15 and 6:20 this afternoon, or tonight, I think we can more correctly call that, because the sun will have set, but races 5:41 and 5:42 at 6:15 and 6:20 will conclude today's racing. So we've still got a bit over 2 hours to go here on the 6th day of the 2023 Australian Rowing Championships, and we'll shortly have the presentation of the under-23 women's coxed 8.
The presentation of medals for the Under-23 Women's Cox 8 Championship of Australia. The medals will be presented by Mal Patton OAN, board member of Rowing Australia, Olympian, World and Commonwealth Games champion. Third place and bronze medalists. Representing Swan River Rowing Club, Fremantle Rowing Club and West Australian Rowing Club and the West Australian Institute of Sport. Lola Davies, Swan River Rowing Club. Joely Patterson, West Australian Rowing Club. Genevieve Hart, Fremantle Rowing Club. Lola Quinn, Swan River Rowing Club. Georgia Hughes, Swan River Rowing Club. Claire Netherway, Swan River Rowing Club. Jackie Swick, Swan River Rowing Club. Rebecca Pretorius, Swan River Rowing Club. And their cox, Emily Jowett-Blinman. The crew was coached by Mark Beer. Second place and silver medalists, Mercantile Rowing Club. Louisa Bongrain. Bronte Cullen. Louise Carr. Jess Hawker. Anna Morrison. Sophie Reiner. Remy Mackay. Paige Barr. And their cox, Hayley Verbunt. The crew was coached by Annabelle Eaton and Sam Fennessy. Gold medalists and champions for 2023 Melbourne and Sydney Universities. Romy Cantwell from Melbourne University Boat Club. Zara Lavery from Melbourne University Boat Club. India Hobbs from Sydney University Boat Club. Grace Turner from Sydney University Boat Club. Emily Shepherd from Sydney University Boat Club. Zoe McKellar, Sydney University Boat Club. Sarah De Ure, Melbourne University Boat Club. Their stroke, Sarah Marriott, Melbourne University Boat Club. And the cox, Lizzie Bolster, Sydney University Boat Club. The crew coaches were Alfie Young, Matt Ryan and Connor McConville. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate all our medalists in the Under-23 Women's Coxed 8.
Thank you, Lizzie, and welcome back to the microphone. We've got an interesting afternoon of a late afternoon of racing ahead of us for the next couple of hours as the sun will start to set.
All fun here, isn't it? All fun.
Absolutely is, and we are well underway in this race. Yes, race 5:43 is next. The first repechage of 2 in the Under-17 Schoolboys 8.
In lane 3 we have Guildford Grammar. In lane 4 we have Canberra Grammar School. In lane 5 we have St Augustine's College, New South Wales. In lane 6 Trinity College, WA. And in lane 7 Scotch College from Victoria.
And at the 1,000 metre mark it was indeed Scotch College who were leading in this race. They had right on a length, 2.41 seconds it was over St Augustine's of Sydney. They're in second place. So Scotch College, of course, from Melbourne, St Augustine's from Sydney, and Trinity College from Western Australia, the third place crew, but only 2 will go through from this first of 2 repechage. So pretty cutthroat racing here in the Schoolboys under-17 Cox Day final. And Scotch College it is, who continue to lead here over on the far side of the course, but it's not quite a boat length lead, and the challenges are certainly coming from behind in the form of St Augustine's and also Trinity College. Now, leading Scotch crew there, Fletcher Douglas, Lachlan Lawson, Jack Atkins, Tom Mitchell, Louis Emmett, Joe Collingwood, Hugo Purnell, Ted Burney and Thomas Finlay. They finished in 3rd place in the APS Head of the River last weekend in what's known in Victoria as the Year 10 Division 1-8, equivalent of the under-17 Schoolboys 8th race. And they still lead a good race for second, Trinity College and St Augustine's battling out for the second qualifying spot at this stage. St Augustine's in lane 5. Jay Taylor, Jason Cow, Hamish Wise, Miles Nicholas, Will Dawson, Max Tancred, William Pender, Josh Arundel and Henry Goldsworthy, coached by Björn Ungemuck. And also the Trinity College combination lane 6. Seamus McHugh, Samuel Trounder, Thomas Sinclair, Isaac Boston, Harry Johnson, Charles Hampson, Jai Senior, Luca Fowler and Harry Dillon. The combination there as they push through the crew from Trinity here in Perth. It's all closed up late in the race. Scotch College still just holding on, but Trinity having a move on St Augustine's late, who in turn are responding and going out after our race leaders from Scotch College. 3-2 doesn't go here, but they're inside the final 100 metres. St Augustine still just holding off Trinity for second and third. Scotch College have their boat in front. There's 3 or 4 strokes to go. There's half flick between all 3 crews, but Scotch College will hold on and take the win in the first repechage. A good response from them to those challenges that came thick and fast late in the race, and St Augustine's just hold on to second place. They beat out Trinity College in a great race for 2 qualifying spots. 4th then will go to the crew from Canberra Grammar on lane 4, and 5th will be Guildford Grammar, but it's Scotch College and St Augustine's going through in repechage 1.
So confirming the results of the first repechage of the under-17 Schoolboys 8, a win for Scotch College Victoria. Second, St Augustine's New South Wales. Those 2 crews will progress through to the A final. Third, Trinity College WA. Fourth, Canberra Grammar ACT, and 5th, Guildford Grammar WA. Winning time unofficially 6 minutes 30.46. The margins 1.83 and 0.7.
Just underway. It looks like in repechage 2, the boat's just out of the start pontoon and a couple of 100 metres into that race.
And in lane 2, we have the Hale School from WA. In lane 3, Christchurch Grammar from WA. In lane 4, Scotch College Adelaide. In lane 5, Aquinas College WA. In lane 6, the Scots College from New South Wales. And in lane 7, Brighton Grammar. So this, I believe, is the Year 10-8 from the Scots College, as opposed to Scotch College.
Yes, we've had Scotch. We've got Scotch in this race. Scotch Adelaide in lane 4 of this race. Scotch Melbourne won the previous repechage, and Scotch College New South Wales, who were they the winners, Lizzie, of the Head of the River?
They were the winners of the River, but this isn't that 8. So in the lead here, at the moment, is Brighton Grammar, the crew of Hamish Elliott, Fletcher Braum, Michael Farrand, Tom Trist, Isaac Pells, Oscar Goodger-McGrath, Hugh Cabangale, Oliver Smith, and their cox Monty Braum, coached by Tom Haddon.
Brighton Grammar were 4th in the Year 10-8 at the Victorian Head of the River, so 1 spot behind Scotch College, who won the previous race. St Kevin's actually the winners of the event, but they're not contesting here at the National Championships this year.
Yeah, it's good, isn't it? Nationals is not the same as the Head of the Rivers. So the Scots College, you can see now with the emblems on the back of their zoot suits. They're in lane 6, and the crew is Jack Lampson, Archie Hughes, Monty Pikulis, Tom Juricic, Sam Stewart, Lucas McGregor, Samuel Ireland and Angus Wells. Their cox is Finley Cardno, and they're coached by Edward Manton and Dustin Butler. The Aquinas College in lane 3. Their crew is Harrison Hill, Jared Mackay, Lucas Barbato, Oliver Williams, Ashton Smith, Andy Lands Robson and James Chilcott. Hugh Denny in the stroke seat and Max King coxing them. Next to them is Scotch College Adelaide. And that's the crew of Harry McDonald, Nathan DeRogie, Sam Young, Toby Merrigan, Max Brammy, Oscar Kittle, Mitchell Lucas and Patrick Keenan. James Appleby is their coach, and they are coached by James Seppelt, Tom Merrigan and Andrei Pistolnik.
And Scotch College, in fact, we're in third place after 500 metres and look to still be there now as they head up towards the 1,000 metre mark. And it looks like Scots too have made up some ground on Brighton Grammar School. Those two very close together now going through the 1,000 metre mark of the race. Scotch Adelaide certainly still there in third. Aquinas College from here in Perth would be fourth, and the other two West Australian crews then on the far side of the course from Christchurch Grammar School and also the Hale School.
So coming into view, the Christchurch Grammar School crew of Magnus Miles, Dara Gaffney, Jetland Egerton Warburton, Nick Thayer, Henry Gibb, Tom Arbery and Darcy Bush, Tom Polson in the stroke seat and Toby Warner in the cox seat, coached by Simon Cox, also of West Australian Rowing Club.
That's a very appropriate name for a coach, isn't it?
It is. It is a great name for a coach.
A coach, was it?
Coach.
Oh, it would have been better if it was the Cox, but we'll take it.
He wouldn't fit in the cox. No offence, Simon. But and Hale, we haven't said who's in their crew. They're in lane 2, closest to the camera. Harvey Pianta, William Flavelle, Jack Hatter and Caleb Levers, Atticus Sarandopoulos, what a great name, Alex Holy, Archie Hincliffe and Samuel Bradell. Denzel Gunter is coxing them, and they are coached by Tim Widdicombe and Mike Quinn.
Brighton Grammar and the Scots School from Sydney, certainly our top two here, sitting in the qualifying spots. Very hard to separate those two. The darker colours there of Brighton Grammar on the far side in those distinctive white bucket hats. The bright yellow of the Scots School, who still haven't quite got their boat in front of Brighton Grammar, but they're very close as they go through with 500 metres to race. Those two have certainly cleared out on our top two. And in fact, as the camera pans around now towards the 1,500 metre mark, it is indeed the Scots School who lead the Scotch College from Sydney with their boat about a third of a length ahead, in fact, of Brighton Grammar School, 0.86 of a second. And then about a length and a half back to the rest of the field. Scotch Adelaide are third, and then the three West Australian crews will be next across the timing point, with Hale leading Aquinas and also Christchurch Grammar School. So St Joseph's and Prince Alfred College won the two heats of this event earlier in the week. They await, of course, in the A final, having qualified directly. And then, of course, we saw Scotch College from Melbourne and St Augustine from Sydney go through in the previous repechage. So two more spots on the line here, and it is the Brighton Grammar School and Scots College now from Sydney who've certainly put themselves into a clear lead here, and Scotch Adelaide back in third place and more than a length away from a qualifying spot. The Brighton Grammar fighting back here on the Scots College. Not to be confused with Scotch in the other lane or in the previous race, but they're holding on still. The Scots combination, lane 6. They've got what looks to be probably about half a length still on Brighton Grammar School in second place. Scotch Adelaide certainly closing, or trying to close on our top two crews, but it looks like our two qualifiers, our last two qualifiers for the A final, have just about been decided. It is the Scots College lane 6 who lead this now by about 2/3 of a length from Brighton Grammar School, and those two schools will go through to the final tomorrow of the under-17 Schoolboys Cox State. Scots in first place, Brighton Grammar School in second. The Scots School very happy with their qualification for the final and a win in that race. Third place goes to Scotch Adelaide on lane 4. Fourth, fifth and sixth is really tight between these three West Australian crews who fought all the way down the course, and in the end Hale will take fourth ahead of Christchurch Grammar in fifth, and sixth goes to Aquinas College. Those crews changing positions several times over the course of the race.
What a fantastic race. So good. Ladies and gentlemen, confirming the results of the second repechage of the Under-17 Schoolboys 8, a win for the Scots College, New South Wales. Second, Brighton Grammar from Victoria. And those two crews will progress to the A final. In third, Scotch College Adelaide. In fourth, the Hale School. In fifth, Christchurch Grammar. And in sixth, Aquinas College. They will progress to the B final. The winning time provisionally 6:39.12 and the margin 2.03. And just please take a look out if you're in the boat park or the spectators area. There is an ambulance making its way towards the finish line. If you could please clear the road. Thank you. We are now on to race number 545, the repechage for the Club Men's Coxless 4. The final will be raced tomorrow morning. In lane 5, we have the local crew from Swan River Rowing Club of Lachlan Panton, Jack Horgan, Fergus McCallum and Fergus McNamara, coached by David Morridge and Lachlan van der Ven. In lane 6, Ballarat City Rowing Club from Victoria, Sebastian Pendlebury, Riley McDougall, William Gilbert and William McKechnie, coached by Grant McKechnie. And in lane 7 from Sydney Rowing Club, Declan Glendinning, Tom Hart, William Downey and Andy Hoffman, coached by Donovan Seck and Shane Mulvaney.
We were set to have a 4-state battle here in this repechage, but a scratching from the Adelaide University crew. We're left with 3 crews, still from 3 different states on both sides of the country, but only 2 can go through to tomorrow's A final of the Club Men's Coxless 4, and it does look fairly certain to be the crews from Victoria and New South Wales who will go through, with Sydney Rowing Club leading the race here by about 2 lengths on the Ballarat City Rowing Club in second place, and then Swan River Rowing Club in third. Of course, in the club events, straight crews only, or non-composite crews, we probably have to call them now, from one club only are permitted to enter. So Sydney Rowing Club ahead of Ballarat City Rowing Club. One of the many sheds dotted around the shores of Lake Wendouree in Ballarat, with some wonderful facilities, access directly to the 1956 Melbourne Olympic Games course at Lake Wendouree, which also hosted the Australian Masters Rowing Championships last year, and unfortunately the regatta couldn't be held here in Perth due to the any border rules, which we've luckily now we've left behind.
It also hosted the World Masters Championships in 2014.
It did indeed. It was just after I moved to Melbourne, actually. One of the first regatta, in fact, was the first regatta I ever saw at Lake Wendouree. It was quite the event.
It was the second year of me commentating. I've been commentating for 10 years now.
There was a reason that it sounded so good, Lizzie.
First World Championships.
And now you've gone on to dominate paddling as well. It's world domination is next.
I don't know about that. I think sport must be desperate. Well, I get to practice on the likes of Sydney Rowing Club, and here they come again. Declan Glendinning, Tom Hart, William Downey and Andy Hoffman coming now towards the finish line to take out the repechage in the Club Men's Coxless 4 and progress through to the A final. And only 1 crew will join them. As you said, pretty certain who it's going to be. Sebastian Pendlebury, Riley McDougall, William Gilbert and William McKechnie from Ballarat City.
Yeah, I think Sydney have got this in the bag and are well and truly aware of that. They'll have a final tomorrow morning, so not too much preparation time, but that's the story for a number of crews over this last couple of compressed days of racing. Yeah,
and at least they get decent conditions.
Yeah, enjoying, I think, pretty much the best we've seen at the regatta so far. So Sydney Rowing Club take the win in the one and only repechage of the Club Men's Coxless 4. Second place will go to Ballarat City, and third place will be Swan River, Lachlan Panton, Jack Horgan, Fergus McCallum, Fergus McNamara. The combination there for the Swan River Rowing Club, who are soon to cross the line, but a few strokes behind our top couple of crews.
So just a reminder that Rowing Australia have got an exhibition of indoor rowing on in one of the boat sheds here, and there are 3 exciting erg challenges, so you can test your limits and push your fitness in those 3 challenges, because every day somebody wins a free t-shirt, so there's still 3 available. Go and join them in the boat sheds tomorrow to try some indoor rowing.
We are underway, Lizzie, in the first of our Schoolgirls races for the immediate racing, and it's the big one here, the 2 semi-finals of the Schoolgirls Cox Day, who will race tomorrow for the Sydney Cup.
Oh, 3 crews to go through from these lanes. Lane 2, MLCQ from Victoria. In lane 3, another MLCQ crew. We'll go through the names in a minute. In lane 4, Genazzano from Victoria. In lane 5, PLC Perth from WA. In lane 6, St Catherine's School, New South Wales. And in lane 7, St Catherine's School of Victoria.
And the draw has brought us the two St Catharines side by side. I've long waited for such a day, but St Catharines, New South Wales, the winners of the New South Wales head of the river, and St Catharines of Victoria actually finished third at the head of the Schoolgirls in Geelong a couple of weeks ago.
Right, you are. So St Catherine's School, New South Wales, they are
the defending national champions, I should point out.
Yes, they are. So St Catherine's School, New South Wales, they are in lane 6, and they are the winners of the head of the river race in New South Wales. Madeline Mannins, Bianca Rupnik-Williams, Sienna Morgan, Chelsea Baker, Erin Cara, Layla Gaston, Madeline Swain and Jade Bliss. Their cox is Sophie Castellas, and they are coached by Jared Watson, Rich Coakley and Georgia Shearer. And the St Catherine's School from Victoria in lane 7, defending their title, Freya Cantwell, Zara Peel, Scarlett Shelton, Zoe Hall, Lucy Green, Chloe Nevins, Sienna Darcy, Jemima Wilcox. Their cox is Scarlett Pringle, and their coaches are John Saunders and Bridget Carlisle.
We've seen these crews on the water already earlier today, but St Catherine's New South Wales took out the under-19 women's 8 only, I think it was a couple of hours ago now. They are certainly the top 2 crews here, but St Catherine's Sydney leading it once again. There's 2 crews from MLCQ in this race as well, so the lane 3 combination, I believe, is their first 8. Lizzie, who finished in 4th place in that same head of the Schoolgirls race just behind St Catherine's, and a second 8 there from MLCQ as well.
So the crew that's in lane 3 that's currently sitting in 3rd position is the crew of Georgie Thomas, Amy Crow, Bella Oliver, Annabelle Rodbard-Bean, Holly Wild, Madeline Croker, Dominique Lovett and Meg Dumbrell. Ella Wernert is their cox, and their coaches are Dave McGrath and Alan Haynes. In between the 2 MLC crews is the crew from Genazzano, which is Zoe Caldwell, Mackenzie Crawford, Anna Stone, Matilda Fulton, Samantha Bianco, Isabella Morrison, Sienna McLeish and Alice Egan, coxed by Lexi Tricarico and coached by Tom Fisher and Peter Campbell.
And Genazzano, probably a surprise amongst the Victorian crews for making it this far to the semi-final round of racing. It's been a good effort from them in this regatta so far, and they've got to make up some ground but to move into a top 3 spot. But only 3 will go through from these each of the 2 semi-finals. It's St Catherine's first and second, so St Catherine's of Sydney leading on lane 6, St Catherine's of Melbourne second on lane 7, and MLCQ over in lane 3 ahead of Genazzano by about 2 lengths in the race for 3rd and 4th place.
And then our final crews are the crew from MLCQ of Sophie Lynn, Sarah Palavestra, Sophia Calpulas, Zara Kraus, Anna Jackson, Laura Taubman and Claire Wong, Emily Davis in the stroke seat and Kate Roscombe coxing, and the crew from PLC Perth of Cheyenne Norwood, Brynja Wakefield, Charlotte Guijboul, Isabel Harold, Olivia Noblauch, Sophie Hardcastle, Eloise Noblauch and Chloe Shortinghus. Annabelle Antunovic is their cox, and they're coached by Lauren Hutton.
And they're closing in the final section of the race now. Our top 3 still do look reasonably comfortably clear, but St Catherine's leads St Catherine's, so Sydney over Melbourne by 1.67 of a second. And then about 8 seconds further back to MLCQ, sitting there in 3rd place, but still pretty comfortable ahead of Genazzano, the second MLCQ crew over in lane 2, and also PLC from Perth in lane 5. But it's the 2 St Catherine's having a great battle here down the spectator side of the Champion Lakes Regatta Centre. It's great to see the crowds spreading out over the bank and into the Row Union Bar watching as they finish off. So St Catherine's of Melbourne have gone up to 35 strokes per minute now to try and reel in the race leaders and the national champions in the under-19 women's 8 from St Catherine's of Sydney, who are responding in kind as you expect from a crew of that calibre. They've got their rating up about 40 in fact. They've hit the crew from St Catherine's Sydney as they try and repel the challenge from St Catherine's of Melbourne. So what a race here. St Catherine's will take the win, but which crew will it be? The head of the river champions from Sydney, the Melbourne crew coming out, the defending national champions, the Henley champions as well, and they're showing champion qualities here, trying to desperately reel in. Our race leaders still St Catherine's and Sydney in front with a couple of strokes to go. The Melbourne crew coming, they'll get ever so close, they hit the line. Photo in the semi-final, it'll be St Catherine's, but which one? I have a suspicion it may have been the Sydney crew hanging on, but that is as unofficial as it gets. What a race between the two St Catharines in the first semi-final of the Schoolgirls 8. It'll be MLCQ in lane 3, finishing in 3rd place. They'll also go through to the finals, a great achievement for them as well. Genazzano finish in 4th, so just outside the qualifying spots. MLCQ lane 2 will finish in 5th place, and then PLC Perth will take out 6th. But Lizzie, I don't think we know who's won yet.
I certainly don't. However, we can confirm from that first and most exciting semi-final in the Sydney Cup, the Schoolgirl Cox 8, both St Catherine's School New South Wales and St Catherine's School Victoria will progress through and will meet again tomorrow. What an exciting race. And they will be joined by MLCQ. Such a plucky race, and they've made the A final, which is excellent. In 4th, Genazzano, in 5th, MLCQ, and in 6th, PLC Perth. They will progress through to the B final. And we move on to the second semi-final of the Schoolgirls Cox 8. I don't know if my heart can take this. Again, the first 3 will progress through to the A final. In lane 2, we have the crew from Friends. In lane 3, Pymble Ladies College and Geelong Grammar have had to scratch. Such a shame. In lane 5, Melbourne Girls Grammar. In lane 6, Seymour College from South Australia. And in lane 7, Loreto Turak from Victoria.
Yeah, really unfortunate, Lizzie, that Geelong Grammar are not here. I'm not quite sure what the reason is for that scratching again, unfortunately, but they are the head of the River champions from Victoria. Very commanding win in that regatta last weekend. They would have been one of the favourites, you'd think, for this race as well, but unfortunately are not in the field.
And that gives someone else a chance.
It does.
And in the lead at the moment are Loreto Turak, and that is the crew of Zoe Kritakides, Stephanie Bear, Charlotte Lloyd, Claire McGurr, Charlotte Grant, Alexandra Fairchild, Claudia McNee and Isabel Mellor, coxed by Eloise Bull.
I hate to be picky, Lizzie, I know you're a lady of words, but it is Stephanie Barre. I've had it drilled into me. It's definitely in the 2 seat. It's Stephanie Barre from Loreto Turak.
Thank you. Good to be corrected. And sitting in second place, the Melbourne Girls Grammar crew, which is in lane 5. Hannah Glover, Amelie McComb, Isabella Ross, Tara Richardson, Lola Dayan, Lily Wallace, Matilda Heyman and Sophie Johnson, coxed by Sophia Wilson. Sitting in 3rd, Seymour College, South Australia, Zali Grudnoff, Georgia Walters, Anya Felderhoff, Caroline McNally, Grace Barrera, Victoria Binns, Abby Arnold and Daisy Holland, coxed by Sasha Walker.
And it was at the 1,000 metre mark there, just 0.15 of a second between Loreto Turak and Melbourne Girls Grammar School. So 2 Melbourne schools with a great rivalry. And at the 1,500, that's been turned around. So Melbourne Girls Grammar School, who led the Sydney Cup final for about 1,950 metres last year before being overhauled in the last few strokes by St Catharines, certainly out for revenge this year. Loreto Turak, but were the head of the Schoolgirls champions from Melbourne, winning that race for the first time in its 38-year history a couple of weeks ago. So they are a crew in form as well. And those 2 Victorian crews, either side of Seymour College from South Australia, who sit 3rd. They are the South Australian head of the River champions as well.
There's Loreto Turak in their blue Empacker. Pymble Ladies College are sitting in 4th. That's Alessandra Brasic, Catherine Walker, Holly Craig, Charlotte Hartin, Tilly Morgan, Mia Booth, Megan Wood, Jessica Colbran and their cox Serena Lung. They are coached by Ali Williams and Don McLaughlin. And in 5th is the Friends School from Tasmania. Esther Falloon, Sophie Bryant, Audrey Hope, Bridie Woolley, Alana Edwards, Sophie Neal, Lucy Cooper, Jara Wilcox and their cox Gabrielle Hill.
Well, that's the 2 Victorian schools going for the win here. Once again, we saw a great finish. I've still not seen the result come through between St Catharines and St Catharines yet. And now it's Melbourne Girls Grammar School and also Loreto Turak with the crew from Seymour College in between them in lane 6. They look to be the 3 qualifiers here. Pymble Ladies in 4th place. The Friends School from Tasmania over in 5th. But Loreto Turak and Melbourne Girls Grammar School might be about to put on a St Catharines-esque finish here in the closing strokes of the second semi-final of the Schoolgirls Cox 8. It is still the Melbourne Girls Grammar School combination narrowly in front. They're both going to go through with Loreto Turak there in second. They will get close to Loreto Turak, but not quite close enough with a couple of strokes to go. Melbourne Girls Grammar School will take one of the preferred lanes in the final tomorrow in what should be a thrilling race for the Sydney Cup. Second place there does go to the blue boat of Loreto Turak, and 3rd will be the Seymour College combination from South Australia, who also moved through to the final Fourth will be Pinball Ladies, and fifth will be Friends. So it sets up a great final in the Sydney Cup to be raced for around about midday tomorrow.
And
we have a winner. Sorry, Lizzie, that photo finish in race 5:46 has just appeared, and it was St Catherine's of Sydney by 0.05 of a second. So St Catherine's, New South Wales, lane 6, beat home St Catherine's, Victoria, lane 7 by 0.05 a second in race 5:46. And Lizzie, in race 5:47, it was pretty tight as well.
it was indeed. It was Melbourne Girls Grammar who took the win over Loreto Tarak and third Seymour College. So those three crews will progress through to the A final. But Melbourne Girls Grammar, Loreto Tarak, you did it in a time just a smidgen faster than the previous semi-final. So what a race we're going to have tomorrow.
A smidgen of 0.4 of a second.
Yeah, 0.4 of a second. So, yep, it's on for tomorrow. And then in the rest of our field in that race, I believe Pinball Ladies College came in fourth
place.
and Friends came in fifth place. And, of course, we didn't have Geelong Grammar. I'm not sure what that means. I guess that means
Yeah, unfortunately for Geelong Grammar, they were the head of the river winners, but 4 crews there again within about 2 seconds. So that will be like the under-19 women's 8. So a great race to watch out for tomorrow, the Sydney Cup for the Schoolgirls Championship 8 of Australia. But we're racing now in the Club 8s as well.
Here we go. So we've still got women's 8s on the water. This is the repechage of the Club Women's Cox State to decide the final 2 crews to race in the final tomorrow. In lane 4, we have ANA Rowing Club of Western Australia. Alyssa Mansell, Mary Cameron, Rennie Bravelli, Sophie Pilot, Bronte Fong, Natalie Gray and Nadia Gardner. Marianne Amato is in the stroke seat and Kate Jansen is coxing them. They are coached by Graham Scattergood. Unfortunately, the Swan River crew has scratched. UTS Haberfield from New South Wales is in lane 6. Louisa Stocks, Sarah Berretry, Holly Garner, Taylor Kerpiniotis, Grace Burke, Annabelle Fuller, Sophia Aguirre and Lila Anderton, with Bronte Blackmore Cram coxing, and the coach is Katie Healy. And completing our field, the University of WA, Izzy Emery, Alice Grolton, Isabella Marchetti, Liz Warrand, Orla Flecker, Hayley Rowe, Lucy Eden, Portia Knight and their cox Liam Kerr. They are coached by Alex Salenza. And big shout out to Orla Flecker, because she's the volunteer who's coordinating all of our presentations down here and doing an absolutely fabulous job, along with your wife, Stephanie Corcoran.
You just beat me to it, Liz. I would have been in big trouble if I had not mentioned both of those names. But Orla Flecker for the first time this year taking on the presentation role, which is a huge task.
Doing a great job. And I must say, I know we keep saying it, but there are so many volunteers that are working behind the scenes in this event. I know we all absolutely love it, and it's often you get the bug and you come back year after year, but it's lovely to see new people like Orla, who's a valuable addition, and Stephanie, who's just doing a great job down there.
Yeah, a lot of West Australians this year have obviously contributing to the home regatta, so it is it's brilliant to see all those new faces.
It is, and let's
there.
hope we can repay their hospitality and they come to New South Wales next year. We'd love to see them there.
Absolutely, but leading here is the UTS Haberfield combination on lane 6, so 2 crews to go through from a field of 3. So it's a battle of the West Australians. Just speaking how friendly they've been, it won't be friendly here between ANA and University of Western Australia, because one of these crews will miss out.
Indeed, that's a great shame, isn't it? So one of the really important rules about the Club Women's Cox State is that you cannot row in this 8 if you have nominated for the senior national team or the under-23 national team. I think there's another criteria, like haven't represented in the last year or 2
not nominated
years.
this year or in the previous year.
Right, and so none of these people are seeking selection for the Australian team, although the selections have already been done. They weren't seeking selection at the time of entry, and so you can really see the strength and depth of this club, UTS Haberfield, based in Sydney, to be able to lead this repechage in such a way, with Louisa Stocks, Sarah Berretry, Holly Garner, Taylor Kerpiniotis, Grace Burke, Annabelle Fuller, Sophia Aguirre, who is a Mexican, was a Mexican team representative, and a great coastal rower, Lila Anderton, and their cox Bronte Blackmore Cram, who was a rower. I'm pretty sure she was at Queenwood School, and she has now gone from rowing to coxing. You can see her there, sitting, looking at the crew, urging them on. She has certainly served her apprenticeship this season. She's doing an absolutely terrific job as a cox, and I'm really hopeful that we will see her on the international stage one day. Certainly deserves it. She's certainly been coxing everything going this season. And lots of big strokes being put in there, some nice timing. And they come across the line to take out that preferred position really in the final. They'll be joining the crews that have already qualified. And it's just a question of who joins them.
Yeah, looking
Pretty
good
close.
for all the Fleckers crew there from the University of Western Australia Boat Club.
And coming across the line now, Izzy Emery, Alice Grolton, Isabella Marchetti, Liz Warrant, Orla Flecker, Hayley Rowe, Lucy Eden, Portia Knight and their cox Liam Kerr. Well done to coach Alex Salenza.
Which leaves us with the situation, Lizzie, where Orla may have to coordinate her own presentation ceremony tomorrow after the final of the Club Women's Cox Day. That I would like to see.
And very confusingly, the crew from A&A in zoot suits that look very similar to UTS Haberfield used to get me very confused. But they've obviously had a big race there. I'm sure they'll be not too unhappy with their result. Just so great to see Club Women's Cox dates out there. But sadly, they will be eliminated from the event, and it'll be UTS Haberfield and University of WA who will progress through to the final tomorrow. And we move now to the first semi-final in the Schoolboys Cox Date. Get ready for noise. 1, 2 and 3 across the line will progress to the A final, the remainder to the B final. In lane 2 we have the crew from St Kevin's College in Victoria. In lane 3 the crew from the Southport School of Queensland. In lane 4 Wesley College from Victoria. In lane 5 Newington College from New South Wales. In lane 6 Geelong Grammar Victoria. And in lane 7 Brisbane Boys College Queensland, who were the winning 8.
Winning crew for the 3rd year in a row. It's also the 30th anniversary of their Henley win back in 1993 when they became the first ever Australian crew to win at the Henley Royal Regatta, first ever Australian Schoolboys crew, I should say, to win at the Henley Regatta. And they're going back this year, so Lizzie, I imagine you'll see them over there. Are you calling races at Henley this year too?
No, I'm far too busy drinking Pimm's and cheering on Brisbane Boys College. This is the crew of Xavier Rubens, David Granzin, Liam Crook, Joseph Tyne, Mitchell Owen, Daniel Cashman, Matthew Cashman and Thomas Stevens. Bo Palmer is the cox and John Pettigrew is the coach. At 1,500 metres they were in the lead.
Really, Chris?
Let me have a look. Over Geelong Grammar, the crew of Luca Clark, James Pincott, Dibdin Fitzgerald, Lloyd Vidotto, Harry Willis, Thomas Perenk, Archibald Allen and Samuel Stringer, who are being coxed by Ted Coakley. Sitting in 3rd, Newington College from lane 5, Oscar Sutherland, Noah Tainch, Tom Chanter, Christian Biasotto, Angus Mitchell, Morgan Jones, Jamie de Botton, William Fuller and Will Nicholas, their cox.
Yeah, so BBC said narrow winners, very narrow winners at the head of the river in Brisbane over the Southport School, who are in this race too, but over in 5th place. So BBC certainly pretty well clear in this particular race, and a good one for second between Newington and Geelong Grammar, who are both placed in their respective heads of the river in Sydney and Melbourne. They look to be our top 3. Wesley College too of Melbourne coming through, looking for a qualifying spot like then the Southport School, and also St Kevin's on the far side of the course. But it is certainly Brisbane Boys College with a commanding lead. We've seen some very close 8 races in the last 20 minutes or so, but this will be a Clearwater win to the crew from Brisbane Boys College, who remain, I think, undefeated in season 2023 so far. Brisbane Boys College take the win. Newington will join them in the final, and so will the crew from Geelong Grammar in 3rd. 4th will go narrowly to Wesley College of Melbourne. 5th, the Southport School, and 6th, the crew from St Kevin's in the first semi-final of this Schoolboys Cox Day to decide the first 3 crews that will race for the Barrington Cup tomorrow.
Confirming the results of the first semi-final of the Schoolboys Coxed 8, a win for Brisbane Boys College, 2nd Newington College, 3rd Geelong Grammar. Those 3 crews will progress through to the A final. 4th Wesley College, 5th the Southport School, 6th St Kevin's. These crews will progress to the B final. The winning time provisionally was 6 minutes 9.16 seconds, the margin 5.83 and 1.59. We now move to the second semi-final of the Schoolboys Cox Date. Caulfield Grammar from Victoria are in lane 2, the Hutchins School from Tasmania in lane 3, Xavier College Victoria in lane 4, St Peter's College of South Australia in lane 5, Scotch College of Victoria in lane 6 and St Ignatius College Riverview from New South Wales in lane 7.
Lizzie, we've got here, if my brief research is correct. 4 head of the river winners from their respective states in the same semi-final. That is the definition of a stacked semi. So Sydnatius from Sydney, who won the Sydney head on lane 7. Scotch College from Melbourne, who won the Melbourne head a week ago. St Peters of Adelaide, who did the same on West Lakes. And the Hutchins School from Tasmania, who are also the winners of the Tasmanian head of the river on that picturesque course down at Lake Barrington.
And it's not even the final, and only 3 can go through to contest the Barrington Cup.
Yep, that is the problem. It is cutthroat racing when it comes to the semis. As someone mentioned a day or two ago, semi-finals often the most exciting racing of the regatta because the crews are so desperate to get through to that top 6, and what a battle it is here between these crews. So St Ignatius certainly out in front. They've got a length or so on Scotch College. It was a really close race, the Melbourne head of the river. I was lucky enough to call it this year for the first time, and Scotch got home in almost a blanket finish with the crews chasing them from St Kevin's and Wesley College, both of whom we saw in the previous semi of this race. So but Scotch were just too good in the end, and they got in front by about half a boat length, but they've been challenged here certainly by the crew from St Ignatius.
We still have lanes that were seeded according to the wind conditions, just in case it was bad, and so we don't have our usual kind of V shape where the fastest progression is in the middle of the race course, as is normal with rowing. We've got those who potentially are the fastest in lane 7, closest to the spectators, and the ones who were lower down the ranking, I suppose, or across the finishing line in the preliminaries, over in lane 2, which is closest to the camera. So at the halfway mark, St Ignatius College in lane 7 were in first position, Scotch College from Victoria in second, St Peter's College from South Australia in third, Xavier College from Victoria in fourth, Hutchins in fifth, and Caulfield Grammar in sixth. But it's not quite so neat and tidy now.
No, it's not. And Xavier College had a really good head of the river. They won divisions 2, 3 and 4, 8, but missed out in the first 8, finishing fourth. But a strong effort from them as well. They sit fourth again here. It's been a lot of fourths for this crew from Xavier. They need to get into the top 3 if they're to move through. But St Peters from Adelaide are doing a good job too down lane 5. They've been the dominant force in South Australian schoolboy rowing for a few years now. And they look set here. They won the national title only a few years ago. May have been on Lake Barrington, I think, in 2021, if my memory serves me correctly. And luckily, Chris McCarthy's memory is much better than mine. So they're going to make it through to another final, you would think, if they can hold on here alongside the crew from Scotch Melbourne, who are trailing our race leaders. But St Ignatius, who had the dominant win in New South Wales head of the river only a week ago, are going to do it again here. So first place, you can just about pencil them in, but then it's Scotch College, St Peters and Xavier certainly coming along with the Hutchins School, the top Tasmanian crew who beat Scotch Oakburn in their head of the river on Lake Barrington, battling out for 3rd, 4th and 5th. But the crew from St Ignatius is comfortably in front. They'll win this race by about 2.5 lengths and move through to the final of the Schoolboys Cox State. So St Ignatius in first place, Scotch and St Peters stroke for stroke in 2nd and 3rd, but both will go through, and Scotch will hold on by just over a canvas. Scotch College 2nd, St Peter's College of Adelaide in 3rd, almost a length then back to Xavier College 4th place, who will just miss out. A further length back to Hutchins, who will finish 5th, and Caulfield Grammar will finish in 6th position. Some great racing there in the semis of the Schoolboys Cox State. Lizzie, I'm going to have a lie down and a glass of water and leave you with Chris McCarthy.
So, ladies and gentlemen, the second semi-final of the Schoolboys Cox State, equally exciting. It was a win for St Ignatius College of New South Wales, 2nd Scotch College Victoria, and 3rd St Peter's College South Australia. Those 3 crews will progress through to the A final. In 4th position, Xavier College of Victoria. In 5th, the Hutchins School of Tasmania, and in 6th, Caulfield Grammar. They will progress through to the B final. The St Ignatius crew won in a time of 6:03.21. The margin was 10.21 seconds, wow. And the margin back to 3rd place just 0.90, a further 2.94 seconds back to Xavier College, who I think are going to perform very well in the B final. It's not really any sort of consolation prize though, is it? So that time of 6:03 compared with 6:09 in the first semi-final for Brisbane Boys College. That is going to be such an exciting final. Oh my goodness.
Fantastic. I probably can't put
You
it
just
past
love rowing.
but
I mean, you look at those guys and you just think, how can you push yourself that hard? Anyway, still pushing hard in the next race, the final, is it? Final of the Open Women's Quadruple Scull. In lane 2, we have a composite between UTS Haberfield, Melbourne University and Adelaide Rowing Club. Molly Goodman, Georgie Rowe, Amanda Bateman and Laura Gourley, all of whom are National Training Centre athletes representing their institutes and their clubs. ANA have withdrawn. In lane 4, we have ANU from the ACT with Bonnie Andrews, Catherine Kahn, Taylor Caudle and Elora Kelly, coached by Nigel Harding. In lane 5, from Sydney University and the New South Wales Institute of Sport, Ella Menzinis, Jamie Ford, Eleanor Price and Georgia Mansaro. In lane 6, a composite between Maggie Foley of Corio, Sophie Gera-Petritis of ANU, Eve Muir of Huon and Alexandra Moylan of ANU, coached by Nigel Harding, Lee Hall-Sullivan and Johnny Dreesen. And in lane 7, Sydney Rowing Club, also representing New South Wales Institute of Sport and the ACT High Performance Programme with Laura Cypher, Grace Cypher, Sarah Hoare and Harriet Hudson, coached by Lachlan Carter and Donovan Check. Should say Sarah Hoare, Olympian and gold medal winner, Harriet Hudson, Olympian and bronze Olympic medal winner. So we're bookended by some fabulous international athletes.
Absolutely, and they're featuring on opposite sides of the course, this unseeded race. This is a straight final, no race for lanes available here. And all throughout the race, it has been the Sydney Rowing Club crew on the near side of the course, the grandstand side of the course, in the lead. But that UTS Haberfield combination of Molly Goodman, Georgie Rowe, Amanda Bateman and Laura Goulet on the car park side of the course really look to be bringing the fight to them. And as they pass through the 1500 metre mark, it's only 0.2 of a second separating those two. Sydney's still with the ascendancy at that point, but UTS Haberfield composite really bringing the fight to them. Both crews are comfortably clear of the Sydney University crew in the centre of the course. Element Scenes, Jamie Ford, Eleanor Price and Georgia Meehan-Saro, who are sitting in the provisional bronze medal position through the last 500 metres. They're 6 seconds clear of the ANU composite, the all ANU crew rather, not the composite in the centre of the course, and the ANU composite with Huon and Corio Bay in lane 6 are trailing back in 5th place, and the crew almost entirely of lightweights in that centre crew. But the battle is really coming from both sides of the course here. Sydney Rowing Club and UTS Composite crew really going stroke for stroke here. It's been Sydney Rowing Club all the way down the course, and the UTS crew have the momentum as they move up on them, and they do just have their bow balls in front here. Some information that I would not know if it wasn't thanks to our fantastic drone coverage here that we've got, thanks to the boys at BMA, and also the calmer weather conditions we've got here on Saturday evening, day 6 of the 2023 Australian Rowing Championship. Sydney Rowing Club are responding, but I don't know if it's going to be enough. The UTS composite, Laura Goulet, Georgie Rowe, Amanda Bateman and Molly Goodman, who have moved through in the last 500 metres. It is going to be really tight at the finish here. Sydney Rowing Club are coming back. It's going to come right down to the line. I think the UTS composite may have just had it, but that'll go to a photo finish. The results have it as UTS composite in
a big push that
win.
last couple of strokes, yeah.
Sydney crew just coming back really late. I think if there'd been another 2 strokes, they may have had it, but we'll wait for official confirmation on that. Sydney University, supported by the New South Wales Institute of Sport, in the bronze medal position, and pretty tight for 4th, with the ANU crew just ahead of the ANU composite crew on this side of the course.
Confirming the results of the Open Women's Quadruple Scull Championship race. First, UTS Haberfield Composite. Second, the Sydney Rowing Club crew. Third, Sydney University Boat Club. Fourth, ANU. And fifth, ANU Horion Corio Bay Composite. The winning time, 6 minutes 46.9. The margin, 0.38. Got a nice picture of the starting area there, and we've got our final crew just coming onto the start. A little bit late, I guess they'll be given a yellow card.
Exactly a minute ago.
But I think
Started to wait for them.
yeah, and I think what they have done, they've put 10 minutes between races just to allow for dodgy weather conditions, but we've been quite lucky. So we've got time to run through who we've got. In lane 2, closest to the camera, but furthest away from you on the bank, a composite of Canned, Toowong, Sydney University and Commercial. Oh, I do apologise, this is the Open Men's Cox Date. And I'll run through the crew composition in a minute. In lane 3, we have a composite of Toowong and Mercantile. In lane 4, just getting onto the start, a composite of Ballarat City and the University of Western Australia. In lane 5, a composite of UTS Haberfield and Mercantile. In lane 6, a Melbourne University Boat Club, supported by the Victorian Institute of Sport. And in lane 7, Sydney Rowing Club, with support from both the New South Wales Institute of Sport and, of course, for Josh Hicks, the West Australian Institute of Sport, our proud Western Australian that rows for Sydney Rowing Club. So closest to you on the camera, you can see Angus McCasker in the bow seat. He's from Canned Rowing Club. Tom Coates from Commercial in 2. Dylan Rhodes from Canned at 3. Mitch Salisbury from Canned at 4. Jared Lord from Canned at 5. Marcus Britt from Sydney University Boat Club. What's he doing in there? At 6. Elliot Appel at 7. And Miller Rowe in the stroke seat. John O'Cook is coxing. And the coaches are Jess Scott, Molly Salisbury and Lillian Slatter. The Toowong composite is David Carter from Toowong, Harry Cathcart from Mercantile, Roden Martin, Moss Murphy, Maxim Jeremijenko, Alexander Jeremijenko, Mitchell Bridge and Darcy Watter from Toowong, Asher Underhill coxing and the coaches Mark Game and Leo Karadimitris. The Ballarat composite is Oliver Cliff from the University of Western Australia and Isaac Hamilton from UWA, Sebastian Pendlebury from Ballarat, Aaron de Uden, William Hines, both from UWA, Riley McDougall and William Gilbert and William McKechnie from Ballarat City, and that's why they're late, because they've just been racing in another crew. Liam Kerr is the cox, and the coaches are Grant McKechnie and George White. The UTS Haberfield Mercantile composite is Mackenzie Thompson, Oliver St. Pierre, both from UTS, Jack Robertson from Mercantile and the VIS, Alex Wood from UTS and NSWIS, Torben Ungermark from UTS and NSWIS, Tim Masters from UTS and the VIS, Paddy Holt from UTS and NSWIS, Nick Pender from UTS and NSWIS, and Terry O'Hanlon in the cox's seat. Welcome back, Terry. Coaches, Matthias Ungermark and Tim McLaren. Melbourne University Boat Club, Nick Smith, William Akerman, Fraser Miss Campbell, Charlie Betruni, Hamish Wynne-Pope, Rowan Lavery, Ben Canham and Simon Keenan, Lucy Bennell coxing, and Sydney Rowing Club is Alec Hoskin, Miles Harrell, Torrent Olsen, Harry Crouch, Angus Aitken, Tom Cregan, Matthew Morgan, Josh Hicks, Teresa Harris is coxing, and Donovan Check and Shane Mulvaney are coaches.
We are away and racing in the Open Men's Cox 8. All crews away safely and in a straight line and set for another fantastic 8th race. I don't think I've ever had an afternoon of 8th racing that's provided as much entertainment and tight finishes as what we've had. Well, a whole day rather. We've had some fantastic racing in the junior categories this morning and in the heats and repecharges. And we're going to be backed up by the Open racing now, and it does look like, unsurprisingly, I believe the defending champions, Melbourne University Boat Club, supported by the Victorian Institute of Sport. One of the only entirely one club combinations in this race who have gotten out to an early lead, about 3/4 of a boat length from UTS Haberfield, who may look like a entirely UTS Haberfield combination, but they are a composite with the Mercantile Rowing Club. Sydney Rowing Club also up there in contention for the medals in the early stages. Cairn getting away nicely as well. Toowong just a little bit off the pace as Ballarat City composite in the opening 40 or 50 strokes or so, as we see that Cairn crew just leading out their fellow statemen, their fellow Queenslanders from Toowong Rowing Club to their bow side, and Ballarat City just trailing a little bit behind the pace in the opening exchanges of the Open Men's Cox 8. In fact, I would say that Cairn crew has actually done really well off the start and has put themselves right up there in contention for the win with Melbourne University Boat Club. We'll get a clearer picture as they approach the 500-metre timing point now. You see a great shot of the back of the Melbourne University Boat Club crew here. That's the combination of Nick Smith, William Ackerman, Fraser Muscamble, Charlie Petruni, Hamish Winpope, Rowan Lavery, Ben Canham, Simon Keenan in the stroke seat, Lucy Burnell coxing that crew, and rowing in the Peter Anthony. As we can see the Felipe Shell there, as they've gotten out to the best part of a boat length's lead from the UTS composite here, who are just seeing on the crew now, on the course now, or on the picture now. That combination there, supported by the New South Wales and Victorian Institutes of Sport, combination with the only mercantile representative being Jack Robertson there. Great close-up shot. Marcus Britt jumping into the Queensland 8 there. It looks to be a last-minute substitution with Cormac Kennedy-Leverett jumping out, possibly to save himself ahead of the President's Cup tomorrow afternoon. Can doing a very good job of it in the opening stages of the race. The crew's through the 1,000-metre mark now. Melbourne University leading 2:41 to the 1,000-metre mark. This is set to be well and truly the fastest race of the regatta. UTS Haberfield 3.2 seconds behind, so Melbourne University about a neat length clear of the course. For the rest of the field, the Cairn Composite sitting back in third place by 1.7 seconds. 1.7 seconds again in turn back to the Sydney Rowing Club combination in fourth place. Toowong Mercantile in fifth, and the Ballarat City crew just trailing off the pace a little bit in sixth place. So Melbourne University Boat Club definitely getting out to the strongest start and really dictating terms in the early stages of this eighth race. Now, we have seen the crews on this side of the course get a little bit of an advantage in the latter stages of racing, but in an open men's 8, they're moving quickly, and it's definitely hard to have a turn of speed over the Sydney Rowing Club crew, looking for a shot at a minor medal. They'll go toe-to-toe with the Cairn crew on the far side of the course, or the near side of the course if you are parked out front of your car spectating, as I noticed quite a few parents and supporters were this afternoon. But it's all about the Melbourne University Boat Club at this stage, who got away clean. Haven't quite been able to break contact with the UTS Haberfield composite in lane number 5. They have gone with them the entire time, as we get a great shot of some parents and supporters supporting their crews and cheering them on in the Row Union Bar this evening. A great afternoon for it up there. Really hard to find a seat as well, as we discovered not long ago. But Melbourne University looking to just break that last bit of clear water at the head of the open men's Cox 8. UTS Haberfield sitting squarely in the silver medal position, and it does look like the Sydney Rowing Club combination of Alec Hoskin, Miles Harold, Torrin Olsen, Harry Crouch, Angus Aitken, Tom Cregan, Matthew Morgan and Josh Hicks have just moved up into the bronze medal position. They're fighting tooth and nail with the Cairn crew on the far side of the course. Their coxswain Tess Harris will be telling them exactly where that crew is. You can see Harry Crouch sitting there in the stroke set. He's waited all week for this race. He's meant to be racing yesterday. He's had 4 days off and is absolutely raring and ready to go. But it won't be enough to catch the Melbourne University Boat Club crew. That crew, once again, Nick Smith, Will Ackerman, Fraser Muscamble, Charlie Petruni, Hamish Winpope, Rowan Lavery, Ben Canham, Simon Keenan, the crew coxed by Lucy Burnell, who under threat in the late stages from UTS Haberfield, but they have done enough work early on. Melbourne University Boat Club are your national champions in the open men's Cox 8. UTS Composite will cross the line for the silver medal. Sydney Rowing Club will take the bronze medal position in the open Cox 8. The early medal contenders, the Cairn Composite, will finish just outside the medals in 4th place. The Toowong Composite in 5th, and the University of WA and Ballarat City Composite will finish in 6th place.
Oh, some of the young fellas in this race, they will have never had a race like that before, will they? Welcome to the big guns.
Absolutely, I can see.
Look at that, they're dead. I think we lost our barrowman in the Sydney Rowing Club 8. Well done, mate. Oh, well done, all of you. What an amazing race. Amazing.
That is the fastest race of the regatta by quite some margin. I think it's the only race to go under 6 minutes, and it's done so in fine form. 5:38.72 the winning time there for Melbourne University Boat Club, and I'm even going to say
margin just 2.34 and then 3.99, and then it's not even that, it's 5.39 back to the canned composite. What a great race they had too, coming in 4th.
Only introduced at the 2019 National Championships.
Really? Amazing.
Well, in place of the open men's Coxed 4.
Right.
And I would say, by some margin, this would be the fastest ever.
So just recapping the results in the Open Men's Cox Day: to win for Melbourne University Boat Club, second UTS Haberfield Mercantile, third Sydney Rowing Club, fourth Canned Composite and fifth Toowong Composite. The presentation of medals for the Open Women's Quad Scull Championship of Australia. The medals will be presented by Dr. Monique Heinke, dual Olympian, accompanied by Chris Gromit. Third place and bronze medalists representing Sydney University Boat Club and the New South Wales Institute of Sport. Ella Mancini's, Jamie Ford, Eleanor Price, and their stroke was Georgia Mansaro. Second place and silver medalists, Sydney Rowing Club, Laura Cypher from Grace Cypher, Sarah Hoare and Harriet Hudson. First place, gold medalists and national champions in the Open Women's Quad Scull, Molly Goodman from Adelaide Rowing Club and the South Australian Sports Institute, Georgie Rowe from UTS and the New South Wales Institute of Sport, Amanda Bateman from Melbourne University Boat Club and the VIS, and Laura Gourley from UTS and the New South Wales Institute of Sport. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate our Australian champions and medalists in the Open Women's Quad Scull. We're on to one of my favourite events. So we're back to para rowing. I think this is the final para rowing event of the Open Regatta. The next one will be the Interstate Regatta. And this is the PR3 category. So in para rowing, 3 categories. We've talked about them before. PR3 is where you can use all 3 muscle groups: legs, trunk and arms. In lane 4, we have these are mixed coxed fours. So what that means is 2 men, 2 women, and a cox who can be of any gender and does not have to have an impairment. The community crew in lane 4 is Rebecca Markwell, Christian Lane Krebs, Nikki Ayres and Sam Shalhoub. We can see them there. Nikki Ayres, our very experienced Paralympian, sitting in the bow seat. We have got Rebecca Markwell, who is the representative for Queensland in the PR3 women's single scull at the Interstate Regatta in the 2 seat. Christian Lane Krebs from Bundaberg sitting in the 3 seat, and Sam Shalhoub from Community Rowing in the stroke seat. They're being coxed by Isabel Nichols, who is the sister of Harrison Nichols, who is going to be representing New South Wales in the single scull tomorrow. They are coached by Liam James and Alan Goff. Then we can see in lane 6 a composite from University of Queensland, Drummoyne, Nestles and Centenary. Kaylee Mitchell from Centenary, who I think started with para rowing this year. Aaron Skinner from Nestles, he and Julia Story from Drummoyne Rowing Club, and Mac Russell from the University of Queensland Boat Club have been rowing for quite some time. And then in our Lane 7 crew, we have Kevin Wall from Shell Harbour, James Hunt and Bronte Marshall from Community Rowing Club, and Lauren Webber from Community Rowing Club, being coxed by Will Raven. And the coach there is Liam James. Kathleen Hextall, the coach, is coxing our University of Queensland composite in Lane 6. So in the lead is our crew that's on the screen at the moment, with Kaylee Mitchell in the bow seat, Aaron Skinner in the 2 seat, Julia Story in the 3 seat, and Mac Russell in the stroke seat. Kathleen Hextall lying down there in the bows in the cox's seat. So this is the 20th anniversary of Julia Story's first international medal when she represented Australia in this event, the leg, trunk and arms mixed cox tour as it was known then, back at the World Championships in Milan. Then they crossed the line to take out the PR3 mixed cox tour at the 2023 National Championships.
Big high fives there from Julia Story, Mac Russell, to stalwarts of Australian para rowing. Great faces around the boat punt for sure.
And the second crew across the line looks to me as though it has Lauren Webber in the... No, that's Bronte Marshall in the bow seat, Lauren Webber in the 2 seat, James Hunt in the 3 seat, and Kevin Wall from Shell Harbour in the stroke seat. And their cox also in the bow seat is supposed to be Will... Yes, that's Will Raven. And the coach of that crew is Liam James. Will Raven, who's the head of rowing at St Joseph's College. Yep. And our final crew across the finish line will be our crew of Nikki Ayres from Capital Lakes in the bow seat, Rebecca Markwell and Christian Lane Krebs from Bundaberg in the middle of the crew, and Sam Shalhoub of Community Rowing in the stroke seat, and Isabel Nichols, their cox. And then we did have a 4th crew, but unfortunately that had to scratch. So confirming the results of the PR3 mixed coxed 4. First, the University of Queensland, Drummoyne, Nestles and Centenary composite. Second, the Community and Shell Harbour Rowing Clubs composite. And third, the Community, Capital Lakes and Bundaberg composite. And confirming the results of the Open Men's 8, that very exciting race. It was gold for the Melbourne University crew, second UTS Haberfield Composite, and third Sydney Rowing Club. And the margin in the end was 2.19 of a second.
Confirming the winning time was not 5:38 as originally popped up on our timing screen in front of us. 5:49.75 the winning time to the Melbourne University Club.
Presentation of medals for the Open Men's Coxed 8 Championship of Australia. The medals will be presented by Ian Holzberger, Chief Executive Officer of Rowing Queensland. Third place place and bronze medalists, Sydney Rowing Club. Alec Hoskin. Miles Harold. Torrent Olsen. Harry Crouch. Angus Aitken. Tom Cregan. Matthew Morgan. And their stroke, Joshua Hicks. The crew is coxed by Teresa Harris. The coaches, Donovan Seck and Shane Mulvaney. Second place and silver medalists. A composite of UTS Haberfield and Mercantile rowing clubs. Mackenzie Thompson. Oliver St. Pierre. Jack Robertson. Alexander Wood. Torben Ungemach. Tim Masters, Paddy Holt and Nicholas Pender. The crew was coxed by Terry O'Hanlon and coached by Matthias Ungemach and Tim McLaren. Gold medalists and national champions, Melbourne University Boat Club. Nick Smith. William Akerman. Fraser Miss Campbell. Charlie Batruni. Hamish Wynne Pope. Rowan Lavery. Ben Canham. And there's stroke Simon Keenan. The cox was Lucy Burnell. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate our Australian champions and medalists in the Open Men's 8.
And as we conclude one presentation, we have just concluded the first semi-final of the Schoolgirls single scull, this being an A-B semi-final, so all these athletes progressing either to the A or B final. And as they crossed the line, it was Sophia Miller from Toorak College who crossed the line in first place there. We'll just have the results refreshed in front of me, so I'll repeat that. That was Zara Kafuri of Cedar College, who has seen racing for Yarra Yarra all week, across the line in first place. Lucy Searle from Kinross Wallaroi in second, and Elizabeth Carey of Loretto Kirribilli in third place. Those three scullers will be progressing through to tomorrow's A final. Sophia Miller of Toorak College in fourth, Alice McCready from Newcastle Grammar in fifth, and Asia Heaps of St Luke's Anglican crossing the line in sixth place in that first semi-final.
Yeah, and the winning time there for Zara Kafuri was 8:24.73, the margin 4.4, and then 13.54, so quite a commanding win. The second schoolgirl single scull semi-final is now in progress, and again the first three will be progressing through to the A final. We've got Alyssa Fickers of Loretto Kirribilli in lane 2. We have Olivia Yates of the St Brendan Shaw College in Tasmania in lane 3. She's coached by David Tippett and Merv Tippett. Victoria Binns of South Australia's Seymour College is in lane 4, coached by Tom Doornbos. In lane 5, Astrid Thomas from Brisbane Girls Grammar School. In lane 6, Emma O'Neill from St Hilda's of Perth. coached by Keely Atchison, and in lane 7, Sarah Burke from St Patrick's, Townsville. In Queensland, coached by Harrison Parks and Hayley Nielsen Burke. And I think I forgot to mention that Alyssa Fickers is coached by Lachlan Allen and Larissa Biesenthal. So Alyssa Fickers, she and Elizabeth Carey, who just came third in the previous semi-final, were the gold medalist, I think it was, at the New South Wales State Championships in the under-17s event, I think it was. So very competent sculler indeed, but she had a big race earlier on in one of the 8s. I'm really amazed at how these athletes just keep backing it up over 2,000 metres and over what's an endurance distance, but also really taxes your physiological system.
No, in lieu of timing, it is Sarah Burke from St Pat's, Townsville in lane 7, closest to us, who has led for the majority of the race and continues to lead and putting herself in the best position for that A final tomorrow. It is things are pretty much in lane order, so to be in second place will be the sculler from Seymour College, Victoria Binns, who've also seen racing for the club as well. Who looks to be sitting in that second qualifying spot, and then just can't quite tell from here. The third place spot looks to either be coming from battle between Emma O'Neill from St Hilda's and Olivia Yeats from Brendan Shaw on those two sculls on the opposite side of the course. They'll be battling it out for that third qualifying spot as they approach the line rapidly. So some tight racing here in the second semi-final of the Schoolgirls single scull. It's it's coming up to an all-the-way win from St Pat's College, Townsville's Sarah Burke, coached by Harrison Parks and Hayley Nielsen Burke. And then it will be the sculler from Seymour College, Victoria Binns, who's just got her bow ball into that second qualifying position through to tomorrow's A final. And it looks like she may possibly be joined by Olivia Yeats from Brendan Shaw, but she's herself locked into a really good battle with Emma O'Neill from St Hilda's, the local sculler from Perth. But I think it will be too much ground to cover for the St Hilda's sculler to make it into the A final. It's Sarah Burke from St Pat's, Townsville crossing the line in first place. Victoria Binns from Seymour College in second. Olivia Yeats from Brendan Shaw in third. Just narrowly ahead of Emma O'Neill from St Hilda's in Perth. Astra Thomas of Brisbane Girls Grammar School will finish in 5th place. And Alyssa Fickers from Loreto Kirribilli in 6th place.
Confirming the results of the second semi-final of the Schoolgirls single scull, a win for Sarah Burke of St Patrick's, Townsville. Second, Victoria Binns of Seymour College. Third, Olivia Yates of Brendan Shaw College. They will progress through to the A final. In 4th, Emma O'Neill from St Hilda's, Perth. In 5th, Astrid Thomas from Brisbane Girls Grammar School. And in 6th, Alyssa Fickers from Loreto Kirribilli. Those 3 scullers will progress to the B final. No time available. The presentation of medals for the PR3 Para Mixed Cox 4. The medals will be presented by Ray Walter, one of the first adaptive rowing coaches in Western Australia, a leading state in the early years of para rowing. Second and silver medalists representing Community Rowing Club and Shell Harbour. Kevin Wall from Shell Harbour. James Hunt from Community Rowing Club. Lauren Webber from Community Rowing Club. Bronte Marshall from Community Rowing Club. And their cox, Will Raven from Sydney University Boat Club. The crew was coached by Liam James. Gold medalists and national champions, the University of Queensland Composite. Kaylee Mitchell from Centenary. Aaron Skinner from Nestle's. Julia Story from Drummoyne. Mac Russell from the University of Queensland Boat Club. And their cox, Kathleen Hextall from Drummoyne Rowing Club. The crew is coached by Michael Russell and Kathleen Hextall. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate our medalists in the PR3 Mixed Coxed 4. And ladies and gentlemen, we will now have the presentation of the Bob Blake Shield. Ladies and gentlemen, Bob Blake was the National Coordinator of Adaptive Rowing in Australia for many years. The Bob Blake Shield recognises the state that has won the most points in para-rowing at these national championships. Ray Walter is now presenting the Bob Blake Shield to New South Wales, represented by Stephen Donnelly, the President of Rowing New South Wales. And holding the shield, Kevin Wall from Shell Harbour, together with representatives of the para-rowing community in New South Wales.
So we've got some tight racing now coming down to the finish. It's coming right between Loretto Marriotteville's Emily Lang and Seymour College's Lily Rose Hall-Krause for the first qualifying spot through to tomorrow's C final, rather, being a CD semi-final here in the Schoolgirls single scull. Third across the line will be Lucy McFarlane of Indooroopilly State High School. Fourth, just narrowly, would be Bianca Kohlberg of Norwood International. Callie McRae of Rockhampton Girls Grammar School in 5th place. Alice Watkins of Loretto Kirribilli in 6th. And Francesca Spano of Fintona School crossing the line in 6th place. Those last 3 scullers will be progressing to the D final tomorrow morning, while those first 3 leading scullers to the C final.
Confirming the results of the 3rd semi-final of the Schoolgirls single scull. A win for Emily Lang of Loretto Marriotteville, South Australia. 2nd, Lily Rose Hall-Krause of Seymour College, Victoria. 3rd, Lucy McFarlane of Indooroopilly State High in Queensland. Those 3 scullers will progress to the A final. 4th, Bianca Kohlberg from Norwood International, South Australia. 5th, Callie McRae from Rockhampton Girls. 6th, Alice Watkins from New South Wales. And 7th, Francesca Spano of Fintona. Those scullers will progress through to the B final. Oh, I'm so sorry. The first 3 are progressing through to the C final, and the remainder are progressing through to the D final. And that's taking place tomorrow morning. Our next race is the fourth semi-final of the Schoolgirls single scull, and again the first 3 will progress to the C final and the remainder to the D final. In lane 1 we have Alessia Sirocco of Perth College. In lane 2, Georgia Mortimer of St Luke's Anglican in Queensland. In lane 3, Amber Tulloch of OLS State High in Victoria.
Our Lady of the Sacred Heart College in Bentley, in Victoria.
Our Lady of the Sacred Heart College. Thank you very much. Not a State High at all. That just proves what bullshit we talk up here. In lane 4, representing the Sunshine Coast Grammar School, Alana Scott. In lane 5, representing Rockhampton Girls Grammar, Georgia Brennan. In lane 6, Perth College.
6 and 7 have both been scratched, it looks like.
Oh, right, thank you.
And we have a lane 8 for, I think, the first time at the regatta.
St Patrick's Townville, Lily Bragg. St Patrick's Townville did rather well just now with Sarah Burke taking it out. How is Lily Bragg going to do?
Pretty well placed on lane 8 too is Lily Bragg, and then a couple of empty lanes either side of her as they head into the closing strokes of this race. It would indeed be the sculler from St Pat's Townsville, Lily Bragg, who leads this race. So 3 will go through to the C final from this race, race 581 on tomorrow morning's program. And the remainder of the field, the other 3, will go to the D final, which is race 575. Those both coming up in the early part of tomorrow morning's program. But heading in towards the finish line here, it is Lily Bragg from St Pat's Townsville, who's racing in lane 8, so closest to the spectator side of the course. And then the next 2 qualifying spots, it looks to be Rockhampton Girls Grammar School, Georgia Brennan, who would be second. And then right across on the far side of the course, Alessia Sirocco from Perth College, who is probably narrowly third. Also there, Amber Tulloch from, as you see, Our Lady of the Sacred Heart in Bentley in Melbourne, and also a Carrum Rowing Club member, but she would be back in 4th place. Then Sunshine Coast Grammar, Alana Scott, and Georgia Mortimer from St Luke's Anglican of Bundaberg sits in 5th and 6th place. But the top 3 will go through here to the C final of the Schoolgirls single scull from this is semi-final number 4. So the C and D semis to decide our C and D finalists, and a pretty strong win coming up, it would seem, to the sculler closest to the finish tower as she moves along on very, very good conditions here for rowing at the Champion Lakes Regatta Centre late on Saturday afternoon, the 6th day, a big 6th day of the 2023 Australian Rowing Championships. And going across the takeout semi-final 4 is the sculler in lane 8 from St Pat's of Townsville. So a couple of wins in 2 races for that school from Townsville. Lily Bragg is through to the C final of the Schoolgirls single scull. 2nd place will go to the sculler in lane 5, Georgia Brennan from Rockhampton Girls Grammar School, and 3rd will indeed be Alessia Sirocco from Perth College over on the far side of the Champion Lakes Regatta Centre. 4th place to the Carrum rower, or the Our Lady of the Sacred Heart rower, in this case Amber Tulloch, coached by Drew Holman, and Jane Robertson, she's in 4th place. 5th will go narrowly to Georgia Mortimer of St Luke's Anglican in Bundaberg, and 6th place then to Alana Scott from Sunshine Coast Grammar.
Confirming the results of race number 557, the 4th semi-final of the Schoolgirls single scull, a win for Lily Bragg of St Patrick's Townsville. 2nd, Georgia Brennan, Rockhampton Girls Grammar. 3rd, Alessia Sirocco from Perth College. Those 3 scullers will progress through to the C final. In 4th, Amber Tulloch of Our Lady of the Sacred Heart. 5th, Georgia Mortimer of St Luke's Anglican. And 6th, Alana Scott of the Sunshine Coast Grammar School. Those scullers will progress through to the D final. Winning time, 8 minutes 51.2.
So on the course now will be the first of 4 semi-finals for the Schoolboys single scull. And as those crews... Richard Dorstein's having a fit about more than 2 semi-finals. The word semi does denote 2, but anyway, denotes half. Awesome. So we're just having scrambling for a draw here, but at the 1,000-metre mark, it was the Churchland sculler of Remy Payne who was leading the charge, 2.1 seconds up on Harry Salfinger of Aquinas College. Cooper Hoskin from Christian Brothers sitting back in 3rd place. Those three scullers set to progress through to the A final. Archie Critchell of Kew High School in 4th, Hutchins's Henry Pitt in 5th place, and Anthony Smith of Gippsland Grammar sitting in 6th place at the moment, but not too much of a margin between any of these two scullers. So 2.91 first to second, 1.19 second to third, and the all-important margin from 3rd to 4th, A final to B final, is 1.4 seconds, with Archie Critchell still sitting back in that 4th spot at the moment. And as those scullers approach the 1500 metre timing point, we'll get a little bit of an update and a little bit of a clearer picture on where they stand. It looks for certain that the Churchland sculler in lane 4, Remy Payne, is still leading the charge, and quite significantly about 3 boat lengths back to his nearest competition, and that'll come in the form of Harry Soufinger and Cooper Hoskin in 3rd place, who has managed to separate himself from the challenge for his A final position presented to him by Archie Critchell, who's still sitting back in 4th place representing Kew High School. Henry Pitt of Hutchins in Tasmania sits back in 5th place, while the sculler from Gippsland Grammar, Anthony Smith, rounding out the field at that 1500 metre timing point in 6th place, as the sun starts to drop below the clouds and our eyes begin to strain further to see what is going on the course in front of us and determine a placing for these scullers in the last 500 metres. As these scullers approach the final few hundred metres road of the first of 4 semi-finals in the Schoolboys single scull. Some of these boys will have raced 3 races already, with this being the 4th race of the regatta just in this event. It looks like it is still Remy Payne of Churchlands who has led start to finish and is only stretching that lead out further. And he leads Harry Soufinger from Aquinas College, who is only half a length up on Cooper Hoskin, rather, the younger brother of Alec Hoskin, from South Australia, who across the line in 3rd place. Those top 3 qualifiers straight through to tomorrow's A final. And quite a distance back then. They've separated themselves from the B final qualifiers. The first of those across the line will be Archie Critchell from Kew High School in lane 7. Followed across the line will be the sculler from Hutchins, Henry Pitt, who will earn his place in the B final, and the Gippsland Grammar sculler will cross the line in 6th place to round out the first 3 of our 6 B final qualifiers. Anthony Smith from Gippsland Grammar.
Confirming the results of our first semi-final in the Schoolboys single scull, a win for Remy Payne of Churchlands. 2nd, Harry Soufinger of Aquinas College. 3rd, Cooper Hoskin of Christian Brothers. They will progress through to the A final. 4th, Archie Critchell of Kew High School. 5th, Anthony Smith of Gippsland Grammar, and they will progress through to the B final. In the second semi-final of the Schoolboys single scull, Igor Zarubin of Norwood International High is in lane 2. He's coached by Brenton Terrell. In lane 3, Oliver Evans-Wood from Norwood International High, also coached by Brenton Terrell. In lane 4, Angus Murfitt of St Patrick's College Victoria, coached by Paul Blanchfield. In lane 5, Jasper Boyce of Unley High, South Australia, coached by Daniel Ralph and Asher Doughty Garside. In lane 6, William Rogers of the King's School, Parramatta, coached by Julian Huxley. And in lane 7, Chad Willett from the St Joseph's Nudgee College of Queensland.
Now, I would say this would be the semi-final to watch here in the Schoolboys single scull with Chad Willett from Nudgee. He was the bronze medalist in the under-19 single scull earlier on in the week. William Rogers from the King's School, he was the silver medalist. And those placings just starting to reverse themselves now as those scullers through the 1,000-metre mark in plenty good time as well. So William Rogers sitting in second. Jasper Boyce from Unley High about 10 seconds back in third place. That'll round out our qualifiers at the moment for the A final. Angus Murford of St Patrick's College in fourth. Norwood International High with 2 representatives in the in this semi-final. Igor Zarabin in 5th place, and Oliver Evans-Wood from Norwood International High in 6th place at the moment. But all eyes will definitely be on these 2 lead scullers. Will Rogers from King's School, he knows that he has what it takes to beat Chad Willett from Nudgee College. They've raced together a couple of times already this week, and does look like Chad Willett's just well aware of the threat to his favourable lane placing in tomorrow's A final, and just starting to do a little bit of extra work to make sure that he is not under threat from William Rogers of the King's School. William Rogers fresh off a national championship in the under-19 quadruple scull this morning. And, he was joined in that by Cooper Hoskin from Christian Brothers, who in the previous semi-final just made his way through to the A final. That was the first ever national championship gold medal for Christian Brothers in South Australia. Chad Willett just extending that lead at the 1,500 metre mark. 5.47 seconds for the Nudgee College sculler ahead of the King's School sculler in second place. William Rogers still just sitting there biding his time well. So William Rogers fresh off a second placing at the AAGPS Head of the River only 7 days ago at this point. So a big week of winning or medaling at the Head of the River and making his way over to Perth and jumping straight in the single after undoubtedly a few weeks of rowing nothing but the 8 for school, and coming over here and doing quite well and really sticking it to Chad Willett from Nudgee College. Nudgee placing, I believe, 5th at the Queensland Head of the River, so a great turn of results for Chad Willett coming over here, and he does look to be set to qualify possibly fastest for the fastest by quite a margin actually for the A final of the Schoolboy single scull, and just starting to relax the rating now and take things down. He's done enough work and secured that A final position, secured the most favourable lane, whatever that may be, come tomorrow morning. Chad Willett from the Nudgee College an all-the-way win in this second semi-final of the Schoolboy single scull. He'll go straight through to tomorrow's A final. Good. 3 or 4 lengths clear of William Rogers of the King's School across the line in second place. He'll join Chad Willett and as well as Remy Payne, Harry Salfinger and Cooper Hoskin in tomorrow's A final. And the final qualifier, the final sculler for that A final will be sculler from Norwood, from Unley High rather. It's close, South Australian. Jasper Boyce in third place. The St Patrick's College sculler of Angus Murford in 5th. Igor Zarabin of Norwood in 6th. In 5th place, Oliver Evans-Wood of Norwood International High, rounding out the field in this second AB semi-final of the Schoolboy single scull.
Confirming the results of the second semi-final of the Schoolboy single scull, it was a win for Chad Willett of Nudgee, second William Rogers of King's, and third Jasper Boyce of Unley High. Those 3 scullers will progress through to the A final. 4th, Angus Murfitt of St Patrick's College. 5th, Igor Zarubin of Norwood International High. And 6th, Oliver Evans-Wood of Norwood International High. Those 3 scullers will progress through to the B final. The 3rd semi-final is now in progress. In this race, the first 4 scullers will progress through to the C final and the remainder will go to the D final. In lane 1, we have Alex Rackham from the Friends School in Tasmania. In lane 2, Benjamin Sutherland from Trinity College of WA. In lane 3, Harry Dangerfield of Scotch College, Adelaide. In lane 4, Tom McGee from St Augustine's College in New South Wales. In lane 5, Logan Cavill of Bundaberg High in State High in Queensland. In lane 6, Corey Stevens of St Luke's Anglican School, Queensland. In lane 7, Finn Redman of Adelaide High. And in lane 8, Lewin Harridge of Albert Park College, Victoria. And Lewin is coached by former international lightweight rower Minnie Cade, who won a World Championships in 1992, I think it was, with Virginia Lee, who we were talking about earlier.
Was Finn Redman of
Adelaide High School.
High.
Yeah, it's been having
Watching
a
a
good
million
regatta.
things happen on our timing screen in front of us. Finn Redman of Adelaide High, who was leading well at the 1500 metre mark, 5.92 seconds back to Lewin Harridge of Albert Park College. Tom McGee of St Augustine sitting back in 3rd. Those 3 scullers looking like they'll make it through to the C final tomorrow morning. Logan Cavill of Bundaberg State High in 4th. Scotch College from Adelaide in 5th place. They're represented by Harry Dangerfield. St Luke's Anglican in 6th place, Corey Stevens. Benjamin Sutherland of Trinity College in 7th, and Alex Rackham of Friends in 8th place. 8th place is not a word we've used much this week. I think
We have not.
The first race of the entire regatta where we've used all 8 lanes available to us here at the Champion Lakes Regatta course.
And they've all turned up.
And they've all turned up, exactly.
Exactly. Even if we had a lane slated, sometimes they haven't all been used. So yeah, great to see this. I'm really impressed that such a small programme as Albert Park College should be progressing so well in everything it's doing in this regatta. It's wonderful to see under the guidance of Minnie Cade and Virginia Lee, whose kids went to the school, and so they decided why not have a school rowing programme, and it's been incredibly successful.
Yeah, it's seemed like every second race that I've been trying to dream up a Formula One reference. Really have heard the name a few times at other races in the past, but it's definitely been a real standout for a growth of a program here this week. But it will be Finn Redman of Adelaide High who will finish first in this 3rd semi-final of the Schoolboys single scull. Pretty much an even length clear of the sculler from Albert Park College, Lewin Harridge in 2nd place. 3rd place will be Tom McGee from St Augustine's. Again, a neat length clear of Logan Cavill of Bundaberg State High School. Logan will head to the D final tomorrow morning.
4 to the C final, I think. Yep.
Oh, I am totally wrong. Progression is different for this race. I do need to double check every time. So top 4 through to the C final in this race. So that'll be Logan Cavill from Bundaberg State High will go through to the C final. Corey Stevens of St Luke's Anglican in 5th place. Scotch College Adelaide's Harry Dangerfield in 6th. Those 2 through to the D final. They'll be joined there by the sculler from Trinity College here in WA, Benjamin Sutherland, and also by Alex Rackham from Friends in Tasmania to round out this field.
Just confirming, in the 3rd semi-final, Finn Redman of Adelaide High, 1st. 2nd, Albert Park College, Lewin Harridge. 3rd, Tom McGee, St Augustine's, and 4 from Bundaberg State High, Logan Cavill. They progress through to the C final, the remainder to the D final. And now our 4th semi-final of the Schoolboys single scull is in progress, and again the first 4 will progress to the C final and the remainder to the D final. In lane 1 we have Lachlan Simpson from Gin Gin State High in Queensland, coached by Ashlyn Chaplin. In lane 2, Jonathan Foster from Perth Modern School, coached by Kevin Neville. In lane 3, Thomas Osborne from Unley High, coached by Daniel Ralph and Jude Shermer. In lane 4, Cody Kearney from St Augustine's, New South Wales, coached by Judith Ungermark. In lane 5, Finley Mitchell from St Joseph's College, New South Wales, coached by Will Raven, Michael Lane and Tom Morgan. In lane 6, Phoenix Graham from St Ignatius College, New South Wales, coached by Dan Noonan. In lane 7, Liam Davis from John 23rd College in WA, coached by Kevin Neville. And in lane 8, Cash Kazakov, love that name, Canberra Grammar School, ACT.
And at the 1500 metre mark, it was Phoenix Graham from St Ignatius College in New South Wales, the lovely school on the Lane Cove River there, who was leading the race in the footsteps of his first 8, who came home with such a commanding win in their semi-final earlier in the evening's program. Finlay Mitchell from St Joseph's College in second place, 3 seconds the margin there. Jonathan Foster from Perth Modern School in third place, and Liam Davis from John the 23rd in here in Western Australia in fourth place. Those 4 scullers set to progress through to the C final tomorrow. Cash Kazakov of Canberra Grammar in 5th at that 1500 metre timing point. St Augustine sculler of Cody Kearney, as well as Unley High's Thomas Osborne, and Gingin State High School's Lachlan Simpson. Those 4 scullers set to, at the moment, progress to the D final, although a little bit of a battle hotting up on the near side of the course here between Cash Kazakov of Canberra Grammar and Liam Davis from John the 23rd College in Western Australia. Those 2 scullers battling it out for that 4th place qualifying position, trying to sneak their way up into the C final tomorrow. So as that semi-final comes down, and that's fairly well decided there, as it was just called, the Open Women's Coxed 8 is underway for the Florence Eaton Trophy race. 562 on your program, and that race is well and underway as they move through the 500 metre mark in a pretty astounding time at that point. So University of Queensland leading the charge in 1:29.85 through the 1,000 metre mark. Melbourne University in second place. Sydney Rowing Club in third. The ANU Composite in fourth place, a largely or entirely lightweight combination in fourth place, and the ANU Sydney University crew on the near side of the course sitting in 5th place at that first timing point. It is a really stacked field. Some big names in this one, Stuart.
Yeah, there's some fantastic names in this one, and there are a large number of these athletes that will be competing in the Queen's Cup tomorrow. Lane 3, the University of Queensland crew of Elizabeth Newell, Maddie Williams, Rhea Thompson, Sarah Tisdall, Lucy Hope, Ellen Potsy, Lily Alton, Caitlin Cronin and Lily Lunley as the coxswain. So out of that you have Maddie Williams, Sarah Tisdale, Lucy Hope, Ellen Potsy, Lily Alton and Lily Lunley that will be appearing with the big Q on their zooties. Lane 4, it's a Sydney Rowing Club crew: Grace Cypher, Isabel Fura, Talisa Noak Driver, Isabella Scammell, Sarah Hoare, Harriet Hudson, Lauren Graham, Lexi Northdruff, Hannah Coap. Out of those, Hannah Coap, Harriet Hudson and Lauren Graham will compete for New South Wales.
And Sarah Hoare for Victoria as well.
Yep. In lane 5, it's the lightweight crew: Maggie Foley, Alex Moylan, Annalise Isaacs, Eve Muir, Georgia Mansero, Lucy Coleman, Sophie Gerapatridis, Anika Reardon. Bronte Blackmore Cram is the coxswain, coached by Nigel Harding, and they are looking to potentially get a lightweight women's 8s event in. We've got the lightweight men's 8s, so they're looking at having that in as well. As we just see the times through the 1,000 metres, University of Queensland leading Melbourne University by a second and a half, back to Sydney Rowing Club, and then the ANU lightweight composite in lane 5, and then down to the ANU Sydney University composite in lane number 7. Lane 6 from Melbourne University, Romy Cantwell, Zara Lavery, Sarah Duray, Eliza Gaffney, Laura Foley, Sarah Marriott, Jean Mitchell, Lucy Stefan is the stroke seat, and Emily Coughlin is the coxswain. So we'll see Lucy in the Queen's Cup tomorrow. Eliza Gaffney is one of the reserves. And then in lane 7, largely the ACT Queen's Cup crew: Pip Gray, Bonnie Andrews, Nikki Greenland, Delora Kelly, Taylor Caudle, Elena Moran, Eloise Lambden, Catherine Kahn and Kate Barr is the coxswain, coached by Nigel Harding and Tom Creever.
all to play for here for the Florence Eaton Trophy in the Open Women's Cox State. It's pretty tight up in the top 3 positions, a tight battle for the medals. So 3:08.98 the time through the K for the University of Queensland crew there. 1.06 seconds the margin back to Melbourne University Boat Club. Sydney Rowing Club back in third, 1.5 seconds the margin there. And things getting really tight now as we see those crews approaching the 1,500 metre mark. Melbourne University Boat Club won the Open Men's Cox State just minutes ago, and their women are trying to do the same thing. University of Queensland hanging on to the lead, but only narrowly 0.56 of a second between first and second at the 1,500 metre timing point. Sydney Rowing Club 0.64 of a second behind. It's a long way in an Open Cox State to make up that even such a small margin in 500 metres. The conditions are as fast as they have been all week. We're set for some great Open 8s racing here as these crews charge down to the line. That Melbourne University Boat Club crew, they look to have the momentum on the course. Romy Cantwell, Zara Lavery, Sarah Deure, Eliza Gaffney, Laura Foley, Sarah Marriott, Jean Mitchell, Lucy Steffen, the Cox, Emily Coglan. Most of that crew is either in the Queen's Cup or the Bicentennial Cup for Victoria tomorrow. So a great hit out and some 8s racing to get used to the pace of the course and improved conditions here in Champion Lakes. And it is going to be really tight to call. University of Queensland look to have responded now and look to still have their noses in front, but only narrowly. Melbourne University Boat Club, they put together a fantastic Open 8s race. It was the quickest race of the regatta just an hour or so ago, and this is likely set to be the quickest women's race of the regatta as well. But will the gold medal go the way of the University of Queensland or the Melbourne University Boat Club? It could be either one's pick of the medals today. The University of Queensland have led from start to finish, and they continue to do so, but only narrowly. Melbourne University Boat Club are charging here. University of Queensland have still got their bow balls in front. It's only a foot or two in it. Melbourne University Boat Club are coming, but University of Queensland, they hang on to that lead that they earned early on. Melbourne University Boat Club will take home the silver medal. Sydney Rowing Club about a length and a half behind for the bronze medal. About 2 or 3 lengths clear of the lightweight composite crew in the middle of the course, and the ANU composite in lane 7 finishing in 5th place.
Absolutely nothing in that. The University of Queensland, they got out early, they held on, but my word, if the course was about 20 metres longer than Melbourne University would have gone through. So a win there for the University of Queensland. A 2nd place going to Melbourne University, with 3rd going to Sydney Rowing Club. The winning time there, 6 minutes 23.11. What an absolutely cracking race, and I think, Chris, we're up for another one now. We've got the Open Men's Quads coming down the course. They are underway. Lane 1, it's a West Australian Swan River composite. Lane 2, Griffith University Surfers Paradise, Adelaide and UTS and Tamar. Lane 3, it's a commercial Toowong composite. Lane 4, Team Hong Kong. Lane 5, Sydney Rowing Club. Lane 6, North Esk Buckingham Tamar. And Lane 7, Sydney University. Again, this is going to be super fast.
This is going to be some absolutely fantastic racing. The conditions are as good as they've been all week, and that was, we didn't mention the time there for the Open Women's 8 before, but 6:29.28, that's pretty rapid for a entirely club combination as well. Not club athletes, but one club combination, not a composite crew. So important to make that distinction, isn't it? But the Open Men's Quad Scull now here on the course, and I would bet we're going to see some pretty quick racing here. There's some pretty stacked crews on offer. The West Australian composite on the far side of the course, Jack Cleary from WA Rowing Club, Johnson Daubney of Swan River Rowing Club, Sam Marsh, also of Swan River Rowing Club, and Alex Rossi of Western Australian Rowing Club. They are the short price favourites. I know a few people in this event were really a bit worried about that crew, but it looks like the crew next to them, the Griffith University Surfers Paradise composite crew, that's Henry Yule from Tamar, Marcus Delamata from UTS, Nick Blackman of Adelaide University, and Cormac Kennedy Leverett from Griffith University Surfers Paradise, who we saw scratch from the 8s race just an hour or so ago, presumably to focus on this one. That's the crew that have gone through the 500 metre timing point in a time of 1:25.40. Just ahead of that Western Australian composite crew on the far side of the course. The North Esk composite with Buckingham and Tamar. William Birchmore from Tamar, Rue Colley of North Esk, Joseph Wilson from Buckingham, and Jack Barrett, also of North Esk, coached by Trevor Barrett. They were the crew sitting in third place, but only a second ahead of the Commercial Toowong Composite, Sydney University in fifth, and Sydney Rowing Club in sixth place. Team Hong Kong rounding out the field in seventh place in the centre of the course there. But can anyone catch that Griffith University Surfers Paradise Composite crew that are currently leading the race? If anyone could do it, it'll be the crew that was just on our screens there. That's the West Australian Composite on the far side of the course, but that is a lot of ground to make up. It was 2.5 seconds at the 500 metre mark, and a quad scull is a hard boat to change speed that quickly, and especially in it's turning out to be some reasonably fast conditions. I think my eyes might be deceiving me, but it could almost be a tailwind.
Yeah, look, it's definitely motoring at the moment, this Griffith University Surfers Paradise Composite crew out in front as they're coming up towards the 1,000 metres, so we can see them. Griffith University Surfers Paradise out in front, just over a boat length ahead of the West Australian Swan River Composite in second. Throw a blanket over third, fourth and fifth. It's the Sydney University North East Composite, Commercial and Toowong Composite with about 2 seconds between them, if that. Sydney Rowing Club sitting in sixth and Team Hong Kong in seventh. The Commercial Toowong crew currently sitting in fifth, Harley Moore, Tom Coates, Elliot Appel, Sam Green, coached by Stephen Potsy. The Hong Kong crew, Pak Hong Chen, Yuk Man Chan, Jaden Lee Head and Ho Ching Jack Mack. And then Sydney Rowing Club, Miles Harrell, Tom Cregan, Torin Olsen and Harry Crouch. Sydney University Lane 7, Devlin Walsh, Lachlan Miles, Hamish Stanks, Marcus Britt, Thomas, coached by Thomas Larrick and Don McLaughlin. So there's some very big names that are going down the course at the moment.
There's some really big names. A lot of these names have actually just come fresh out of the Open Men's 8, not 45 minutes ago. That's including pretty much the entirety of that Sydney Rowing Club crew, who are currently just trailing the field a little bit off the pace at the moment. But the Griffith University Surfers Paradise Composite, supported by the Queensland Academy of Sport, the South Australian Institute of Sport, the New South Wales Institute of Sport and the Tasmanian Institute of Sport, are currently our race leaders. They are all fresh, have not raced today. And Henry Yule of Tamar, who is in our sculling squad, Marcus Delamato of the University of Technology, Sydney, Nick Blackman of Adelaide University Boat Club, and Cormac Kennedy Leverett, who is also in our senior men's sculling squad, hoping to qualify the quad scull for the Paris Olympic Games later in the year. That is the crew that is leading the field, and I don't know if there's anyone out here on this course this afternoon who will be able to peg them back. Western Australian Rowing Club and Swan River Rowing Club sitting back in second. 5 seconds the margin there. It's a huge amount of ground to overcome. 4:30 through the 1,500 metre mark. It'll be a tough ask for them to get to go under 6 minutes here in the Open Men's Quad Scull this afternoon. Sydney University just separating themselves out of the battle for the minor medals. They have cemented themselves into the bronze medal position and may even challenge for a silver as they start to find some late pace home to the line. North East Composite sitting in fourth, 4 seconds off the medals. It'll be a big ask for them to make up the ground into that top 3 spot. Commercial and Toowong sitting in 5th place at that 1,500 metre timing point. Sydney Rowing Club well off the pace there in 6th, and Team Hong Kong sitting in 7th place in the centre of the course in lane 4 there. But it is all about that Griffith University Surfers Paradise Composite right in lane 2. Way over there in lane 2. Earlier in the week we would have dismissed them on that basis alone, but they have done a great job. They got out really fast and they stayed there. They've built up a 5-second lead over the field. It's basically 2 boat lengths back to the West Australians on the far side of the course. As a good tussle starts to unfold on the near side of the course between the Tasmanians and Sydney University Boat Club. It'll be the Griffith University Surfers Paradise crew who will come home with the gold medal in the Open Men's Quad Scull. The West Australians on the far side of the course will take home the silver, and Sydney Rowing Club, Sydney University Boat Club, fending off a fast finishing Tasmanian composite crew to take the bronze. The Tasmanians will finish just outside the medals in 4th place. The crew from Commercial and Toowong in 5th, Sydney Rowing Club in 6th place, and Team Hong Kong in 7th.
Confirmation of the results in race number 563, the Open Men's Quad Sculls. A win for the Griffith University Surfers Paradise, Adelaide University, UTS and Tamar Composite. Second place going through to the West Australian Swan River Composite, and third going to Sydney University. Ladies and gentlemen, the presentation of medals and the Florence Eaton Trophy for the Open Women's Cox State. The medals and trophy will be presented by Sally Leake, board member of Rowing Australia. Third place and bronze medalists representing Sydney Rowing Club, Grace Cyber. Isabel Fura. Talisa Noak Driver. Isabella Scammell. Sarah Hoare. Harriet Hudson. Lauren Graham. Lexi Northduft. And Hannah Coap. Their coaches, Lachlan Carter and Donovan Seck. Second place and silver medalists representing Melbourne University, Romy Cantwell, Zara Lavery, Sarah Diure, Eliza Gaffney, Laura Foley, Sarah Marriott, Jean Mitchell, Lucy Stephan, and Emily Coughlin. And the gold medalists and Australian champions for 2023, the University of Queensland. The crew, Elizabeth Newell, Madeline Williams, Rhea Thompson, Sarah Tisdall, Lucy Hope, Ellen Potsy, Lily Alton, Caitlin Cronin, and Lily Lunley. Coached by Philip Bergignon. And now the Florence Eaton Trophy will be presented by Sally Leake. Please congratulate our 2023 Australian champions and medalists in the Open Women's 8.
And believe it or not, we have 2 more races left in today's program, or should I say tonight's program. The under-17 schoolgirl Cox State semi-finals are drawing to a close. It's the Queenwood School from Sydney. These girls have raced almost 4 races today, some of these girls. They come across in the win. Top 3 will go through to tomorrow's A final. They'll be joined in that A final by PLC Perth to their right-hand side in 2nd place. Loretto Ballarat in lane 5 will come across in 3rd. Those 3 crews to the A final tomorrow. MLCQ will cross the line in 4th place. They'll contest tomorrow's B final alongside Loretto Turak in 5th. Guildford Grammar will round out the field here in the first of 2 semi-finals in the under-17 schoolgirls Cox 8. And we're underway with the 2nd race of the under-17 schoolgirls Cox State, the 2nd semi-final, the last race of the day, 6:20 p.m. the scheduled start, and we're right on time after being a little bit up and down throughout the day. And we're racing the light here in lane 2, Wilderness School, in lane 3, Melbourne Girls Grammar, lane 4, Unley High, lane 5, Canberra Girls Grammar, lane 6, Loretto Kirribilli, lane 7, Kinross Walleroy, and the same progression as the first race of the first semi-final of this event. We'll see the top 3 crews progressing to the A final tomorrow morning. The remaining 3 crews in the race will contest the B final. And at the 1,000-metre mark, it was Kinross Walleroy, 3:28.48 through the K. Canberra Girls Grammar, 5.76 behind them. So a steady margin there back. Kinross Walleroy really taking a hold of the race here in the early stages. Loretto Kirribilli 3rd. They're sitting 0.44 of a second behind Canberra Girls Grammar. So every chance to slip up into 2nd place there. A fairly decisive margin, 5.6 seconds back to Melbourne Girls Grammar. In 4th place, Unley High in 5th, and Wilderness School in 6th place. So our top 3 qualifiers more than likely decided here as these girls race to the finish to beat the light. If you're watching from home on the live stream, it will probably seem like it's fine. The boys at BMA are doing a fantastic job making the course look like it is the middle of the day, but the sun set about 12 minutes ago now, and it is rapidly getting very, very dark out there. You'd want lights if you were out there for a training paddle, that is for sure.
Some fun things with apertures and shutter speeds.
Yeah, absolutely. A lot of frantic last-minute adjustments here to squeeze in the last couple of races of the day. But Kinross Walleroy on the grandstand side of the course in their iconic signature light blue boats. They're leading the race by about 2 or 3 boat lengths at this stage. They're doing a great job of it. 5:15 through the 1,500-metre mark, so they're not quite letting off the pace despite the late hour. Loretto Kirribilli just getting their bow ball in front of Canberra Grammar School. Both will likely qualify for the A final, but racing for the preferred lane. 0.92 seconds the margin back to Canberra Grammar in 3rd place. Melbourne Girls Grammar in 4th place. Unley High in 5th place. And the crew on the far side of the course from Wilderness School will be in 6th. And a quick announcement, we'd just like Brenton Terrell from Norwood International High to make their way to the medical centre near the finish line. I'll repeat that, Brenton Terrell from Norwood International High. Please make your way to the medical centre near the finish line. So as the final race of the day, race 542, draws to its conclusion. I was going to say under lights, but we're not under lights. Racing their way out of the dark, it is Kinross Walleroy who, for who have made the best of things here in the under-17 schoolgirl Cox State semi-final. Number 2, they'll earn their spot in the A final tomorrow. They will cross the line in 2 or 3 strokes, about 3 or 4 lengths clear of their competition. Loretto Kirribilli and Canberra Girls Grammar having a good tussle for second place. Loretto Kirribilli moving through in the third 500, and Canberra Girls Grammar looking to come back for a second place and a more advantageous lane in the A final. But Loretto Kirribilli, they'll move through to second place and qualify to the A final. Canberra Girls Grammar in third place. They'll cross the line ahead of the crew from Melbourne Girls Grammar in fourth, who will contest tomorrow's B final. Unley High will join them in fifth, and Wilderness School in sixth.
Ladies and gentlemen, the presentation of medals for the Open Men's Quad Sculls. The medals will be presented by Verity Keogh, co-patron, board member and director high performance of Rowing Western Australia. Third place and bronze medalists, representing Sydney University, Devlin Walsh, Lachlan Miles, Hamish Danks, and Marcus Britt. Their coaches Thomas Lurick and Don McLaughlin. Second place and silver medalists, representing West Australian Rowing Club and Swan River Rowing Club, Jack Cleary, Johnson Daubney, Sam Marsh, and Alex Rossi. The gold medalists and Australian champions for 2023, representing Griffith University Surfers Paradise, Adelaide University, UTS Haberfield, and Tamar. Henry Yule, Marcus Delamata, Nick Blackman, and Cormac Kennedy Leverett. Please congratulate our 2023 Australian champions and medalists in the Open Men's Quad Sculls. The 2023 Australian Rowing Championships are proudly supported by Tourism WA, the City of Armidale and the West Australian State Government.
Rowing Australia is broadcasting live via livestream.com and also linked via our website all week until the final race on Sunday. Hello to our interstate and international viewers. What a day of racing.
What a fantastic day of racing as the sun goes down on a sleepy little town, a regatta course out of Perth. We have had an absolutely fantastic time here today. Some of those races, I guess, Chris, I know what my highlight is. What was yours from today?
Yeah, look, I think just the standard of eights racing today, from the under-17s, the under-19s, schoolboy and schoolgirl races, we have the under-23s, and those fantastic races in the opens as the condition improved at the end of the day. It just really shows that at all levels of the sports we're really thriving here in Australia, and it's just a fantastic spectacle for us, and really glad the conditions improved and gave us that. Yourself?
Look, I think the open lightweight fours, that was amazing. There was about a boat length between first and fifth, the entire length of the course. Adelaide University coming through with the win. But on another day, you know, another missed stroke and somebody else comes through, takes the cheeky little win. So,
well, the best part about that race is there is another day, because that exact same lineup will race again tomorrow as a part of the Penrith Cup for the Interstate Regatta.
yeah, and very much looking forward to the Interstate Regatta. I think the President's Cup is going to be fascinating. We saw Caleb Ansell win. He's racing for the ACT. Cormac Kennedy-Leverett racing for Queensland.
Campbell Watts for New South Wales. I think that's going to be a fantastic race. I think the Penrith Cup's going to be fantastic, actually.
Oh, the Penrith Cup will be interesting. And then the Victoria Cup, the Leidy Women's Quad. We've seen Tasmania, 3 from 3 different venues, slightly different crew this year. But are they going to be put under pressure by that New South Wales combination?
Very strong New South Wales crew. So all to play for tomorrow afternoon. In our Interstate Regatta. All to play for tomorrow from 7 o'clock is when we'll be starting racing tomorrow morning. So we hope to see you all then.